Chapter 2154. That move, even Lord Finn was surprised by how amazing this move by Emperor Bai was. Emperor Bai fully made use of the value of the Void token. Jian Wushuang also played a big part. He was probably the only person from the eternal chaotic world who could sneak into the Imperial Palace easily. This time, the Three Emperors world has suffered great losses. Our lineup is probably weaker than that of the eternal chaotic world, Kaiser Blood muttered. Hearing this, Lord Fun and Demon King Qin Yu fell silent. Before the fight started, the Three Emperors world always have an advantage. Even without the Dark Millstone, their advantage was still far bigger. They not only had an advantage in the general power level, they had spies from the Akron Palace within the special tribes and the human territory. The chance of victory was about 80%. After a series of battles, they had lost their edge and were now at a disadvantage. They even had to give up territory within the Three Emperors world. After all these years of elaborate planning, we're going to fail just like this. Demon King Qin Yu said, unwilling to accept the fact. Defeat? How can that be? Even though it is disadvantageous for us now, we still have a chance to turn the tide of battle. But we have to use that move. Kaiser Blood smiled. That move. Lord Fun, Demon King Qin Yu, and Lung Rushua looked over to Kaiser Blood. They fell silent. They clearly understood what Kaiser Blood had meant when Head said that move. It was exactly because they knew clearly what he meant they were solemn. They dared not use it carelessly. The cost of that move was so huge that it was not easy for even Lord Fun and Demon King Qin Yu to accept. I too do not want to use that move. However, given the situation at hand, the Three Emperors' word will stand no chance against the eternal chaotic world if we do not use it. Our defeat is just a matter of time. If that were the case, our effort all these years would be put to waste, Kaiser Blood muttered. Wouldn't that move be a little too cruel? Demon King Qin Yu said as he knitted his eyebrows tightly. Demon King Qin Yu was a leader of the Acheron Palace. He had come from the ancient past, and hence his heart had been hardened over and over again. Even though he was decisive, he did not care when he knew that the Dark Millstone would destroy all life in the eternal chaotic world. When Kaiser Blood mentioned that move, even he felt it was too cruel and evil. We can only imagine how terrifying the move was. I fully agree with Kaiser Blood. Critical moments like this require a different way of doing things. Qin Yu, you have lived for so long, you should know clearly you will need to give some things when the time comes. Why are you so hesitant? Lord Fun said emotionlessly. Demon King Qin Yu squinted his eyes as he nodded his head. If that is the case, let us use that move. Everything is for our final objective. Yes, everything for our final objective. Kaiser Blood smiled coldly. Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, and Demon King Qin Yu made up their minds. As for Lung Rushua, she simply sat there quietly at the side. She did not speak at all. However, you could see there was a glint of a different emotion in her beautiful eyes. Kaiser Blood, when will we use that move? Demon King Qin Yu asked. Let us not hurry. I still need to make some preparations. Let us endure for a period of time. Kaiser Blood smiled. Hearing this, Demon King Qin Yu stopped asking questions. Within the Three Emperors' world, the army from Eternal Chaotic World swept the different territories. Many of the top-tier experts, such as Sir Gods, Emperor Gods, and the rare few great emperors had received the message from the higher-ups from the Three Emperors' world and ran to hide at the new assembly point. Even so, many of the experts who had not received the message in time died. As the army swept across the territory, these remaining experts were exterminated. Not just the Almighty, but many of the chaotic real gods had died when they were discovered by the experts from the eternal chaotic world. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The army from eternal chaotic world swept the territories within the Three Emperors' world for 3 months. Within the 3 months, all of the territories were swept many times. After the sweep, Most of the experts had already died. Emperor by then ordered the sweep to stop. The imperial palace was originally the home base of the three emperors' world. Now it was under the control of the experts from the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang and many of the great emperors gathered in the grand palace. We have swept most of the territories within the three emperors' world. The experts were all exterminated. All we are left with are the experts who escaped and the location of their assembly point, Emperor Bai said. The great emperors present were clueless. In 3 months, these great emperors had followed the army to sweep the territories. They had originally thought the experts from the three emperors' world would put up a fight. In reality, the 3 months had gone smoothly. No one had tried to fight back, and the remaining experts had been killed. The top-tier experts had abandoned their territory in this world, and the cultivators were living inside. After the battle 3 months ago, the three emperors' world suffered great losses. They know they could no longer go head-to-head with us. They must be hiding somewhere, waiting for a chance to strike back, Ancestor Tianqin said. I think so too. They might be preparing for some special means to turn the tide of this battle. The reason they are not attacking us right now is because they have yet to finish their preparations. Jian Wushuang agreed. From what Kaiser Blood had said before they'd escaped, the three emperors' world would not give up so easily and would strike back. Like Emperor Bai had said, the three emperors' world could really be preparing for some means to turn the tide of the battle. Hence, we cannot give them time to prepare. We need to find them and kill them all. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Chapter 2155, Blatten Search. That is right. If I am not wrong, they must be hiding in the three emperors' world, be it a very distant place or a dangerous place. Emperor Bai nodded his head in agreement and continued. Tianqin, order the experts from the eternal chaotic world to search this place carefully. Roger that. Ancestor Tianqin went off to pass the order. What followed was a blatant and thorough search within the three emperors' world. Even though the three emperors' world was huge, there were thousands of almighties from the eternal chaotic world. If they split up and search, they could search the entire world in a short amount of time. However, the great emperors would not involve the great emperors. Jian Wushuang took this time to go into a secret room. He sat down, and a golden sword appeared in front of him. It was the Hong Jun golden sword. This was the legitimate Hong Jun golden sword. He had got it when Head killed Ziqin. The legitimate Hong Jun golden sword was much more powerful than the replica. Jian Wushuang knew this clearly. When he had just reached the fighting power of a great emperor, he had fought Ziqin. Even though he was slightly stronger, he had still lost when the originals and replicas of the Hong Jun golden swords clashed. This was due to the swords themselves. Now that Jian Wushuang had the legitimate Hong Jun golden swords, he was going to refine them. The experts from the ancient past had really amazing techniques. They could make replicas that greatly resembled the original. Even the aura from the two different swords were exactly the same. The only difference is probably the power. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Before long, he started refining the swords. The process of refining the swords was not complicated. Within a day, Jian Wushuang managed to refine all 9 Hong Jun golden swords. Let me try out its power. Jian Wushuang thought with anticipation. He controlled one of the Hong Jun golden swords as it flew forward. Whoosh! A golden beam of light burst forth instantly. Under his control, the sword maneuvered around the room at a great speed, changing directions every now and then. The sword itself could not be spotted. All one could see was the golden light it emitted. Oh boy, the speed increased by so much. Jian Wushuang was excited. Jian Wushuang waved his hand as another Hong Jun golden sword appeared in front of him. It was the replica version. Whoosh! The same golden light burst forth. Even though it had great speed, it was obvious that it was on a completely different level compared to the original version. Most importantly, the sound the original sword made when it sliced the air was much stronger and piercing. This speed, the original, is at least 3 times faster than the replica. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as he tested out the power of the Hong Jun golden sword. Boom! Boom! Both of the Hong Jun golden swords burst forth and attacked the void space. One of the void spaces twisted and turned, while the other burst open. It looked like the latter had greater power, but Jian Wushuang could feel that the first one had concentrated its power and none was lost. Oh my! Based on power alone, the original Hong Jun golden sword is at least twice as powerful as the replica. I currently have the fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor. The attack from one Hong Jun golden sword is equivalent to that of a Stage 3 Great Emperor, and I can control 7 of them. If I use all 7 of the Hong Jun golden swords together. Jian Wushuang was excited. Hong Jun golden sword was a very powerful weapon from the ancient past. It was favored by many experts that meditated on the space-time doctrine. The Hong Jun golden sword was also incredibly powerful. Ever since Jian Wushuang had received the replica Hong Jun golden sword from Long Qi, it had benefited him greatly. Now that he had received the original Hong Jun golden sword, he would benefit even more. After obtaining the 9 Hong Jun golden swords, my battle power has increased significantly. If I am ever surrounded again, I can kill them all as long as they are not as powerful as me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang remained inside the secret room to familiarize himself with the 9 new Hong Jun golden swords. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period of time, the experts from the eternal chaotic world flipped the 3 emperors' world upside down. It was a pity that they still could not find the experts from the 3 emperors' world who were hiding. Even though they did not find the experts, they found clues. Jian Wushuang, come and find me. Emperor Bai sent a message to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang left the secret room he was in and went to find Emperor Bai inside the palace. Ancestor Tianqin, too, was in the palace. Emperor Bai, have you found them? Jian Wushuang asked. I have found some clues, but we cannot confirm them yet. We need someone to explore the clues first, Emperor Bai said. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Ancestor Tianqin whipped out a star map. This was the complete and detailed map of the 3 emperors' world. After Ancestor Tianqin had taken out the map, he pointed at a certain territory. From our deductions, the experts from the 3 emperors' world should be hiding here, at this place called the Ancient Blood Forbidden Ground. Ancestor Tianqin said, Ancient Blood Forbidden Ground. Jian Wushuang was surprised. You have heard of it? Emperor Bai squinted his eyes and looked over. Of course, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Chapter 2156 Ancient Blood Forbidden Ground. Jian Wushuang had lived within the 3 emperors' world for a period of time, and he knew the names of notorious experts and forbidden grounds. Jian Wushuang had heard of the Ancient Blood Forbidden Ground. The 3 emperors' ground had 8 danger areas for grounds of despair and 1 forbidden ground. Aside from the 8 danger areas, anyone under the chaotic realm who entered the 4 grounds of despair would definitely die in them. The chances of survival were low even for experts in the early and middle stage chaotic realm who went in and explored such areas. There were experts in peak chaotic realm and great emperors who died when they were exploring the depth of these places. These places were notorious within the 3 emperors' world. However, there was one place far more dangerous and deadly than the rest. It was the one and only forbidden ground. It was the Ancient Blood Forbidden Ground. No matter who entered it, the chances of survival were extremely low. Everyone in the 3 emperor world thinks that the Ancient Blood Forbidden Ground is the most dangerous place of all. Over the ages, not many have dared to enter to explore. Now, you're telling me that the experts from the 3 emperors' world are hiding inside there? Jian Wushuang frowned. That was the most dangerous place in all of the 3 emperors' world. Even great emperors found it difficult to leave that place alive or even unharmed. It might have been too difficult for the experts to hide there. We cannot know for sure. However, our experts realized there were many experts from the three emperors' world appearing near the ancient blood forbidden ground. Some of them were even seen going inside of the forbidden ground. Hence, we deduce that there is a high possibility that the experts from the three emperors' world are hiding inside there. Ancestor Tianqin said, "This is one of the possibilities. It is also possible that the experts from the three emperors' world revealed where they were on purpose in order to lure our army into the ancient blood forbidden ground. No one knows for sure what is inside that place. What if the place is really as dangerous as the legend says? It will not be wise if our forces are injured in the process." Emperor Bai continued, "This is why it is not wise for our army to enter the forbidden ground right away. The best course of action is for someone to scout the forbidden ground and see if the experts from the three emperors' world are really in there, or if the experts from the three emperors' world are simply luring us into danger. There must be a reason why the ancient forbidden ground is called the most dangerous place in this world. We should not be complacent. If we ask an Almighty to venture inside to scout, it will be equal to suicide, as he will die before he can get any useful intel. Hence, we must send a powerful, great emperor as a scout." "I understand." Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Jian Wushuang understood where Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin were coming from. There were signs of experts from the three emperors' world in the forbidden ground. Someone had to go and scout, but that someone needed to be powerful. The most suitable great emperor from the eternal chaotic world to do this job would be Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, only you and I are at the power level of a stage 3 great emperor from the eternal chaotic world. I have to stay alert here in case of any accidents, and hence cannot go to scout personally. Hence, I will have to trouble you to do this for me." Emperor Bai smiled. "Both of us are inverse cultivators. We know clearly how difficult it is to kill inverse cultivators. Combined with your current fighting power, your life will not be in danger within the forbidden grounds. If you find the experts from the three emperors' world, you will be able to fend them off for a period of time and request help. The army will charge in at a moment's notice." Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He understood that if an ordinary great emperor went to scout the forbidden ground, he would not have time to do any scouting, as he would be too busy trying to stay alive. Hence, the safest and most appropriate person to go would be Jian Wushuang. His ability to survive was far greater than the rest's, and he could fend off multiple enemies for a short period of time until Emperor Bai arrived with the army. "I will ask Jiu Qiao to go with you, just in case any accidents happen. His doppelganger can ensure there will be no problems in transmitting any messages." Emperor Bai said, "If that is the case, I shall leave now." Jian Wushuang said, "Go then. All the best." Emperor Bai waved his hands. Jian Wushuang went to look for Emperor Jiu Qiao immediately after he left the palace. "Emperor Jiu Qiao," Jian Wushuang called out as he approached him. "Sword Emperor." Emperor Jiu Qiao greeted him in return. Jian Wushuang had power only second to Emperor Bai in the eternal chaotic world. During many situations, Jian Wushuang had proved to be vital in turning things around. For example, during the ambush on the Imperial Palace, Jian Wushuang had contributed greatly to making that a huge success. This was exactly why Jian Wushuang was becoming more and more respected in the eternal chaotic world. Even ordinary great emperors respected him greatly. "Have you received any message from Emperor Bai?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I just received one, and I was about to look for you. I did not expect that you would find me first." Emperor Jiu Qiao smiled. "If that's the case, let's go. Furthermore, I have to do something that will be unjust to you. I hope you understand." Jian Wushuang continued, "I understand." Emperor Jiu Qiao was not surprised by this. Even though he was a great emperor, he was an ordinary stage 1 great emperor. There were many dangers within the ancient blood forbidden ground. He would only become a burden given his fighting power. The best thing was for him to stay within the Blood Mountain Sword and contact Emperor by via his doppelganger. Jian Wushuang then suppressed Emperor Zhu Qiao into his Blood Mountain Sword. They then headed for the ancient blood forbidden ground immediately. The three emperors' world had 12 provinces. The ancient blood forbidden ground was located at the intersection of 2 such provinces. The forbidden grounds occupied such a big area that it resembled a mini-domain. Jian Wushuang reached the Oyu Thangserts of the forbidden grounds. This is the ancient blood forbidden grounds. Jian Wushuang floated in the air as he squinted his eyes and looked down on the domain below. It was covered in a blood-red mist. Even he felt threatened just by looking at the forbidden grounds. One could only imagine how dangerous it actually was. Furthermore, the space-time around the forbidden grounds was unique. I will not be able to transmit any messages from within the forbidden grounds. Luckily, I brought along Emperor Zhu Qiao. Jian Wushuang muttered. He then stepped into the ancient blood forbidden grounds without any hesitation. Chapter 2157 Ambush. Jian Wushuang had a sword on his back as he explored the ancient blood forbidden ground. The air was filled with blood-red mist that radiated sanguine. However, vegetation was still thick under these conditions. The entire area was a dense jungle. I have no knowledge about the ancient blood forbidden ground. This may be troublesome. Jian Wushuang frowned as he thought to himself. If it had been other dangerous areas like the 4 grounds of despair, he at least would have had a basic understanding of the place, as several experts had been in and come out to tell the tale. However, the ancient blood forbidden ground was different. Only the most powerful great emperors from the 3 emperors' world might have some understanding of the dangers of this place. However, all of those great emperors had disappeared and gone inside. He could not get information prior to his scouting mission. Sigh, let's see how this goes. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He continued, heading straight cautiously as his soul power encompassed everything around him. Not long after Jian Wushuang entered the ancient blood forbidden ground, a man in crimson, red cloak seated in the dark void in the depth of the forbidden ground noticed him. Someone ventured in. Kaiser Blood said coldly. Ventured in? The army from the eternal chaotic world is here? Demon King Qinyu, who was sat beside Kaiser Blood, asked. No, there is only one person. Based on his aura, it should be the Sword Emperor. Kaiser Blood said, Sword Emperor? Jian Wushuang? It's this brat again. Demon King Qinyu widened his eyes and exclaimed, The army from the eternal chaotic world does things really quickly. They came to scout the ancient bloody forbidden ground so quickly, Lord Fin said coldly. It is normal. The experts from the eternal chaotic world swept the territories very quickly in an attempt to find where we are hiding. They have swept even the most remote land. What is left are those dangerous areas. Furthermore, our experts will definitely leave behind small traces of evidence that we are here. It is just a matter of time before they get here. Kaiser Blood smiled lightly. However, they are unsure whether we are really here and if this is our hiding spot. Otherwise, they would not have just sent the Sword Emperor here alone. The entire army will be here. The Sword Emperor only came here to do some scouting. Lord Fin said, That should be the case. Since he is here to scout, let him roam inside the ancient blood forbidden ground then. There are natural dangers, and the ancient blood tribe within this forbidden ground. If he is lucky, he might even meet that existence, and that will make things interesting. Kaiser Blood smiled. Lord Fun and Demon King Qinyu smiled creepily. They indeed were hiding within the ancient blood forbidden ground, even though there were many dangers there. The reason why they could stay there and stay safe was due to special reasons. But it was a different case for Jian Wushuang. Within the ancient blood forbidden ground, Jian Wushuang was still traveling slowly and cautiously. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. During this half a day, he did not encounter any dangers. Right then, he appeared on top of a dense forest. Whoosh! A crimson-red beam of light burst forth from below and attacked Jian Wushuang. Huh. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows as he fixed his sight onto this beam of light. The speed of the beam of red light was very fast, much faster than most of the Sur gods and Emperor gods. The speed was very similar to that of a great emperor. Most importantly, this beam of red light was always in the depth of the forest. It did not have any aura, and Jian Wushuang had not spotted it using his soul power. When the blood-red beam of light appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, a blood-red claw appeared and targeted his throat. The power of the claw could threaten even emperor gods. At such a close distance, the claw could severely injure the victim given how fast and sudden it came. Under this circumstance, an ordinary emperor god would probably be assassinated. However, the target of the claw was Jian Wushuang. Scram! Jian Wushuang roared. He did not draw his sword. He simply waved his hand and a sword light appeared. Even though Jian Wushuang had waved his hand casually, the power of this attack was equivalent to that of a stage one great emperor. Almostly instantly, the claw and the sword light collided with each other. A loud clang was heard, followed by a cry of pain as the blood-red figure backed off. It did not die. Jian Wushuang was surprised. That attack of his had been at the power level of great emperors, and it still had not killed the creature. The blood-red creature steadied itself as Jian Wushuang could finally see the creature's true identity. This exotic beast was about 1.5 m tall and looked like a fox. It was covered in blood-red fur. The eyes of this exotic beast were bloodshot. It stared at Jian Wushuang before it turned and fled back into the jungle below. Now you want to escape? Jian Wushuang stared at the exotic beast coldly as a beam of golden light burst forth. This was the legitimate Hong Jun golden sword. It was traveling at a terrifying speed. When Jian Wushuang controlled the replica version of the Hong Jun golden sword, it traveled at a speed that made even the stage 1 and 2 great emperors fearful. Now that he was controlling the legitimate sword, the speed was 3 times faster compared to the replica version. What a crazy speed it had! Even though the exotic beast was escaping at great speed, it was still significantly slower compared to the Hong Jun golden sword. Within seconds, the Hong Jun golden sword caught up to the blood-red exotic beast and collided into its body with terrifying power. Even though the beast had a strong self-defense mechanism, it could not take the attack from the golden sword as it pierced its head. Chapter 2158, Ancient Blood Bios. The entire space was filled with blood-red mist. Jian Wushuang stood there and studied the floating corpse of the exotic beast. Even though the beast was already dead, the body still radiated a horrifying aura. What kind of exotic beast is this? Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows and thought to himself. He had been venturing in the eternal chaotic world for so long and had heard of or seen most of the exotic beasts in the world. However, he had never seen this type of exotic beast that excelled in ambushing before. It is very fast, much faster and stronger than any exotic beast I know of. An emperor god would probably die if that claw hit him. Its defense is also far greater than any of its kind. Jian Wushuang struck the exotic beast with an attack which was at the power level of a great emperor. However, the beast was not injured at all. Speed, power, defense. This exotic beast excelled in them all. Its aura was so well hidden that I did not detect its presence, even using my soul power. This kind of exotic beast seems like it has no weakness. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows. Terrifying. This was the most terrifying exotic beast that Jian Wushuang had ever encountered. Even though that exotic beast was not a threat to him, it was undefeatable for those ordinary cultivators who were of the same power level as these beasts. I wonder if I will meet more of this exotic beast. Maybe there are even more powerful ones as well. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Jian Wushuang started moving as he continued his journey. Before long, he met the same exotic beast which attacked him the same way again. This time there were 5 exotic beasts attacking simultaneously. These 5 exotic beasts were of similar power level to the one that Jian Wushuang had just killed. Hence, they died without putting up much of a fight. Jian Wushuang continued his journey again. In the dark space at the depth of the ancient blood forbidden ground, Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Lung Rushue gathered once again. If everything goes according to plan, Jian Wushuang will probably fight the ancient blood beasts. Kaiser Blood smiled coldly. Even though this tribe was not one of the top-tier tribes back in the First Era, their power is not to be looked down upon. Even the 7-star Black Sect was exterminated during the tragic battle back then. They are lucky that they survived till today. It is a pity that their fighting power is far weaker than before. Even so, the overall fighting power of this tribe is still far greater than the top-tier special tribes in the eternal chaotic world. Before we suffered the heavy losses, the 3 Emperors' world only barely managed to suppress them. Those within the clan are not to be messed with. Lord Fan said, doesn't Jian Wushuang want to know whether we are inside the ancient blood forbidden ground? If he really wants to find out, he needs to first overcome the ancient blood tribe. I am curious to find out if he has the ability to stand up to the entire tribe. Demon King Qinyu chuckled. He can manage tens of such beasts. However, if he ventures deeper into the forbidden ground, he will face more than just the ancient blood tribe. Kaiser Blood smiled. The ancient blood forbidden ground was known by all for being the most dangerous place of all. A part of it belonged to the ancient blood tribe. Even the 3 Emperors' world at its prime would not dare to declare war on this tribe. They would settle their disputes over treaties and agreements. The reason why the experts from the 3 Emperors' world had hidden here was not only because this was a well-concealed location. More importantly, it was because the ancient blood tribe was there. If the army from the eternal chaotic world wanted to attack, they need to first bypass the ancient blood tribe. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang was still on the move. When he was moving, he encountered small groups of ancient blood beasts. Each of these beasts was very powerful and could threaten any ordinary emperor gods. However, Jian Wushuang handled them with ease. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Jian Wushuang focused his vision as he stopped in his tracks. He saw 6 of the ancient blood beasts up ahead. At the same time, more beasts started to emerge from his surroundings. He did a quick count and realized there were 15 beasts. After I entered the forbidden ground, I never ran into more than 5 of such beasts at any one point of time. Now, there are 15 in front of me. Looks like I am near their home. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Each of the exotic beasts was extremely powerful and had seemingly no weaknesses. Any one of them can kill an emperor god. If 10 of them work together, they can threaten ordinary great emperors. No wonder the ancient blood forbidden ground is called the most dangerous place in this world. No one under the realm of great emperors will dare to venture into this place. Jian Wushuang thought. Even peak emperor gods who did not possess the fighting power of great emperors would die under the combined assault of several ancient blood beasts. If they ran into 15 such beasts, they would definitely die. While Jian Wushuang was thinking to himself, the 15 ancient blood beasts would not sit idle. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang with their crimson red eyes. There was no communication between them. The moment they looked at Jian Wushuang, killing intent started to erupt from their bodies. Immediately whoosh, 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 whoosh. Beams of red light streaked across the battlefield. 15 of the ancient blood exotic beasts attacked simultaneously. Their speed was terrifying. These beasts did not try to communicate with me. They simply attacked. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows as he drew his blood mountain sword. Let's see if you are faster, or my sword skills are faster. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. He swung the sword in his hand as he cast his sword skills. Sword Principal Xian Luo, turned monstrous at one thought. Chapter 2159. Killing. Spree Jian Wushuang attacked. His understanding of the space-time doctrine was at the 9th level of the Doctrine Palace. He was extremely fast. He moved around agilely in the space, and the ancient blood beasts who were the power level of emperor gods could not catch up to him. He swung his blood mountain sword at these beasts. Each swing was casual. Uft, 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 uft. Sounds of the sword penetrating the bodies of these exotic beasts reverberated in the air. The self-defense mechanism these beasts had were sliced apart like paper. Within moments, Jian Wushuang swung 8 times. 8 heads came off and fell to the ground. Even though the beasts attacked, they were not even close to touching Jian Wushuang. After this short exchange, the eyes of the remaining 7 exotic beasts turned even more sanguine as they looked up and howled. Arwu! 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 The piercing sounds radiated out in all directions. What is this? Jian Wushuang thought to himself before realizing why these beasts were howling. Instantly, many more blood-red figures appeared in space. Many of them came from every corner possible, and within moments, more than hundreds of them had gathered there. This was only within the immediate vicinity. Jian Wushuang could see that there were even more of such beasts rushing over from further away. Oh my! How many of such beasts are there in the forbidden ground? Jian Wushuang was shocked. One single exotic beast was already scary enough. If hundreds or even thousands of them gathered, this force would be something to reckon with even if the army from Eternal Chaotic World was there. While Jian Wushuang was in disbelief, the large amounts of ancient blood beasts stared at Jian Wushuang with their bloody, cold eyes, which were radiating gloom. At the next instant, these beasts attacked. Whoosh! 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 Almost every exotic beast there pounced at Jian Wushuang. At that moment, Jian Wushuang was facing at least hundreds of these exotic beasts. Humph! Jian Wushuang grunted as his monstrous aura exploded. However, his aura was not sufficient to stop these exotic beasts. Whoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang controlled his 7 Hongjun golden swords, using the power of space-time as they burst forth as beams of golden light simultaneously. These 7 swords were far too fast and powerful. The 7 swords appeared in front of 7 of such exotic beasts and penetrated their bodies without any obstructions. Then, the 7 swords changed their targets and attacked 7 other exotic beasts. At the same time, Jian Wushuang grew in size. Heads and arms started to grow out of his body. 18 arms grew, each holding a sword. Waves of terrifying sword essence radiated out of him. Kill! 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 Jian Wushuang started his massacre. Every sword light was incredibly wild and powerful. These exotic beasts who were at the mere level of Emperor God died instantly when they came into contact with the sword lights. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang continued to swing the 18 swords he was holding in his hands. This meant that at any point in time, 18 sword lights would come out of his sword and attack these beasts. Additionally, there were 7 Hongjun golden swords assisting him. How scary would that be? Dead bodies could be seen falling down towards the ground. Within seconds, the first 10 exotic beasts that had attacked Jian Wushuang were killed. However, behind these exotic beasts, more of them started to pounce towards Jian Wushuang. Haha, bring it on. I want to see how many of you I can kill. Jian Wushuang laughed wildly. He started a killing spree as he made use of his close combat abilities and the 7 Hongjun golden sword. Large numbers of ancient blood beasts were mercilessly killed before they could even put up a fight. Within moments, 2 larger exotic beasts appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang slashed at them casually. The 2 exotic beasts, too, slashed out fiercely. Clang! Clang! Sounds of metallic collisions rang in his ears as he saw the 2 exotic beasts flew back. Jian Wushuang also took a step back. Jian Wushuang looked at the two exotic beasts in surprise. They are at the great emperor level. Furthermore, there were 7 more ancient blood beasts that looked significantly bigger than the remaining exotic beasts. There are 7 more, which means there are 9 exotic beasts at the power level of great emperors. Jian Wushuang was shocked. 9 beasts at the power level of great emperor and hundreds of others at the power level of emperor gods surrounded him. This force was very powerful. This force is slightly stronger than even the Special Tribes Alliance. This forbidden ground is really terrifying. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Luckily, Emperor Bai had sent him to come and scout personally. If it had been any other great emperor, they would probably have died when facing these beasts. It definitely deserved its title of being the most dangerous land in this world. These beasts stopped attacking. What are they planning to do? Jian Wushuang surveyed the area coldly. After the 2 beasts with power levels of a great emperor were forced back by Jian Wushuang, the remaining beasts stopped in their tracks. They simply stared at Jian Wushuang with great killing intent. Right then, Arwu! The same howl was heard, but this one was much louder, deeper, and more powerful. After the howl, a gigantic figure appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. There is an even stronger being? Jian Wushuang thought as he was finally taking things seriously. Chapter 2160 Emperor Bias under the blanket of the blood-red mist. The entire place turned quiet. The ancient blood beasts that surrounded Jian Wushuang couldn't help but lower their heads. Jian Wushuang licked his lips while he stared at this gigantic figure. It was also an exotic beast, but it was much larger than the rest. An ordinary ancient blood beast was only 5 m tall and no longer than 2 m. Those who were at the power level of great emperors were twice the size, but no larger than 3 m tall and 5 m long. However, this gigantic figure was at least 10 m tall and 20 m long. This size was insignificant compared to many exotic beasts or special tribes within the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang was 10 feet tall when he revealed his ancient god body. If he wanted to, he can be over 10,000 feet tall. However, this figure, compared to the other beasts, was definitely a gigantic figure. Looks like this is the Emperor Beast. Jian Wushuang muttered. Any big tribes, especially exotic beast tribes, would have an emperor or their leader. There were so many ancient blood beasts in the forbidden ground. The gigantic figure in front of Jian Wushuang should be their leader. The 3-meter-tall ancient blood beast already has the fighting power of a great emperor. I wonder how powerful their emperor is. Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he looked at it coldly. The gigantic figure stared at Jian Wushuang with his blood-red eyes. Suddenly, boom! The air exploded with great pressure as the emperor beast disappeared. All that was heard was a supersonic boom. This speed! Jian Wushuang was shocked. The ancient blood beasts were already very fast. The emperor beast was even faster. In an instant, the emperor beast appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and stretched out his blood-red claw. The blood-red claw turned into red lightning and struck down towards him. The strike looked like it was traveling slowly. In reality, the speed of the claw was so fast that it affected the space-time around it, giving the illusion that it was slow. In reality, it was unbelievably fast. This claw seemed to have the power to destroy a star if it was in the way of it. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. The moment this claw moved, he swung his blood mountain sword. The sword essence could be felt clearly as a sword light burst forth instantly. Sword Principal Xianluo, Blast Rainstorm. This strike had the speed of the wind and force of a rainstorm. Clang! The two collided with each other as a bright light was emitted and lit up the entire sky. Jian Wushuang was absolutely confident in his own ability. He was at the second stage of 7th step in inverse cultivation. He had incredible amounts of divine power. combining that with the bloodline power of a 9-star ancient god and immemorial celestial body. He had terrifying fighting power. Even stage 3 great emperors like Demon King Qinyu, who grasped a little of rules of order, were still slightly weaker than Jian Wushuang, even back in his prime. Jian Wushuang used all his might and cast the strongest sword skill in sword principle Xian Luo. If Demon King Qinyu was the one facing this attack, he would probably be forced back, now that he was fighting the Emperor Beast. At that moment, boom! An overbearing power surged through his arms and forced its way into his body. This overbearing strength made Jian Wushuang retreat to steady himself. After he steadied himself, he looked at his numb hand, shocked. The power of the claw he had just attacked with was definitely comparable to that of Lord Fun. He had fought Lord Fun before. Lord Fun had strength far greater than him. At that point, he knew that Lord Fun was very close to peak stage 3, Great Emperor. The pressure this Emperor Beast had on him was even greater than Lord Fun. This Emperor Beast not only had comparable strength, but also a much quicker speed than Lord Fun. The exotic beast, which was 10 meters tall, disappeared again. Jian Wushuang's face darkened as he tried to use his soul power to locate the beast. At the same time, the 7 Hong Jun golden swords burst forth. Even though Jian Wushuang himself was much slower than the Emperor Beast, it was a completely different story for his 7 swords. The 7 swords turned into beams of golden light as they pierced the space and attacked the Emperor Beast. Right when the sword was about to collide onto the Emperor Beast, it shook weirdly to its left and right. The few shakes looked very casual. However, the 7 swords just passed through it without causing any damage. What? Jian Wushuang could not believe what he had just seen. Obviously, this Emperor Beast was not only fast, but extremely agile. Humph! Jian Wushuang grunted as the 7 Hong Jun golden swords turned around and retarget the Emperor Beast. His divine power boiled as he attacked the Emperor Beast immediately. He started a fierce battle with the beast. It was a brutal fight between man and beast. What was most dangerous about the Emperor Beast was its 2 blood-red claws. They were extremely sharp, and it felt like they could tear apart heaven and earth easily. The speed of the attacks was even faster than Jian Wushuang's fastest sword skill. Turned monstrous at one thought. He could not even react with 2 arms. However, he had 18 of them. This close combat ability together with his 7 Hong Jun golden swords empowered him to fight him head-on. Clang! 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 Metallic collision reverberated on the battlefield as the 2 fought. The surrounding ancient blood beast prone there and looked at the fight in awe. No one dared to step in. This fight belonged to Jian Wushuang and the Emperor Beast. Soon, Jian Wushuang and the Emperor Beast fought for 7.5 minutes. During this time, they crossed blades thousands of times during their crazy battle. Chapter 2161 Ancient Blood Tribe. Finally, Jian Wushuang and the Emperor Beast stopped. What a rush! Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling brightly, the Emperor Beast having fired him up. Indeed, it was an exhilarating battle for Jian Wushuang. He showed no restraint during the fight, demonstrating his full power. The Emperor Beast was tough as well. Although it had seemed that Jian Wushuang was on par with him during the fight, Jian Wushuang himself knew that he was at a complete disadvantage. That was despite Jian Wushuang having already obtained the authentic Hong Jun golden swords, holding the Emperor Beast down. If not for that, Jian Wushuang would have been completely crushed. The Emperor Beast's crimson eyes were dead on Jian Wushuang. The Emperor Beast was furious, as Jian Wushuang had killed many of his own people. But after the battle, he knew that he could not stop Jian Wushuang. He could not take down Jian Wushuang. Even if the entire ancient blood tribe had gathered together to resist him, the chances of actually stopping him were slim. Furthermore, he could no longer fight anymore. The ancient blood tribe was an extremely tyrannical tribe indeed. The tribe was extremely powerful in terms of strength, speed, and defense powers. But the tribe had weaknesses. If they had no weaknesses, there would not have been a B-class exotic beast tribe during the ancient era. The ancient blood tribe had one obvious weakness. They had no stamina. Beasts of the ancient blood tribe consumed a tremendous amount of strength whenever they fought. An ordinary ancient blood beast would only last 10 breaths, whereas the formidable ancient blood emperor himself could last no more than an hour. Half an hour had already passed, and he did not have enough strength. "Human!" the ancient blood emperor spoke. He spoke with a heavy human accent. He talked. But Jian Wushuang was not surprised. The ancient blood emperor's spiritual wisdom would have already been unlocked at that level of fighting power. Perhaps the limitations of being an exotic beast prevented him from taking a human form, but he could definitely speak the human tongue. "Human, you slaughter my people. What purpose do you have here?" Ancient blood emperor asked coldly. "Slaughtering your people." "They came for me. I had to make my move." Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. "This is my tribe's territory. Of course, we will exterminate all trespassers." The ancient blood emperor's voice was low. "According to the agreement between my tribe and you humans, no peak chaotic realm experts are allowed here. If you want to reach the blood emperor sanctuary grounds, you all need to make a detour. But you are a middle stage chaotic realm expert. Yet even I cannot defeat you. You have broken the agreement between the tribes. Human, you wish to start a war with the ancient blood tribe." Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted. He had learnt a lot from the conversation. Firstly, the Crimson Beasts were part of the ancient blood tribe. The ancient blood forbidden grounds belonged to them, and the ancient blood emperor was their leader. Secondly, the ancient blood tribe had reached an agreement with the 3 emperors world humans in the past, where the human great emperors were not allowed inside the tribe's territory. Thirdly, and most importantly, the ancient blood emperor had mentioned a certain blood emperor sanctuary grounds. Blood emperor sanctuary grounds? Jian Wushuang had never heard of it in the 3 emperors' worlds. But now he knew that if he wanted to reach the blood emperor sanctuary grounds, he would need to go through the ancient blood tribe territory. "Ancient blood emperor, I am not aware of the agreement. I did not even know of the existence of your tribe." "Of course. I have no intention of starting a war with you." Jian Wushuang smiled. He was speaking the truth. He had indeed never heard of the ancient blood tribe before entering their forbidden grounds. "If that is the case, please leave now and never step onto our grounds from this moment onward," the ancient blood emperor said. Jian Wushuang had slaughtered many of his people. If he could, the ancient blood emperor would not hesitate to kill Jian Wushuang there. Like just now, he had tried to kill Jian Wushuang without a word. But after a vigorous battle, he realized he could not take him down, even if the whole army was gathered there. Naturally, he had to let Jian Wushuang go. "You want me to leave?" Jian Wushuang touched his nose. "No rush. Ancient blood emperor, I have a question. Where are this blood emperor sanctuary grounds you speak of? Is it within the ancient blood forbidden grounds?" "You do not know of the ancient blood forbidden grounds." Ancient blood emperor's cold eyes glanced at Jian Wushuang. He was puzzled. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang had to be a leader amongst the human tribes, with his strength. Not only should he know about the place, he should be one of the few leaders of the blood emperor sanctuary grounds. But Jian Wushuang did not know about the agreement either. That made the ancient blood emperor suspicious of him. "I do not know where you come from. You have killed so many of my people, and yet you still want me to answer your questions? Scram, human!" the ancient blood emperor shouted. A horrifying aura was building up. The thousands of crimson exotic beasts beside the ancient blood emperor had their gaze dead on Jian Wushuang as well. As long as the ancient blood emperor ordered it, the beasts would tear Jian Wushuang up without hesitation. "Take it easy, no need to be angry," Jian Wushuang smiled. "I'm willing to compensate you for the people I slaughtered, but I still hope you will be willing to answer my question. If not what?" Ancient Blood Emperor asked coldly. If not, I'll not leave this place. I'll kill 100 of your men every single day. Let's see if you all can withstand that or not. Jian Wushuang smiled cunningly. You dare! The Ancient Blood Emperor immediately became furious. You want to try it out? Jian Wushuang asked. Chapter 2162, Compromise. Jian Wushuang had no grudges against the Ancient Blood tribe, and naturally he did not want to provoke them. But the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds, the Ancient Blood Emperor posed great importance to the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang needed to get to the bottom of it. Jian Wushuang had to be more forceful about it. The Ancient Blood Emperor remained quiet. The Ancient Blood tribe contained thousands of people, each of them comparable to a middle-stage chaotic realm expert. They had 9 peak chaotic realm experts as well. Coupling himself, a third-stage expert, the Ancient Blood Emperor's forces were formidable. Still, he had no confidence that he could slay the human in front of him. If the human indeed planned to slaughter his people every day, there would be nothing the tribe could do. The Ancient Blood Emperor could only make a compromise. Human, if I am not wrong, you are not friendly with the people at the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds, right? Ancient Blood Emperor asked. Indeed. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. HNGH, you humans do fight a lot, the Ancient Blood Emperor said coldly. I can bring you to the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds on the condition that you do not harm anyone in my tribe. Rest assured, as long as they do not initiate the attack, I will not do anything, Jian Wushuang smiled. Follow me. Without saying much, the Ancient Blood Emperor made his way deeper into the Ancient Blood Forbidden Grounds. Jian Wushuang followed. The Ancient Blood Emperor brought Jian Wushuang through miles and miles of forest, and after taking almost the entire day, they finally made it to the deepest part of the Ancient Blood Forbidden Grounds. That's where the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds are, Ancient Blood Emperor said. Jian Wushuang looked up to get a good look of the region in front of him. The region was masked by a thick crimson fog. What surprised Jian Wushuang was a thin crimson layer around the surrounding void. Without a doubt, that was a formation. There's a formation here. Could they be here? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Ancient Blood Emperor continued. The Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds were taken over by you humans a long time ago. Although our territory lies right beside the sanctuary grounds, we have made a pact to never step into your grounds, and vice versa. He could tell that the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds were indeed a gathering spot for human experts. There should be a space tunnel linking the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds and the outside domains. The 3 Emperor's world experts could access the Ancient Blood Forbidden Grounds without trespassing the Ancient Blood Tribe grounds. As the eternal chaotic world made its move against the 3 Emperor's world experts, the experts had escaped to the Ancient Blood Forbidden Grounds. A hidden space tunnel that led to the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds existed near the surrounding void. Jian Wushuang simply was not able to locate it, and instead stumbled his way into the Ancient Blood Tribe's grounds. The Ancient Blood Forbidden Grounds is the 3 Emperors' world's top forbidden grounds. I did not expect their experts to open up sanctuary grounds here. Jian Wushuang could not help but be amazed. He guessed that only the highest ranks and great emperors of the 3 Emperors' world knew about the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds. The Sir Gods and Emperor Gods most likely were unaware. Only after the raid on the 3 Emperors' world did their leaders decide to open the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds for the experts to hide. Now that I have found their hiding spot, the rest is easy. Jian Wushuang smiled and asked Emperor Jiu Qiao inside his Blood Mountain sword to report to Emperor Bai. The experts were indeed hiding at the Ancient Blood Forbidden Grounds. Emperor Bai was elated after receiving the news. Finally, we found it. Ancestor Tianqin heaved a sigh of relief. They had been searching frantically throughout the entire 3 Emperors' world for the remaining experts. At last, they had found it. Since the location had been made known, the next course of action was to send in the army. Jiu Qiao, let Jian Wushuang know that I will bring the eternal chaotic world army over to the ancient blood forbidden grounds. For before that can be done, he must settle it out with the ancient blood tribe. Emperor Bai glanced at Emperor Jiu Qiao. Understood. Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded. He relayed the message to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was in a dilemma. He knew that the eternal chaotic world army needed to go through the ancient blood tribe's territory in order to reach the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds. But if they ran into some friction with the ancient blood tribe, that was a tribe with a third stage great emperor, 9 first and second stages, and 1,000 emperor gods, even the eternal chaotic world forces would need to fight their way through. It would not be an easy fight. Ancient Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang looked towards the ancient Blood Emperor with a warm smile on his face. I have a favor I hope you would be gracious enough to grant me. My people will reach the ancient blood forbidden grounds soon. They will definitely need to pass by your grounds, so I hope you will do us a favor and grant us safe passage. Jian Wushuang said, Your people. Looks like another fight's about to break out within the ancient blood forbidden grounds, Ancient Blood Emperor said coldly. Yes, and it will be ugly, a fight to the death. Certainly, the ancient blood tribe wants nothing to do with the fight. Jian Wushuang smiled. Ancient Blood Emperor thought for a while and nodded. I will grant you a safe passage for your troops towards the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds. I don't want my people getting involved in this. I will get them to control themselves. My people will not spill any of your people's blood. I dare not promise about the people at the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds, however, Jian Wushuang said. Ancient Blood Emperor glanced at Jian Wushuang silently. Emperor Jiu Qiao, tell Emperor Bai to bring the forces in, Jian Wushuang instructed. Chapter 2163 Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds at the Imperial City. Once Emperor Bai and the rest were informed of the 3 Emperor's world experts' hiding spot. They made their preparations. Within 2 days, the eternal chaotic world army gathered once again. They headed straight for the ancient blood forbidden grounds. Kaiser Blood, located at the deepest part of the ancient blood forbidden grounds, was the first to sense the entry of the army. The eternal chaotic world army is here, Kaiser Blood said. They managed to find us in the end. Lord Fun and Demon King Qin, you were not surprised, however. They knew even though the ancient blood tribe and its ancient blood emperor were extremely formidable, they were not allies with the 3 emperors' world at the end of the day. It would be wishful thinking to assume the tribe would block Jian Wushuang for them. The army would eventually make its way towards the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds. It was simply faster than they had imagined. Kaiser Blood, how are your preparations going? Lord Fun looked over. It's almost done. We simply need to sacrifice the items mentioned in the plan, and it'll be done, Kaiser Blood said coldly. Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Lung Ruksha's eyes drooped. They knew what needed to be sacrificed. We have no choice. This is for our final objective, Kaiser Blood said coldly. Go, make your preparations. The eternal chaotic world's army will arrive soon. Under the dark void was Kaiser Blood sitting. He had a grin on his face, a grin so sinister that anyone that caught their eyes on it would feel shivers down their spine. Hee, the plan I've crafted for years is finally beginning. The ancient blood forbidden grounds were dangerous, but actually the only dangerous part of it was the ancient blood tribe. But after the ancient blood emperor's compromise, providing Jian Wushuang safe passage towards the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds, the eternal chaotic world army did not encounter any danger along the way, and swiftly arrived at its destination. The 3 emperors' world experts are hiding here. Countless eternal chaotic world experts had their eyes glued on the domain covered by a formation. Even with the formation's blockade, they could still feel a thick aura coming from within. Without a doubt, there were many experts hiding inside. Who would have thought they would hide at the top forbidden ground of the 3 emperors' world? Abysmal Saint Master sneered. Luckily, the Sword Emperor was able to convince the ancient Blood Tribe to step back. If not, it would have been extremely difficult for our troops to enter here. Red Dragon King laughed. The surrounding great emperors all looked towards Jian Wushuang in admiration. After countless battles, Jian Wushuang's status within the eternal chaotic world had risen to the very top. The great emperors were all sincerely convinced. Everyone, although we have found their hiding spot, we must remain vigilant, Jian Wushuang said. The three emperors' world's forces are no weaker than ours. Even though we scored a major victory at the Imperial City, they still have many experts and more. They were unprepared the previous time, but now will be different. It will be a tough fight for us. Hearing this, the surrounding great emperors all nodded, their faces ever so serious. Even though they had destroyed the three emperors' world forces in the previous battle, they dared not let their guard down. The battle was too important. If they lost, the eternal chaotic world would be finished. According to what I know, the Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds has a space tunnel linking to outside domains. The three emperors' world experts have definitely sensed our arrival, yet they have not left. From the looks of it, they wish for a final battle against us here, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds has been under the three emperors' world for the longest period of time. With the added formation, the grounds are not in our favor. But at this juncture, it is impossible for the three emperors' world forces to initiate the fight. In order to secure victory, we need to wipe out their entire forces once and for all, Ancestor Tianqin said. If that is the case, let us fight. Emperor Bei's voice sent out chills. Send the message, attack head-on, and destroy the formation. Soon soul power surrounded the entire eternal chaotic world army. In an instant, the many experts, great emperors included, made their move. Waves and waves of powerful attacks, though not amplified with special formations, attacked in the same direction. A terrifying howl was let out. Within the Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds, the three emperors' world experts had already gathered the moment the eternal chaotic world army had arrived. The three emperors' world forces were originally no weaker than the eternal chaotic world. But after the battle at the three emperors' world, along with the raid on the three emperors' world, they had suffered heavy losses. The experts that had gathered at the Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds totaled no more than 3,000. Less than 3,000 Sir God and Emperor Gods. There were only 20-odd great emperors. Their strengths could not be compared to the eternal chaotic world forces. As the terrifying howl was let out, the three emperors' world experts' faces turned serious. Have they started attacking the formation? Kaiser Blood stood at the top and watched the formation shake in front of his eyes. The elixirs I gave you all, consume them now. Chapter 2164 Final Battle. At the Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds, the 3,000-odd experts held red elixirs in their hands. The pill was given to them by Kaiser Blood. Each of them had one. Kaiser Blood had only mentioned that it would be effective during the upcoming battle, but did not describe the exact effects. As the battle was about to begin, they hesitated as Kaiser Blood commanded them to consume the elixir. What are you waiting for? Consume it now. A low roar came from Demon King Chinyu, along with a terrifying aura. The three emperors' world's experts froze. They were not sure what the elixir would do exactly, but some consumed the elixir immediately out of worship and trust of the three emperors. The rest followed. Even the 20-odd great emperors consumed the elixirs one by one. Seeing this, Kaiser Blood and Demon King Chinyu smiled with satisfaction. An unprecedented roar could be heard. The surrounding array around the Blood Emperor Sanctuary Grounds was extremely solid. Even a third-stage Great Emperor would have difficulty bringing it down. But now there were more than 4,000 eternal chaotic world experts attacking at the same time. Even without an attack superposition formation, a simple attack was already extremely formidable. After 2 waves, the array was about to collapse. Immediately, the third wave of attacks began. Pung! The array finally fell apart. Charge! Emperor Bai's grand voice echoed. Charge! Charge! The eternal chaotic world experts charged in like bees. The 3,000-odd three emperors world experts that had just consumed the elixir charged out as well under the leadership of the great emperors. There were a total of 7,000-odd almighties in the battle, of which more than 50 of them were great emperors. They had collided head-on in the blink of an eye. The final battle that determined the life and death of each other's worlds had finally broken out. Hahadai. Abysmal Saint Master had morphed into a dark beast. His boundless darkness covered nearly 1/5 of the battlefield. The endless darkness formed several sharp spikes and pierced almost 10 experts, killing them instantly. At the final battle, Abysmal Saint Master and the other great emperors no longer cared for their statuses and used their full power. They killed everyone in their way, regardless of if they were Sir Gods, Emperor Gods, or Great Emperors. The same was true of the three emperors world Great Emperor experts. Those great emperors tended to stick together on the battlefield. Not long after the Abysmal Saint Master charged into the battlefield, a beast-like bald man appeared in front of him. It was one of the second stage great emperors of the three emperors world, Lingzong. You. Abysmal Saint Master's eyes were fixated on Lingzong and smiled coldly. When I first saw you, I was only but a first-stage great emperor. Now, I have reached the second stage. Let's see how you handle me. After saying that, Abysmal Saint Master made his move. Suddenly, he was engaged in fierce combat with Lingzong. On other battlefields, Underworld God, Red Dragon King, King Qin Shing, Black Dragon Emperor, and other second-stage great emperors, along with many first-stage Eternal Chaotic World great emperors, were engaged in similar combat with the enemy great emperors. For the ordinary Sir Gods and Emperor Gods, their battle was even fiercer. Prepare the heaven-piercing arrows. Ancestor Tian Chen suddenly issued the order. 3 ballistae appeared at the edge of the battlefields, along with 10-odd almighties to load the arrows. In an instant, the 3 heaven-piercing arrows were launched. At an incredible speed, the arrows struck three emperors world great emperors. 2 great emperors were destroyed immediately. The other great emperor was left severely injured. Activate the Star God puppets. Prepare the dragon imprisoning formation. With Ancestor Tian Chen's command, the Eternal Chaotic World's trump cards were all used with the purpose of striking the 3 emperors' world where it would hurt the most. Of course, the 3 emperors' world forces had their own set of trump cards. They simply had no time to prepare during the previous battle. Now was different. Bloodbone Dragon, go! Howl! 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 A chain of ear-shattering roars could be heard from afar. 10 gigantic crimson dragons appeared, but only their exoskeletons could be seen. Then 10 gigantic crimson dragons each had a strong aura and had the fighting power of a great emperor. There were 10 dragons there. Destruction divine weapon, go! There were 3 loud bangs on the battlefield, and 3 behemoths descended from above. The 3 behemoths were in full black. They were human in black armor, holding black spears. They were extremely large and thousands of feet tall. An aura so strong it could destroy the heavens exuded from the trio. The destruction divine weapon was a weapon from the ancient era. Although the 3 divine weapons were of a low level, they minimally needed an early-stage chaotic realm expert to control it. Once controlled, the 3 destruction divine weapons possessed the second-stage great emperor powers, therefore able to counter Jian Wushuang, Bloodbone Dragon, Destruction Divine Weapon. The 3 emperors' world were throwing out their trump cards as well. In fact, they had had more trump cards, but they had lost them at the previous battle. They were no longer able to retrieve them from the imperial city. The decisive battle was fought intensely for days. The entire Blood Emperor Sanctuary grounds was in ruin. Even the ancient blood tribe's territory was affected. The aura released by many experts had already reached the ancient blood tribe's grounds. Fortunately, most of the tribe under the ancient blood emperor's lead were brought to the edge of the ancient blood forbidden grounds, so they were not involved in that dark war. The internal battles of humans can get really intense. Ancient Blood Emperor stood there, sensing the aura and might that came from the battlefield. Even he was taken aback. Chapter 2165-something. Not Rai at the void near the edge of the battlefield. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and ancestor Tianqin stood side by side. Jian Yi stood behind Jian Wushuang. The Three Emperors world has so many trump cards, not bad. Jian Wushuang looked at the three destruction divine weapons from afar and could not help sighing. This is even after we conquered the imperial city. Imagine what they could pull if we had not, Ancestor Tianqin said. The trump cards they possess now are comparable to ours, but ours beats them slightly. In terms of fighting strength, our side has the absolute advantage. Putting the trump cards aside, regardless of the Sir Gods and Emperor Gods battles or the Great Emperor level duels, the eternal chaotic world held the absolute advantage, and that advantage was increasing consistently. There was a significant gap in the quantity and quality of experts on both sides from the very beginning. If the fighting continued, they would take no more than half a day to decimate the Three Emperors' world forces. It is too early to say. The Three Emperors' world leaders have not made their moves yet, Emperor Bai said. In terms of the highest third stage fighting power, we are not as good as them. Ancestor Tianqin and Jian Wushuang nodded. Third stage, Great Emperor fighting powers, only Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang possessed that in the eternal chaotic world. On the other side, the Three Emperors world had Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Ba Su, making it 4 people. Among them, Kaiser Blood's strength was estimated to be close to Emperor Bai's, and Lord Fun was definitely stronger than Jian Wushuang. It would be easier to handle Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su. Kaiser Blood's methods are unfathomable. Even I do not have absolute confidence in winning. If we were to really fight, I'm afraid he alone could keep me busy, Emperor Bai said. If I put in my best, I could block Lord Fun and Demon King Qinyu together, but it'll be hard. Ba Su's the weakest. Jian Yi, could you block him? Jian Wushuang looked towards Jian Yi. Jian Yi himself was at pinnacle second stage fighting powers and an ancient era expert. I can try, Jian Yi said. We can think of ways to block these 4 third stage great emperors, but there is one more person besides them. Have you all realized? Emperor Bai asked. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned towards the void. A 5th figure stood there. In addition to Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Ba Su, there was one more person. It was a veiled woman with a perfect figure. Lung Rushue. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered with astonishing sharpness. His gaze fixated on the only woman amongst the others. That Lung Rushue seemed to have felt Jian Wushuang's gaze as well, and smiled at him. Something's wrong. Jian Wushuang's face sunk. What's wrong? Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin looked towards him. Don't you feel that the Three Emperors' world leaders are too calm? Jian Wushuang asked. Too calm. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin frowned and squinted at the leaders. Indeed, the leaders were very calm. All of them were indifferent, and one could not sense any form of anxiety from them. That's strange. The Three Emperors' world forces are about to lose at any moment. But they don't seem to be in a hurry. Ancestor Tianqin's eyebrows frowned. The battle concerned the life and death of the 2 camps. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, Ancestor Tianqin, and the rest were anxious to defeat their enemy. They only hoped to defeat them. But Kaiser Blood and the rest? It seemed like they were in no hurry at all. You mean they don't care that they were losing? Or perhaps they had another trump card, Jian Wushuang said. The Three Emperors' world had carefully planned and prepared for so many years, their methods unfathomable. Maybe they have other trump cards that could turn the tables around. We must be careful. Emperor Bai looked coldly. Tianqin, send a message. Get our army to be on their guard. Even the great emperors as well. Understood. Ancestor Tianqin nodded his head and said, Rest assured, even if they have other tricks up their sleeve, so do we. We still have 3 Emperor tokens unused. The Emperor token was crafted by him personally and contained a full blow. However, his power was too strong. The eternal chaotic world was simply unable to create a token that could contain his full blow. They could not even create one that could contain the full blow of a normal great emperor. Even if they managed to create one, there was still a high probability of failure within it. Therefore, there was almost no token with great emperor powers within the eternal chaotic world. The most they could do was to use some special treasures, sacrifice a great portion of great emperor divine power, and find another capable great emperor to guide the power. And only then could they barely create the token. Jian Wushuang had encountered similar attacks in the past, but it was nothing compared to the full blow of a great emperor. The fact that Emperor Bai was able to create the emperor token was due to the 10 high-level tokens he had found in ancient battlefields. He had spent a long time experimenting, finally creating 3. The remaining tokens were wasted and destroyed. The 3 emperor tokens are held by 2 great emperors and 1 pinnacle emperor god now. The 3 of them are separated into different corners of the battlefield as well, for them to use any time they need to, Ancestor Tianqin said. Good, Emperor Bai nodded, but Jian Wushuang's face was still cold. He felt that there was more behind the calmness of the 3 emperors' world leaders. Chapter 2166 Demon at the void near the edge of the battlefield. The 3 emperors' world leaders stood there indifferently, despite the position they were in. It is about time. The elixir should work now, Kaiser Blood murmured. It should start now, Lord Fin nodded. Their eyes contained a hint of expectation. At the center of the battlefield, HNGH. Abysmal Saint Master sneered and turned into a headless giant in an instant, surrounded by boundless darkness. The headless giant held a large black spear. Under the abysmal Saint Master's control, the black spear was thrown out. The void had been pierced to form a large hole, and terrifying power was heading for it. Scram! Abysmal Saint Master's opponent, the beast-like, bald man Ling Zong, had turned into a real beast by now. His eyes were bloodshot with frenzy as he held a battle axe in his hands. The battle axe struck down with a swing as if he were about to split the heavens. With a large bang, the black spear in the headless giant's hand started to fall apart. A great portion of the giant was reduced to darkness. What? Abysmal Saint Master was shocked. His abilities have improved? From the beginning of the battle, both had already demonstrated their full capabilities and were on par in terms of power. But now, Abysmal Saint Master could feel Ling Zong exerting greater pressure on him. Without a doubt, Ling Zong's power had risen compared to in the beginning. Next, die, die, die. Ling Zong swung his axe again and again in frenzy. The power from within the giant axe was rising as well. Abysmal Saint Master's face darkened, and he did his best to block his attack, but he was struggling at every passing moment. What is happening? He's getting more terrifying. And it was not just him. All the experts of the eternal chaotic world, including the great emperors, could feel their opponents getting stronger. What is happening? Their powers are getting stronger, but not naturally. They must have used a treasure or elixir. Damn it! That great emperor was getting hooped by me a moment ago. Now he's on par on me, perhaps even stronger. The battlefield was being riled up. At the edge of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and Ancestor Tianqin were watching. The change in the strength of the 3 emperors' world experts were all caught in their eyes. The strength of those experts has begun to improve. Not only the great emperors, even the normal Sir Gods and Emperor Gods have improved significantly as well. What is going on? Ancestor Tianqin yelled. From the looks of it, they must have consumed some sort of elixir. But they are almighty-level experts. Elixirs that can improve their powers in short periods of time are extremely rare. Furthermore, it seems like they all consumed it. But they did not consume any elixir in the battlefield. Emperor Bai frowned. Something's not right, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. What's wrong? Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin looked over. Their eyes, they seemed to be losing their sanity, turning into demons, Jian Wushuang said. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin immediately looked towards those experts and were stunned. Indeed, they saw it as well. The fighting power the experts were displaying was much more powerful than before, and it was not stopping. Yet the look in their eyes was increasingly menacing, obviously losing their sanity as their powers increased. Many people had completely lost it and were slaughtering each other. They could not differentiate friend from foe. At the center of the battlefield, die. A frenzied yell could be heard from far. A burly man whose eyes were completely red slashed his sword at the man beside him. He was attacking a fellow 3 Emperors world expert. Pooh! Blood was spattered. The victim's head flew straight off. This is the 2 eternal chaotic worlds, Sir Gods, completely froze. They're killing their own people. They've lost it. Crazy! Have they lost their minds? Indeed, many 3 Emperors world experts on the battlefield had lost their minds. They could not tell friend from foe, wantonly killing each other. Some were holding on, but barely. What is happening to me? The bald-headed man Ling Zong, as a second-stage Great Emperor, was able to keep his consciousness intact, but not for long. At that moment, he had the uncontrollable desire to slaughter everything in his path. The more he fought the urge, the faster the elixir's effects were stimulated. His sanity was disappearing rapidly. Even a second-stage Great Emperor cannot resist it. Abysmal Saint Master stood in front of Ling Zong, his eyes displaying a trace of pity. What a pitiful guy. Your leaders simply do not care if you live or die. Ah! A hysterical roar burst from Ling Zong's mouth. Second stage, Great Emperor Ling Zong had completely lost it. He swung his axe desperately towards Abysmal Saint Master. Under this state of madness, Ling Zong's abilities had improved significantly. His power was nearing pinnacle second stage. Die! 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 Crazy roars kept echoing around the battlefield. If even second stage Great Emperor Ling Zong had lost it, one could only imagine the other 3 Emperors world experts. A terrifying slaughter was about to begin. Chapter 2167 Self-Explosion. Emperor Bai, order our men to retreat immediately. Ancestor Tianqin yelled. It's too late. This battle is too intense, and our experts are spread out all over the place. It is impossible to retreat now. Jian Wushuang said. This was the deciding battle. One side had to die. Both sides were mentally prepared to fight till the end and defeat their enemies. The experts from both sides were spread out all over the battlefield. Under these circumstances, it was basically impossible for any expert to retreat unharmed. Furthermore, the experts from the 3 Emperors world had entered a demonic state. They could not differentiate friends from foes. They became even more powerful and attacked all they saw in a frenzy. Under the frenzied attacks, one would have to pay a huge price in order to back off. Jian Wushuang is right. It is too late to retreat. We should find a way to kill all of these demonic experts. They have entered a demonic state and cannot think properly. We will exploit the fact that they cannot differentiate friends from foes and make them fight amongst each other. Emperor Bai said coldly. Yes. Ancestor Tianqin nodded his head as he gave the order. They are so fast. Quick! Let's work together and defeat them. Let's not be so anxious about killing them. Keep our trump cards and let these demons fight amongst themselves first. We will clean up after they are weakened. Protect yourself well and do not act on impulse. Think clearly. The experts from the eternal chaotic world executed their plan immediately. The experts from the three emperors' world who had fallen into a demonic state were extremely powerful. However, they fought head-on without any technique, and so they were destined to die. On the other hand, the experts from the eternal chaotic world merely worked with each other to keep themselves safe. The best plan for them was to follow the demons to fight among themselves. On the battlefield, the experts from the eternal chaotic world worked together as one. Under their influence, the experts from the three emperors' world started to battle amongst themselves. The situation on the battlefield was once again under control. Is the situation finally under control? We shall wait for these demons to be severely injured. Then our men will attack and kill them all. Ancestor Tianqin heaved a sigh of relief. It might not be that easy. Jian Wushuang said as he shook his head. Emperor Bai, who stood beside him, looked grim. No matter if it was Jian Wushuang or Emperor Bai, they weren't looking at the battlefield. Both of them were looking at the leaders of the three emperors' world who were standing at the edge of the battlefield. What are they trying to do? Emperor Bai wondered. They are really evil and heartless to make their subordinate fall into this demonic state and kill others heartlessly. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as a unique emotion flashed across his eyes. This was because one of the few leaders of the three emperors' world was Lung Rushue. This is probably their trump card. Ancestor Tianqin said, there should be more than this. After all, there is no way they can win if they simply make their experts turned into this demonic state and try to kill other people. They must be up to something. Jian Wushuang muttered. Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, and Demon King Qin Yu simply stood there coldly as they watched their subordinates fight. The leaders of the eternal chaotic world are smart. They ordered their men to protect themselves and will wait till our experts get severely injured before cleaning up the battlefield. Kaiser Blood smiled. Humph, they think that's all there is to our plan? Lord Fun smirked in disdain. As time passed, the demonic experts started to get stronger. Their power became even more violent and crazy. This power filled the entire battlefield. What followed was boom, boom, boom. The entire space was basically a storm of energy after the explosions. The radius of the storm was so large that many experts from the eternal chaotic world were caught in it. In an instant, at least 10 experts were dead, and many others got severely injured. This scene made the experts from the eternal chaotic world turn pale. Self-explosion. These demons chose to cast self-explosion? Oh no! Watch out! Boom! 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 What followed were numerous explosions as the sound made nearly deafened people in the immediate vicinity. One would only cast self-explosion only when one knew that they were definitely dead and wanted to do the most damage to their opponents. This would cause them to release a terrifying amount of energy and destroy everything in the way. In reality, everyone here was in the chaotic realm. They were top-tier experts that had cultivated step by step until they got where they were today. Unless there was no hope left, who would be willing to cast self-explosion? Furthermore, the power of self-explosion would be around twice the power of their strongest attack. The power would not be concentrated, and the amount of damage it could deal was limited. No matter if it was in the eternal chaotic world or the three emperors' world, it was rare for an expert to cast self-explosion. However, the expert from the three emperors' world who entered the demonic state had chosen to cast self-explosion one by one. The amount of energy within these experts was at the peak as the diving power raged violently. This caused the power of their self-explosion to be 10 times more powerful. For example, when a Sir God cast self-explosion, the power level would be around that of a top-tier Sir God. In their demonic state, a Sir God's self-explosions would be equal to an Emperor God. If an Emperor God chose to cast self-explosion, it would reach the power level of a great emperor. If a great emperor cast self-explosion, that would be even more terrifying. There were around 800 experts from the three emperors' world. 10 of which were great emperors and hundreds of which were emperor gods. All of these experts had chosen to cast self-explosion under the demonic state. Devastating. Boom, 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 boom. The sound's explosion reverberated throughout the battle as divine power swept the entire battlefield. Those experts who were at the center of the battlefield were baptized by this wave of violent energy. Many shrill screams and yells could be heard everywhere around the battlefield. Chapter 2168 Tragic Death of Experts. At the edge of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and Ancestor Tianqin looked at the battlefield, which was covered in a violent storm of divine power, and listened to the occasional sounds of explosions. All they could do was stare angrily and helplessly. They wanted to go and save the experts, but they knew they wouldn't make it in time. This battlefield was far too large. A minimum number of experts could be saved even if they tried. Large numbers of experts from the eternal chaotic world started to die right in front of their eyes. Emperor God Zhu Xian. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and looked at him. Emperor God Zhu Xian had tried his best to break through into the realm of Great Emperor by paying a great price to enter the heaven-repairing palace, but he had failed in the end. After the battle started, Emperor God Zhu Xian fulfilled his promise and charged right at the front and fought in the center of the battlefield. 3 of the experts, very close to him, casted self-explosion. One of them was an ordinary Emperor God, one was close to the realm of Peak Emperor God, and the last was a Peak Emperor God. Emperor God Zhu Xian and another Emperor God died immediately under the power of self-explosion. On the other side, the Almighties from the lineage of Star had gathered together. Amongst them were familiar faces: Hall Master Gu Exen, Emperor God Jiuyin, Emperor God Xianwu, and his lineal disciple in the realm of Sir God were in the battlefield. They had formed a battle formation and were fighting on the battlefield. A nearby Emperor God, Sir God, and a great emperor who was not too far away all cast self-explosion together. Some of the energy affected them. Under the overbearing energy, their battle formation fell apart. Oh no! Jian Wushuang turned pale. After the battle formation fell apart, the overbearing energy swept towards the experts from the lineage of Star. Even though the experts from the lineage of Star had tried their best to defend against the energy storm, Emperor God Jiuyin, Emperor God Xianwu, and Hall Master Nian had died instantly. On the other hand, Hall Master Gu Exan and He Xiu had barely survived but were severely injured. Jiuyin, Nian, Xianwu. Jian Wushuang was devastated. All he could do was hold himself back. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin were also doing the same. The same scene happened everywhere across the battlefield. Large numbers of experts had died under the self-explosion of the demons. There were great emperors among them. There were many great emperors from the 3 emperors' world who went into the demonic state. When these great emperors cast self-explosion, even great emperors found it difficult to defend against it. Yen Zun. Jian Wushuang looked at a large man who had red skin. His holy body fell apart and died. That large man was one of the great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance, Yen Zun. After Jian Wushuang had broken through to the 7th step of inverse cultivation, had fought Yen Zun and severely beaten him up. They were both members of the Sanctuary Alliance and were allies. Now Yen Zun was dead. Master Wu. Jian Wushuang looked at another man. It was Master Wu. He was not originally part of the Sanctuary Alliance. After the eternal chaotic world fell into a crisis, he joined the Sanctuary Alliance without hesitation and fought alongside everyone else. Even though his performance was not the best in this battle, he had tried his best. However, one of the great emperors had cast self-explosion about 10 meters away. He took on about 90% of that power and died immediately. King Zhansong. Jian Wushuang trembled. Not just the Human Sanctuary Alliance, the Special Tribes Alliance too, were hit hard. King Zhansong was one of the 9-star ancient gods. Even though he had just broken through, He was extremely powerful given the natural advantage that ancient gods had. Now he was dead. Every famous great emperor had incredible power and was very difficult to kill. Under the self-explosion of hundreds of experts from the three emperors' world who were in the demonic state, almost everything was destroyed. It was difficult to defend against this overbearing momentum, even for great emperors. The cluster of self-explosions only lasted for a few seconds before it died down. The entire battlefield was left in a horrifying state. Violent divine power filled every single corner of the battlefield. It only started to dissipate after some time. Silence. The entire battlefield turned silent. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and Ancestor Tianqin all scanned the battlefield with their bloodshot eyes. At the start of the battle, the eternal chaotic world had had around 4,000 excerpts, while the three emperors' world had had around 3,000. But now, there were only around 2,000 experts left alive. Every single expert from the three emperors' world, including great emperors, had died. The Stage 2 great emperor, Ling Zong, had also died as he had used self-explosion. The remaining 2,000 experts were from the eternal chaotic world. Compared to the number they started with, half of them had died. The remaining 2,000 experts who had survived were all weak and severely injured. It seemed that they could die at any moment. No one was in prime condition. Even people like Abysmal Saint Master, Red Dragon King, Underworld God, King Qinxing, and Black Dragon Emperor, who were Stage 2 great emperors, were severely injured. The Black Dragon Emperor had already been injured before the battle. She had participated in the battle before Shed recovered and was not in a terrible state. The other great emperor from her clan had sadly died. Every great emperor was severely injured. Bastard! Emperor Bai trembled as he squeezed these two words out of his mouth. Damn it! Jian Wushuang shook with anger as a terrifying killing intent erupted. Both of them looked at the space that the leaders of the three emperors' world stood in. Not just them, but Ancestor Tianqin and the surviving experts from the eternal chaotic world looked up in anger. 5 people stood in that space. These 5 people were responsible for planning all this. Chapter 2169, Opposing Blood. Under the angry stares of the experts from the eternal chaotic world, the 5 people other than Ba, Su, looked cold. It seems that many people died. Kaiser Blood exclaimed as he gave a sadistic smile. The 3 emperors' world took so long to accumulate these experts. But now, Demon King Qin sighed lightly but looked indifferent. Back then, we sacrificed so much to create this world. It was to prepare for this day. Even though these experts died, they should be at peace since they fulfilled their purposes. Lord Fin said, "You guys are really cruel." Lung Rushiwa said as she scanned those 3 men. Cruel. Before you comment about us, think of who you really are. If your unique constitution was fully exploited, that destruction might be even greater than the one I have just caused. Kaiser Blood smirked. Lung Rushiwa squinted her eyes but said no more. All right, Kaiser Blood. Is the amount of blood qi sufficient after so many sacrifices? Lord Fin asked. Humph. It barely met the requirements. Kaiser Blood smiled. Hearing this, Demon King Qinyu and Lord Fin were elated. Looks like we can finally use that move. Lord Fin smiled coldly. On the other side, Jian Wushuang kept the expression of Kaiser Blood and friends in mind. When he saw the smile Kaiser Blood had on his face, he had a bad feeling about what was going to happen. What are these bastards trying to do? Jian Wushuang roared. To use a special method to cause his subordinates to turn into a demonic state so that they become stronger and killed more people. They would eventually die, unknowingly a painful death. This was an extremely inhumane act. At the same time, he knew that there had to be a reason why Kaiser Blood did that. There had to be more to it than just causing mass damage and pain to the army from the eternal chaotic world. There must be something else he was hiding or he was preparing. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin both looked dark as they also knew this. Right then, whoosh, Kaiser Blood finally moved in front of all the remaining experts. He took a few steps and appeared at the center of the battlefield. The experts from Eternal Chaotic World had already retreated to the Oyu Thankserts of the battlefield behind Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. On the battlefield, Kaiser Blood stood alone with his hands behind his back. He had a creepy smile. Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, do you still remember what I said to you inside the Imperial City? Kaiser Blood asked loudly. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai both raised their eyebrows. They definitely remembered what Kaiser Blood had told them. I said that I would prepare a surprise for both of you when we met again. How was it? Are the two of you happy with it? Kaiser Blood smirked. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai fell silent. Their killing intents started to rise. Kaiser Blood, let us not waste time on useless talk. Do what you planned on doing. Emperor Bai said coldly. Moves? Of course I have more up my sleeves. You will see soon enough. Kaiser Blood smiled playfully. The ground beneath him started shaking vigorously after he started laughing. What is this? The experts from the Eternal Chaotic World turned pale. What is happening beneath the ground? Jian Wushuang looked down as his soul power seeped deep into the ground. Soon he found the reason behind the shaking. Deep underground was a large, blood-red formation. This formation rose up slowly. It was originally thousands of feet underground. Now it was less than 1,000 and still on the rise. Not long after, it was less than 100 feet from the surface. When did this formation appear? Jian Wushuang wondered grimly. This is an extremely bizarre formation. I used my soul power to scan the entire Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds, including deep underground. I did not realize that this formation was there, Emperor Bai said coldly. Emperor Bai was an inverse cultivator and the strongest expert from the Eternal Chaotic World. His fighting power was mysteriously powerful. The strength of soul was even greater than that of Jian Wushuang. Even so, he had not sensed this formation when he had scanned the underground of the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds. The formation was well hidden. Hum! A loud hum came from underground as a large, blood-red formation emerged. This blood-red formation was saturated with blood qi. On closer look, this energy was in droplet form. No matter if it were Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, or any expert who was good with formations, they could not tell what formation this was. What is this formation? I have never seen it before. An emperor god who excelled in formation cried out. This formation doesn't seem dangerous, but why do I feel so agitated? This is no ordinary formation. Discussion was made by the experts from the Eternal Chaotic World. The experts from the Eternal Chaotic World started to take it seriously. Emperor Bai, do you know why I created a Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds here? Do you know why I picked this place as the location for the final battle? Kaiser Blood said out loud. Emperor Bai widened his eyes as he exclaimed, was it because of this formation? Smart. Allow me to introduce this formation. This formation did not originate from the ancient past or the Eternal Chaotic World. I created this formation after over the years. I had never thought of a suitable name, but now I have one for it. It will be called Opposing Blood Formation. Kaiser Blood smiled. Opposing Blood Formation? Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, and the remaining experts finally understood the origins of the formation. It was no wonder they could not recognize his formation. It had been created by Kaiser Blood not too long ago, and it did not even have a name. However, they still did not know what the formation was used for. From the looks of it, it did not look good. Chapter 2170 Golden Armor Emperor Bai looked at the blood-red formation coldly and muttered, I do not need to know what this formation does. All I have to do is destroy it. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly powerful aura started to erupt. At this moment, he took a step out. Boom! An endless ocean of golden divine power surged out and covered the entire sky. The battlefield turned into a large golden divine power sea. Emperor Bai was located at the center of this ocean as a 10,000-foot tall golden shadow appeared behind him. The giant golden shadow hovering over the battlefield was majestic and made people feel dread when looking at it. Within moments, Emperor Bai appeared in front of the blood-red formation. He clenched his fist and harnessed the power of the endless divine power sea within his hands. Haha, Emperor Bai, do you wish to destroy the formation? You'll have to pass me first. Kaiser Blood laughed as he blocked Emperor Bai before he could attack the formation. I shall kill you first. Then I will destroy the formation, Emperor Bai said in a dominant way. Emperor Bai punched his fist, which was encompassed in divine power, at Kaiser Blood. This punch immediately made a gigantic hole in the sky. The aura was so terrifying that the experts from the eternal chaotic world widened their eyes. As the most powerful man from the eternal chaotic world, how strong could Emperor Bai? They were seeing it with their own eyes. The aura really is terrifying. If that is the case, a flash of seriousness went across Kaiser Blood's eyes as he pointed with his finger. Instantly, a large amount of blood-red light surged as a giant statue of a divine demon appeared. This statue was even larger than the golden shadow behind Emperor Bai. It radiated an ancient aura. A few deep bell sounds were heard as the hands of the statues moved. One hand turned into a fist, while the other hand turned into a palm. The blood-red fist, which contained an enormous amount of power, dropped from the sky as it punched out. It felt like it could destroy everything in its way. The palm turned large as it covered the entire sky, including the divine power sea. The fighting power of Kaiser Blood was clearly seen there. In the air, Emperor Bai collided with the large statue head-on. Boom! 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 9 loud collisions were heard. Each of these collisions made the divine power and the blood-red energy explode outwards in all directions. These energies turned into a storm that strangled everything in its way. At the center of the storm, where the 2 men fought, the space turned into nothing. An area of void was formed. In that void, 2 figures stood tall. The aura of Emperor Bai was still overpowering. The golden light from the golden shadow became even brighter as the dense divine power sea surged even more. As for Kaiser Blood, his gigantic statue was much less intimidating compared to Emperor Bai. You are worthy of being called the strongest man in the eternal chaotic world. I have already displayed the fighting power of a top-tier stage-grade emperor, but I still lost to you despite you having weaker understanding of rules of order. It must be because of your incredible inverse cultivation. Kaiser Blood smiled. Emperor Bai did not speak as he looked at the blood-red formation behind Kaiser Blood. During the short exchange of blows with Kaiser Blood, the aura that radiated out affected the formation. However, the formation was completely unaffected. It seemed like the formation could not be destroyed with just the aura emitted during a fight. Emperor Bai, you must really want to destroy this formation, but you will not be able to do it. Even though I am weaker than you, I can still stop you from doing what you want. Kaiser Blood mocked. Is that the case? Emperor Bai raised his eyebrows. At that moment, the divine power sea started to collapse on itself and covered Emperor Bai. His body started to grow to 100 feet tall. His large body was surrounded by a thick layer of golden light. This golden light was like extraordinary golden armor. The moment it appeared, the overpowering aura Emperor Bai had started to skyrocket once again. Golden armor? This is the 9-star armor from one of the secret skills that the 7-star Black Sect had. You successfully cultivated this secret skill? Furthermore, you cultivated the golden armor scripture. Even Kaiser Blood was shocked when he saw the golden armor that Emperor Bai was wearing. He was originally an expert from the ancient past. He had participated in the great battle of the ancient past and was very knowledgeable about secret skills. On the ancient battlefield, there were countless experts. However, the main character of that battle was Seven-Star Black Sect. Seven-Star Black Sect had been one of the superpowers from back in the ancient past. This kind of superpowers had many extremely powerful secret skills. The secret skill of Seven-Star was a famous secret skill. This secret skill of Seven-Star was only one of most powerful secret skills the sect had. Nine-Star Armor was another secret skill on par with secret skill of Seven-Star in terms of power level. It was one of the secret skills that could make the experts from the ancient past go crazy. It was a pity that this secret skill was incredibly valued by the leaders of the sect. Besides some core disciple, no one had the chance to learn it. There was no talk at all about this skill, as it was kept top secret. However, Emperor Bai had managed to successfully cultivate 9-star armor and reach the level of golden armor scripture, which was high level. Humph! I want to see if you can still stop me. Emperor Bai grunted as his battle power reached a whole new level. If his power level had been between stage 3 and stage 4 previously, his power level now was definitely of a stage for Great Emperor. Fight! Emperor Bai roared in anger as he continued the attack. No matter his aura or momentum, both reached an even higher level. Seeing this, Kaiser Blood turned pale. In the space not too far away, Lord Fin squinted his eyes before charging into battlefield to assist Kaiser Blood. Chapter 2171 Rematch with Demon King Chinyu. Emperor Bai was in golden armor and stood there in the space in front of the blood-red formation. He had reached the fighting power of a stage for Great Emperor. He displayed his terrifying combat power and suppressed everything around. It was extremely difficult for Kaiser Blood to stop Emperor Bai alone. Hence, Lord Fin had stepped up to help him. Lord Fin was surrounded in a special aura which allowed it to have peak stage 3 Great Emperor fighting power. It seemed that he had cast a secret skill which allowed him to stop Emperor Bai together with Kaiser Blood. Even though Emperor Bai was powerful, he could not spare any attention to attack the opposing blood formation. The opposing blood formation was running slowly as its radius increased slowly. Jian Wushuang and everyone around noticed this. Emperor Bai was stopped. We need to find a way to stop the opposing blood formation. Ancestor Tianchen said. Tianchen, do you still have the Emperor token? Jian Wushuang asked. Emperor token? Ancestor Tianchen was stunned. The Emperor token that contained the power of an attack by Emperor Bai? We used 2 just now to save some lives against the experts from 3 Emperor's world who went into the demonic state. We are only left with 1. Ancestor Tianchen said, Pass me the last Emperor token. Jian Wushuang said, Roger. Ancestor Tianchen nodded his head. The final Emperor token was passed to Jian Wushuang. Be careful, Ancestor Tianchen warned. Yes, all of you should take this time to recover. Jian Wushuang said. Abysmal Saint Master, Ancestor Tianchen, Underworld God, and the remaining experts nodded their heads. Even they as great emperors were severely injured after the self-destruction of the great emperors from the 3 emperors' world. Even though they had already drunk elixirs, it was impossible to reach their peak again in a short period of time. However, their peak fighting power was not needed. All that was needed was their normal fighting power. There were more than 2,000 experts and several great emperors. A stage 3 great emperor also could not stop so many experts if they allied together. Jian Wushuang held the Emperor token in his hand and felt the terrifying power inside. Jian Yi, let's go. Jian Wushuang moved. Jian Yi followed him closely. Both of them speeded forward. They were not headed to the battlefield Emperor Bai, Kaiser Blood, and Lord Fin were in. They skirted the area and headed for the opposing blood formation. The opposing blood formation was their target. Even though Jian Wushuang did not know where the formation originated or its functions, He was becoming more and more uncertain as the opposing blood formation continued to run. No matter what, this opposing blood formation had to be destroyed. Right when Jian Wushuang moved, Demon King Qinyu rushed over immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures burst forth. They were Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su. Lung Rushue stood there motionless and was not moving. Jian Wushuang, if you want to destroy the formation, you will have to pass through me. Demon King Qinyu yelled as he attacked Jian Wushuang. Ba Su stared at Jian Wushuang with emotions raging through his eyes. He wanted to kill Jian Wushuang as badly as Demon King Qinyu did. Jian Wushuang ordered Jian Yi to stop them immediately. Your opponent is me. Jian Yi stopped Ba Su in his tracks and said coldly, "A mere stage 2 great emperors dares to stop me? Die!" Ba Su yelled as he started his fight with Jian Yi. Jian Yi used all of his might to stop Ba Su. In terms of realm, he was at a disadvantage. Ba Su was a legitimate stage 3 great emperor. Even though he had barely made it into stage 3 and was not powerful compared to his peers, he was still much stronger than any stage 2 great emperor. On the other hand, Jian Yi was just a peak stage 2 great emperor. However, Jian Yi came from the ancient past and knew certain special techniques. He could not be compared to any stage 2 great emperors. Even though he was completely suppressed by Ba Su, if it was not possible to kill within a short period of time. Jian Yi kept Ba Su occupied as Jian Wushuang focused his attention on Demon King Qinyu. Jian Wushuang, you will not advance anymore since I am here. Demon King Qinyu erupted in size as 8 arms grew out of his body. Each of his arms held a different type of divine weapon. What a joke! Jian Wushuang mocked Demon King Qinyu. The first time he fought Demon King Qinyu, Demon King Qinyu was far stronger than him. All he could do was to run away. The second time they fought at the Heaven Repairing Palace, he was only at a slight disadvantage. He was slightly stronger than Demon King Qinyu when they fought at the Imperial City for the 3rd time. But now this was their 4th time. Jian Wushuang had managed to control the legitimate Hong Jun Golden Sword and hence was even stronger than before. Furthermore, he no longer needed to hide certain techniques and could use them. Piss off! Jian Wushuang yelled as he cast Blast Rainstorm using his Blood Mountain sword. As the sword light appeared, the 7 Hong Jun Golden swords burst forth at the same time. 7 golden beams flew incredibly quickly, and each had the power of an attack by a stage 3 great emperor. Demon King Qinyu swung one of his arms and just managed to block the sword lights. Right then, the 7 Hong Jun Golden sword appeared in front of him. Humph! Demon King Qinyu grunted as all of his arms swung the weapons they were holding outwards. Clang! 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 Following 7 loud collisions, the terrifying force pushed Demon King Qinyu back. This brat, did the power of his Hong Jun Golden swords really get stronger? Demon King Qinyu knitted his eyebrows and thought. In the next moment, the 7 Hong Jun Golden swords which he had deflected away trembled in midair before they dashed towards him once again. The speed was the same as before. Damn it! Demon King Qinyu cursed. He knew about the power of the Hong Jun Golden swords. They were incredibly fast and powerful. He knew clearly that Jian Wushuang could beat him in a head-on fight just by using these 7 swords. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang possessed incredible close combat abilities and swordsmanship. Chapter 2172 Golden Light Scripture Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 7 Hong Jun Golden sword turned into golden light and striked out at its target once more. Jian Wushuang fully used his sword principle combined with the terrifying speed and power of the Hong Jun Golden sword. This completely suppressed Demon King Qinyu. He tried his best to fight back, but realized he could not even take a breather as the 7 June golden sword attacked him over and over again. Jian Wushuang had a cold look. During the battle, he was paying close attention to the changes in Demon King Chinyu. About there, a flash of intense emotions flashed across Jian Wushuang's eyes. Immediately, he slashed out once again with his sword. Demon King Chinyu used a bat in one of his hands to block this sword. Right when he deflected the sword, he realized that Jian Wushuang's eyes had released an eerie light. Within Jian Wushuang's body, the soul-swallowing pearl that he had refined long ago started to churn crazily. A surging soul power gathered and was amplified by the soul-swallowing pearl before it burst forth towards Demon King Chinyu. All he saw was a bolt of golden light flying towards him. This flash of golden light was not made of Hong Jun golden sword. It was the result of Jian Wushuang channeling his soul power to cast a soul attack secret skill. Jian Wushuang used the soul attack secret skill he had received from Emperor God Zhu Xian. 3 divine lights. 3 divine lights was separated into 3 scriptures: golden light scripture, foggy light scripture, and nether light scripture. Jian Wushuang cast a single target secret skill from the golden light scripture. This beam of golden light was too fast and originated too close to Demon King Chinyu. Even Demon King Chinyu found it difficult to react to the attack. By the time he reacted, the golden light had entered his body. This is soul attack. Demon King Chinyu turned pale. He never knew that Jian Wushuang could cast soul attack. This was normal. Ever since Jian Wushuang became an almighty, he had never casted any soul attack. Even after his soul power had skyrocketed after refining the soul-swallowing pearl and obtaining powerful soul attack secret skill, he had hidden it carefully. It was because a soul attack at the Great Emperor level could turn the tide of any battle. Jian Wushuang had planned to cast his soul attack secret skill on the masses and kill many of the experts from the 3 Emperors' world in order to gain an advantage for his own forces. He had not expected that the experts from the 3 Emperors' world would enter the demonic state and start killing everything around them crazily. His soul attack had no use at all. Now that all of the ordinary almighty from the 3 Emperors' world and Great Emperors were dead, there was no longer the need for him to hide his soul attack secret skill anymore. Hence, he cast it straight away. Back when Jian Wushuang had been refining the soul-swallowing pearl, his soul power had skyrocketed and reached the peak of a Stage 1 Great Emperor. He could even threaten Stage 2 Great Emperors with his soul attacks alone. After he returned to Sanctuary Alliance, he had continued to take in different types of elixir and other treasures, allowing his soul power to reach the level of a Stage 2 Great Emperor. His soul attack now was completely unmatched. Is that a holy object? At the same time that Jian Wushuang cast his soul attack, Basu was shocked before turning devious. Bastard! This brat managed to refine the holy object? How is this possible? How can he refine the holy object in such a short amount of time? Ba Su looked at Jian Wushuang incredulously. The soul attack Jian Wushuang had cast contained the aura of the soul-swallowing pearl that had originated from the Sky-Swallowing clan. Under the sudden intrusion by the golden light, Demon King Chinyu found it extremely difficult to defend against the soul attack. He stopped in midair and trembled. His face was twisted with excruciating pain. Jian Wushuang took this chance and headed towards the opposing blood formation. Demon King Chinyu could not stop him this time. This formation poses a great threat to the forces of the eternal chaotic world. Let me destroy it. Jian Wushuang thought as a terrifying sword essence was felt. This sword essence was utmost and upmost. Right then, he morphed into an emperor. He held the emperor's sword. Instantly, sword light rained down on the formation. Emperor sword principle, second style. Boom! The terrifying sword light struck the blood-red formation under the clear view of the experts from the eternal chaotic world. Immediately, the large amounts of sword light collided with the formation and tried to twist it into powder. Moments later, the sword light dissipated. When everyone looked over again, they realized the formation had merely stopped running for a moment before continuing expanding. My attacks are useless? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, unsurprised. This opposing blood formation had taken Kaiser blood a very long time to create. He had sacrificed the lives of many experts just to get the formation running. When it finally started to run, he knew it would be extremely difficult to stop the formation. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and shattered the Emperor's token in his hands. Once the Emperor token shattered, the limitless energy burst forth towards the formation under the guidance of Jian Wushuang. Boom! It felt like the world was ending. The terrifying power impacted the opposing blood formation continuously. The aura was many times stronger than the second style of Emperor Sword Principle. Emperor Token had been handmade by Emperor Bai. The power within the Emperor Token was equivalent to one attack by Emperor Token. An attack by Emperor Bai was clearly much stronger than an attack by Jian Wushuang. The aura continued to spread in all directions. Around the battlefield, the experts from the eternal chaotic world, including Jian Wushuang himself, stared into the blood-red formation. Everyone had hope in their hearts. Will this formation be destroyed? Jian Wushuang thought grimly. Hum! A long hum was heard as the aura and divine power dissipated, and everyone could see the space once again. In space, the opposing blood formation was still running. It seemed that an attack from Emperor Bai had not managed to disrupt the running of this formation. Chapter 2173 Blood. Red, it failed. Looking at the perfectly running formation, the experts from the eternal chaotic world fell silent. Jian Wushuang also knitted his eyebrows and did not want to believe what he was seeing. Right then, Jian Wushuang. A loud yell came from the surrounding space. It was Demon King Qinyu, who had managed to break free from the soul attack and appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Demon King Qinyu's eyes were burning with anger as he roared at Jian Wushuang. Brat, if it weren't for the restrictions this heaven and earth has on my soul power, do you think your soul attack could affect me? He was one of the remaining experts from the ancient past. His realm was far above the chaotic realm. However, due to the restrictions the heaven and earth had, his power had been restricted to that of an ordinary peak great emperor. The restrictions this heaven and earth had was not just on power. It also had restrictions on the soul power and holy body. This was why Emperor Bai could hurt him and Jian Wushuang could affect him with a soul attack. If he had been at his prime, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang could not have done any harm to him even if he just stood there. Demon King Qinyu stared at Jian Wushuang angrily, while the latter did not even bother to look at him. Jian Wushuang was still staring at the opposing blood formation. Even the attack from Emperor Bai himself could not affect this opposing blood formation. The only way possible to destroy this formation was to allow Emperor Bai to attack this formation with full force, without any distractions. However, Emperor Bai was preoccupied by Kaiser blood and Lord Fun. He cannot focus on the formation. If I use that move, I might be able to destroy the formation. But that move, Jian Wushuang thought grimly. He had several trump cards. One of the trump cards was the secret skills of Star Palace. He had managed to cultivate the third scroll of secret skills of Star Palace. He could make his attacks 1,000 times stronger. With his current power level, he could destroy the formation if he used the secret skills of Star Palace and Emperor Sword Principle, as this would enable his attacks to be even more powerful than those of Emperor Bai. However, he had just used secret skills of Star Palace not too long ago. He had used the secret skill back at the Imperial City within the Three Emperors world. That was about 100 years ago. It was not easy to cast secret skills of Star Palace, especially the third scroll. He needed 1,000 years before he could cast the same secret skill again. Within the short 100 years, he had yet to recover much star power, hence was unable to use this secret skill. Hence, this was not a possibility anymore. On the other side of the battlefield, Emperor Bai, Kaiser Blood, and Lord Fin stopped fighting. Kaiser Blood and Lord Fin were not in good condition. On the other hand, Emperor Bai was still ready to go. Jian Wushuang? This Brett really has many trump cards. He has already displayed many techniques and skills. I never thought he would still have the soul attack trick up his sleeve. Even Demon King Qin, you could not fend it off in a short amount of time. Kaiser Blood turned and looked at Jian Wushuang. Luckily, the opposing blood formation absorbed so much blood qi from the experts that it became very sturdy. He does not possess the ability and power to destroy the formation. He almost ruined my plan. Emperor Bai looked dark. He kept everything Jian Wushuang did in mind. Jian Wushuang had done everything almost perfectly. He had cast Soul Attack at the right time and created a chance for him to attack the opposing blood formation. However, when he saw that the attack from the Emperor token he had created causing no damage to the formation, his heart sank. Kaiser Blood, what are you trying to do? Emperor Bai yelled. Do you want to know? Very well, I shall let you see. The formation is about ready. Time to start. Kaiser Blood laughed coldly. It's starting. Lord Lung and Demon King Qin, you looked excited. Ha! Opposing blood formation. Start! Kaiser Blood laughed as his voice reverberated through the battlefield. Under his guidance, the formation started to rise and float towards the sky above. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's heart sank as he felt even more uncertain of what was about to happen. Sadly, he could not do anything about it. There was no way he could stop the opposing blood formation. Even Emperor Bai was helpless in this situation. Emperor Bai had already attacked, but Kaiser Blood and Lord Fin stopped him together. The experts from the eternal chaotic world were all weak and had almost no fighting power in them. All they could do was watch the opposing blood formation rise up into the sky. Finally, the opposing blood formation reached the top of the sky. Within moments, it fused with the sky. This formation fused with heaven and earth. The experts were all confused. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows tightly. When he used his mountain river map, it was too fused with heaven and earth. However, this formation was completely different from the mountain river map. After this opposing blood formation fused into the heaven and earth, it completely disappeared, only leaving a small, blood-red vortex in the middle of the sky. Just when everyone was confused, from the small vortex, a surging blood-red light swept out in all directions. This blood-red light was like an endless river as it spread out in all directions. Within moments, the entire sky of the Blood Emperor Sanctuary grounds was completely covered, but the spreading did not stop. This was not the end. In fact, this was just the beginning. The blood-red river did not face any obstructions as it spread to all the territories and regions outside of the Blood Emperor Sanctuary ground. 3 Emperors World, 12 states, 84 God Mansion, and 3,300 territories. How far and wide could it spread? As the river spread, every single territory, region, and state was covered by it. Within moments, this river filled every corner of the 3 Emperors World. The entire 3 Emperors World turned blood red. Chapter 2174 Frenzy, Under the Crimson, lie the sudden change of events, rocked the entire 3 Emperors World. What is happening? The sky turned red. Crimson light covers the sky. This is not a good sign. Countless 3 Emperors World cultivators looked up towards the sky. The sky was completely blanketed in a layer of crimson light, as if it were wearing a red robe. The crimson light was extremely seductive as well. Within the Blood Emperor Sanctuary grounds, the chap's crimson light covered the entire 3 Emperors World. What is this Kaiser Blood thinking? Ancestor Tianqin said. The Eternal Chaotic World Army had purged a bulk of the 3 Emperors World. but many of their experts remained to watch what had happened. He knew firsthand about the crimson light covering the entire Three Emperors world. Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang's faces were darkened at the sight of it. They were increasingly uneasy. For that Kaiser blood, with that devious smile of his, no one knew what he was thinking. "Ha, the slaughter commences," Kaiser Blood said coldly. Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang's face darkened. The two of them looked around their surroundings, but did not notice any difference. But somewhere within the Three Emperors' world, at a village deep in the mountains of a normal domain, a braided girl, aged around 11 or 12, was staring at the sky above her. "Daddy, look, the sky changed color, it changed color," the little girl said. A plain-robed, middle-aged man walked out of the hut behind the girl, puzzled by what she was looking at. "What is this?" the middle-aged man murmured. His gaze started to change. At that moment, the girl beside him turned and bit the man's torso. The middle-aged man could not avoid it. A chunk of his flesh was bitten off. "Hunger, what are you doing?" the middle-aged man shouted in pain. And then he realized his daughter's face was completely twisted. Her bright eyes were no more, for they had turned bloodshot, full of mania. She pounced on the middle-aged man once again, as if she had lost her mind. The middle-aged man's pupils were turning crimson red as well. Not long after, the man started fighting to the death with his daughter. Soon, he had killed the girl with his own bare hands. Afterwards, the frenzied man pounced on others. He had lost his mind, and it was not just him. The entire village had lost their minds. They were slaughtering each other. They had completely lost their sanity, slaughtering everyone at sight. The once peaceful village was now bleeding. At another prosperous domain. The domain contained many families. The strongest of them was the Duan Mu family. The Duan Mu family had many experts, almost 20 chaotic realm experts. But as the battle between the eternal chaotic world erupted, the chaotic realm experts had all lost. All that remained were the real gods and sector gods. Even the chaotic real gods were gone due to the eternal chaotic world's raid. The experts of most families were now generally eternal real gods. Despite that, the Duan Mu family was still regarded as the king of the domain. At that very moment, the real gods of the Duan Mu family had gathered to watch the sky above. "Something's wrong," the purple-robed elder murmured. The purple-robed elder was a pinnacle eternal real god, now considered the strongest within the family. "Not the sky. Something's wrong with that crimson light," another eternal real god beside him murmured. Suddenly, "My lord! My lord!" A panicked void real god rushed over. The void real god's eyes were bloodshot. "What happened?" the purple-robed elder frowned. "My lord, the clan is in a mess. The disciples have started slaughtering one another. Many of them are already dead," the void real god said. "What?" The purple-robed elder and others were taken aback. "Come, let's go see," he said. But by the time the purple-robed elder reached the scene, he drew a cold breath. Duan Mu family was in a bloodbath. Countless disciples, including the servants, were engaged in the slaughter. The slaughter saw no friend nor foe. Everyone was simply killing one another. There were several Duan Mu disciples that charged towards them as well. "They've all gone mad," the purple-robed elder was bawling. His eyes were turning red as well. At that moment, the void real god that had delivered the message had turned as well. Without hesitation, he charged towards the elder. "Damn it!" The purple-robed elder had made his move as well. As the Duan Mu family real gods entered the battle, the slaughter only turned more intense. All the Duan Mu family real gods had fallen, including the purple-robed elder. They were surrounded by endless slaughter. It did not just happen to the Duan Mu family, but every single corner of the Three Emperors' world. The crimson light covered the entire Three Emperors' world. Under the crimson light, every single domain and cultivator under the Three Emperors' world had lost their sanity and joined in the slaughter. The crimson light was glaring, which made it even more attractive. The three emperors' world, under the crimson light, had instantly turned into a hell on earth. Chapter 2175 Hell on Earth. Insane. They have lost their minds. The three emperors' world people have all lost it, killing everyone in sight. There are so many dead. Countless cultivators in my city have slaughtered each other. All are dead. The messages were being sent to Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai as soon as they could. With the crimson light covering the three emperors' world, countless cultivators, real god or sector god, could not resist it. Being powerful simply slowed the time of transformation. But the crimson light barely affected the Almighties, and the Almighties of the three emperors' world were not affected either. But they saw what the three emperors' world experts had done. Assholes! Emperor Bai shouted. Worse than dogs. Jian Wushuang had his eyes dead on Kaiser blood. He had never wanted to kill another so badly in his life. He had already witnessed Kaiser blood sacrificing all those experts for his own personal objective, activating the opposing blood formation. That alone disgusted Jian Wushuang and the others. But what Kaiser blood was doing outdid everything else. Previously, he was only targeting the chaotic realm and above experts. But now Kaiser blood's claws have stretched to all the cultivators within the three emperors' world. Most of them were weak, innocent cultivators, but there were millions and millions of them. Amongst the normal cultivators were newly born infants and strong-willed youths. Even Jian Wushuang treated the enemy with mercy, only taking out the high-level experts of the three emperors' world. The eternal chaotic world had no intention of attacking anyone below chaotic real God. Even the enemies treated them with mercy. But, as the leader of the three emperors' world, Kaiser blood's actions had sincerely enraged Jian Wushuang and the others. With the crimson light covering the three emperors' world, countless cultivators were slaughtering each other. The three emperors' world had turned into a hell on earth. Such demonic measures. If I took down Kaiser blood now, would the formation stop? Jian Wushuang asked. No way. Emperor Bai shook his head. The formation is already in place. The cultivators have all turned into demons. Even if we took down Kaiser blood now, there would be no way to save the cultivators anymore. Nothing would change even if the formation stopped. Furthermore, it was easier said than done, taking down Kaiser blood. If Emperor Bai could have, he would have done it already. If I had destroyed the opposing blood formation earlier, Jian Wushuang's face sunk in despair. He had tried his best, but despite all efforts, he had failed. Emperor Bai took a deep breath, but he was much calmer than Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai was an expert from the first era. He had seen much worse than Jian Wushuang. He had witnessed too many disasters in his lifetime. When the first era collapsed, countless cultivators fell. That was much scarier than what was happening in the three emperors' world. Emperor Bai had seen it all. Even though he felt pity for what was happening in the three emperors' world, it was no more than that. In front, Kaiser blood, Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, Lung Rushua and Ba Su stood side by side. Amongst the five, Kaiser blood, Lord Fun and Demon King Qinyu had no pity for the cultivators of the three emperors' world at all. Lung Rushua had that wicked smile on her face still. Ba Su was petrified, however, and he even regretted joining the three emperors' world forces at that moment. Even though the three emperors' world made him more powerful, the things Kaiser blood and the rest had done scared him. Kaiser blood, how is the progress? Lord Fun asked casually. It is going as expected. No cultivator below chaotic realm can resist it, and have all started slaughtering each other. The more they slaughter, the more blood chi they offer to me. About 30% of the cultivators have died already. Kaiser blood was smiling deviously as if the 30% were no more than ants to him. 30%? How's the blood chi then? Lord Fun followed. Not bad. Once they all die, the blood chi should be enough, Kaiser blood said. The opposing blood formation was a sinister formation he had spent ages crafting. The energy source of the formation was boundless blood chi. How had he gained it? From the endless slaughter of others. When the cultivators of the three emperors' world self-destructed, the blood chi he gained from them helped him to get the formation working. But that was only the beginning. If Kaiser Blood wanted to truly activate the formation, he needed much more blood chi. That was how the Crimson Light had started to cover the entire Three Emperors world. The endless slaughter brought boundless blood chi for the formation. 40%, Kaiser Blood said. That was only a moment after. It only took a moment of time to turn from 30 to 40%. How many millions of cultivators had died in that instant? How terrifying was that speed? Die. Only one word came from his mouth. So much rage and anger could be felt from within his sentence. Kill them all! Jian Wushuang was equally pumped up. They could not stop the formation, but they would not stand back. Chapter 2176, a little more. Another great battle had begun. The battle was not only fought by Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai and Jian Yi. After composing themselves, the eternal chaotic world experts used all methods they knew. Everyone linked up and swore to kill the three emperors' world leaders. Kaiser Blood and the others naturally resisted to the best of their abilities. But even as the battle began, the opposing blood formation could not be shut down. 50%, 60%, 70%. Kaiser Blood smiled. He was consistently mentioning it as he fought Emperor Bai. Every time he spoke, the faces of Jian Wushuang and others darkened. An hour passed. Within the hour, Emperor Bai tried to attack the void above, straight for the formation's core where the crimson spiral was. Unfortunately, he was unable to slow it down. One leader of the three emperors' world, Lung Rushue, stood from afar. They did not fight back. Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Ba Su were severely wounded under the combined attack of Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, and others, especially Lord Fun. He had already used up special methods in order to activate his pinnacle third stage fighting power. Now, Emperor Bai found an opportunity to hit him hard, and he ended up severely wounded. Kaiser Blood was suppressed by Emperor Bai but was not truly injured. Kaiser Blood, is it not done? Lord Fun shouted. He was at his limit. If it were to drag on any longer, he could be wiped out by Emperor Bai. It is done. All life should be wiped out, except for the chaotic realm experts, Kaiser Blood smiled. His smile was like a light breeze, but everyone around him was completely shocked. Dead. Everything. Jian Wushuang murmured. He was trembling. His days of cultivating had not been long, and he had not witnessed many destructive scenes. Even though the dark millstone had crushed countless nations and cultivators of the three emperors' world back then, Jian Wushuang had not seen it for himself. It was through a projected image. But this time, although he had not witnessed the slaughters with his own eyes, he felt it personally. It lasted for almost an hour. Countless cultivators of the three emperors' world died in suffering. Jian Wushuang could not accept it. Yet the three emperors' world leaders were elated. All dead? What about the formation's blood chi? How's that going? Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Ba Su were beside Kaiser Blood. Lord Fun and Demon King Qinyu were waiting with anticipation. A pity, the blood chi. Less than what we had expected, Kaiser Blood said. Less. Lord Fen's face changed. What then? We have killed almost all creatures in the three emperors' world. The only way to obtain more blood chi is to take down those eternal chaotic world experts. But from the looks of it, it'll be tough, Demon King Qinyu frowned. They were already at a disadvantage. At that juncture, it was almost impossible to bring any more harm to the eternal chaotic world experts. It's hard, so what I am about to do may put you all on the spot, Kaiser Blood said suddenly. Lord Fun froze, and his pupils shrank sharply. Before Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su could react, The two divine beasts were already on those two bloody palms. Those two bloody palms smacked Demon King Chinyu and Ba Su directly on their foreheads. Their abilities were far inferior to those of the Kaiser blood, and they had sustained severe injuries and were not prepared at all. Pung! Pung! Two groans rose at the same time. Their heads were shattered by the shock without a trace of struggle, and soon turned quiet. Lord Fun, realizing what he had seen, rushed to the void beside. Ha! Trying to escape? No way! Kaiser Blood laughed, and those bloody palms came for Lord Fun. Kaiser Blood! Ooh! Lord Fen's face changed. He had never expected Kaiser Blood to do something to them, sacrificing their lives for more blood chi? Lord Fen struggled at the sight of the palm, but after an hour of fighting, Lord Fen's aura was the weakest. Kaiser Blood used everything he had with his endless blood power against Lord Fen, binding him. Lord Fen had no chance of escape. No. A hysterical growl came from Lord Fen. Lord Fen struggled in despair, eyes fixated on Kaiser Blood. In the end, he was killed ruthlessly by Kaiser Blood. In the blink of an eye, Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Ba Su were all dead. They were all third-stage Great Emperors. Naturally, their blood chi was richer. The blood chi had been completely absorbed. This, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai watched everything in horror. They had never expected Kaiser Blood to be that ruthless. After sacrificing all their experts from all over the three emperors' world, had he killed his own fellow leaders for more blood chi? Ba Su meant the least to him amongst the three, but Lord Fun and Demon King Chin Yu had followed him from the ancient era all the way. They were his companions. But in order to fully accumulate the blood chi needed, he had killed his companions ruthlessly. Lunatic! Emperor Bai raged. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's face changed. There was one more leader of the three emperors' world who Kaiser Blood had not laid his hands on yet. It was Lung Rushue. Now, after cutting down Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Ba Su, he appeared in front of Lung Rushue. Chapter 2177. Blood Emperor Lung Rushue stood silently at the edge of the battlefield. She had yet to make her move since the battle had begun. After Kaiser Blood slayed Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Ba Su, he was heading for her. Lung Rukshu's face darkened, but showed no sign of retreat. Xiao! Kaiser Blood appeared in front of Lung Rushue, his crimson eyes staring straight through her. You intend to take me as well, Lord Kaiser Blood? Lung Rukshu's voice was indifferent as she raised her head. As she raised her head, a special mark appeared between her brows. Her pupils turned white, with no trace of blood. Her long black hair turned white in an instant, swaying with the wind. She gave off an unprecedentedly destructive aura. The aura was so strong even Jian Wushuang, and Emperor Bai from afar, could not help but be startled by it. This is... Jian Wushuang frowned. It was the first time he had seen Lung Rushue in that form. White-haired, gray-eyed, the power to destroy heavens. The unique situation was scarier than when Lung Rushwang took over that body and released the sins of its past life. Kaiser Blood twitched at the sight of Lung Rukshu's gray pupils. Fear could be seen in Kaiser Blood for the first time. The heavenly body is indeed a quality worthy of both envy and detest. Rest assured, I will not attack you for the sake of your backing. I do not have a death wish, and I have enough opposing blood chi for my opposing blood formation anyway. Kaiser Blood smiled lightly. One could not tell if he was telling the truth or not. Lung Rushue gave a cold glance to Kaiser Blood and said nothing. Girl, step aside. I am unable to guarantee your safety if you happen to be within my area of attack, Kaiser Blood. Lung Rushue waved her robe, and just like that her devastating aura was nowhere to be sensed. She was now in a further void, with no intention of meddling in the upcoming formation. Kaiser Blood turned around and looked towards Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. After years of thoughtful planning, have I finally reached the last step? Kaiser Blood murmured, but did not conceal his thoughts. Hearing that, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang's faces darkened. They knew that the three emperors' world had spent years preparing. The war had been ignited upon discovery of it by the eternal chaotic world. The battle had already sacrificed all the experts under him, even killing his own comrades. He had to have a motive. Was the motive finally about to be revealed? My body no longer serves its purpose at this stage. Let me show you the real me. Kaiser Blood chuckled as his body turned increasingly transparent, turning into nothingness. The eternal chaotic world experts were all shocked. Disappeared. Kaiser Blood's gone. What's happening? Everyone was confused. Yet at that moment, boom, the earth trembled fiercely, leading to a huge fissure in the already horrendous ground. The fissure seemed to be ripped open by hand and widened at an alarming rate. Instantly it became a huge gully. Below the gully, a terrifying aura was gradually awakening. This is Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai's faces changed. Even they could feel how terrifying the aura was. Soon, a figure stepped out of the gully and emerged above the void. I am restored. After so many years, finally. Ha ha ha. His frenzied laughter was like rolling thunder. The laughter contained an endless violent aura that alone made countless eternal chaotic world experts tremble from within. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai had their eyes dead on Lord Fun. He was 3 meters long and had scarlet skin all over like a human-shaped blood figure. The blood human had well-defined muscles and was exuding endless violent aura. He had a human skull, but with unique black tattoos all over him. He looked extremely terrifying. The tattoos, the figure, it's a Blood Clan expert. Emperor Bai's pupils narrowed. Blood Clan? Jian Wushuang asked. By that moment, Jian Wushuang had already learned quite a bit regarding the ancient events. The ancient era had countless experts. Like 7-star Black Sect, he was a superpower of his time. 7-star Black Sect status in the ancient era is equivalent to ancient god clan amongst the special tribes. But there were many other forces to be reckoned with other than 7-star Black Sect. For example, the 3 big holy lands for big holy tribes and 8 big holy sects that collaborated to attack 7-star Black Sect were impressive forces as well. Jian Wushuang had heard of the Blood Clan from Jian Yi. It was part of the 4 big holy tribes, alongside the ancient clan. They had crowned the 4 big holy tribes for their unique and horrifying bloodline power. Jian Wushuang himself understood how strong bloodline power could be, but he had only inherited the bloodline. There were many skills he could not perform. But even relying solely on the power generated by the bloodline power, he had seen a great improvement in his powers. In front of Jian Wushuang was the real deal, a Blood Clan expert. You are Kaiser Blood. Emperor Bai stared at the Blood Clan expert. The Blood Clan expert calmed himself down and glared at Emperor Bai. Kaiser Blood? No, I am the Blood Emperor, ruler of the Blood Clan. Kaiser Blood was simply a figment of my consciousness. Consciousness embodiment. Indeed it is, Emperor Bai mumbled, but he was not surprised. Chapter 2178, Chaotic Divine Demon. Although easily guessed, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang's faces were still extremely dark. Blood Emperor, the Emperor of the Blood Clan. His status alone was proof of his capabilities, although Jian Wushuang knew there was more than one Blood Emperor, and he may not have been the strongest back in the ancient era, but without a doubt, he was one of the top experts. It could be easily identified by his consciousness embodiment. If even his consciousness embodiment was so strong, one could only imagine his true capabilities. Blood Emperor, you sacrificed so many people for you to wake up? Emperor Bai looked Blood Emperor dead in the eye. That's right, Blood Emperor smiled. The battle back then was too intense. I was too weak to carry on. So I slept, and with everything I could, I conjured a consciousness embodiment for him to help me awaken once more. For the people that I sacrificed, no more than a group of ants, not just the normal cultivators. Even Lord Fuan and Demon King Qin, you are only ants. Their biggest accomplishment was dying for me. Ants. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Do you think you are any better? Emperor Bai said coldly. Blood Emperor, so what if you have awakened? Do not forget, you are no longer in the ancient era. Your powers are capped at chaotic levels. Here, I am the ruler. Emperor Bai's voice was cold and with endless authority. As he finished, Emperor Bai made his move. Hung Long Long. The shiny golden armor was still on him, and the golden shadow behind him seemed more aggressive. As Emperor Bai took his first step, he appeared in front of Blood Emperor and clenched his fist. The void in his palm burst and spread at an alarming rate. In an instant, the void became a spider web spreading across miles, making space rifts everywhere. The explosive power in Emperor Bai's hand, with the help of the Amor, burst immediately like a volcano. Emperor Bai, the strongest of the era, he had demonstrated everything he could. But the Blood Emperor simply smiled indifferently at the sight of Emperor Bai's punch. There was a hint of contempt. He did not even move. He stretched out his right hand. No, it was just a finger. The finger did not perform any secret skill. It just pointed forward casually. Under the gaze of countless experts around, the crimson finger collided with Emperor Bai's fist. Boom, a low voice resonated, spreading divine power in all directions. At the very core of the battlefield, under the gaze of countless experts, the finger and fist collided. Emperor Bai's power was enough to turn any opponent to despair. But the fist was casually blocked by the Blood Emperor's single finger. Despite having that much power, the Blood Emperor did not move at all. Not even his finger. How could that be? The surrounding experts gasped in disbelief. Even Emperor Bai himself was stunned. The Blood Emperor laughed sinisterly. Amid the laughter, a large crimson fog charged towards Emperor Bai. The mist covered everything, instantly surrounding Emperor Bai. In the crimson fog, a crimson palm appeared. The crimson palm seemed to have torn through the void, arriving directly from the ancient era. The moment it appeared, the experts around glared at it in horror. That power, even Jian Wushuang was surprised. He could tell that the crimson palm had completely overpowered great emperors. That level of power, no great emperor could ever possess it. Pum! The crimson palm went head-on with Emperor Bai's fist. HNGH! Emperor Bai let out a hum. Blood was streaming from the corner of his lips, himself being forced to retreat. After regaining his footing, Emperor Bai stood up once again, his aura returning to pinnacle levels. Interesting. I obviously did damage to you, but you managed to recover almost instantly. I'm getting more and more curious about your inverse cultivation. Blood Emperor laughed casually. Inverse cultivation allowed one to reach perfect chaotic holy body once the 7th step had been achieved. As long as there was divine power, they could recover instantly using divine power, regardless of the severity of injury. That was the power of inverse cultivation. Your powers, Emperor Bai started at the Blood Emperor, Jian Wushuang, and all the experts of the eternal chaotic world stared at the Blood Emperor. You must be confused. How do I perform powers beyond chaotic realm levels despite the restrictions on this grounds? The Blood Emperor laughed sinisterly, looking at Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, and the rest. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Is it due to that opposing blood formation? Jian Wushuang said. Haha, smart, Blood Emperor smiled. You really thought the opposing blood formation I spent so many years preparing for was only to wake me up? You underestimate me. The true usefulness of the formation is for me to override the restrictions. Even though the formation has only covered the 3 emperors' world, and the blood chi only helps to control the restrictions by a bit, it already gives me that little bit of leverage I need against you. Now, I am not at peak chaotic realm levels. I am the chaotic divine demon. Chaotic divine demon. Those simple words were enough to shock Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, and others who realized what that meant. In the ancient era, there were so many experts of chaotic realm levels. They were not really considered experts. At the pinnacle ancient era, there were many experts beyond chaotic realm levels. Above it was the chaotic divine demon. Chapter 2179 Power Suffocates. A chaotic divine demon. Emperor Bai watched Blood Emperor, his face cloudy and uncertain. As the strongest expert in that era, he knew the most about the ancient era, so he was well aware of the almost insurmountable gap between the chaotic divine demon and the chaotic realm. If it was a normal chaotic divine demon, Emperor Bai could have fought it out with his 7th step inverse cultivation and other tricks up his sleeve. But Blood Emperor was the strongest of his ancient era. The fact that he could still exert chaotic divine demon level powers meant that he should have been pretty formidable amongst other chaotic divine demons. The opposing blood formation, the Blood Emperor, can override the restrictions? Crap. Emperor Bai was in despair. The Blood Emperor teased and said, "Chaotic divine demon levels are nothing when compared to my full power, but it's more than enough to eradicate all of you. Next up, I'm going to kill you all one by one and find a way to get my formation to cover your eternal chaotic world and kill every single cultivator there is. With that level of blood chi, I should be able to restore my true powers." They could not help but recall the scene of the death of countless 3 Emperors' world cultivators. If that happened at the eternal chaotic world. Asshole! Emperor Bai's eyes were bloodshot. He must die, regardless of the cost. Jian Wushuang was determined. "Ha! It is you all that will die." Blood Emperor laughed heartily and made his move. Before, he had simply stood there countering Emperor Bai's attack, and even that had hurt Emperor Bai. But now, the Blood Emperor had taken the initiative. He was like a ghost, disappearing in front of the eyes of many. Even Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai could not find him with their soul power. The next moment, Blood Emperor reappeared, but he was not going for Emperor Bai. He was going for Jian Wushuang. He appeared right in front of Jian Wushuang. "You sabotaged so many of my plans previously. You will be the first to die." Blood Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. "Watch out." Emperor Bai hurriedly roared. Jian Wushuang's face sunk, and immediately large amounts of divine power could be seen emerging from him. Shio! 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 7 golden streaks burst out and went straight for the Blood Emperor. Hong Jun golden swords? If you perform the second form, perhaps that would pose a threat, but only the first form? Only 7 streaks? That's nothing. The Blood Emperor dismissively waved his finger. The 7 Hong Jun golden swords seemed to be devastated simultaneously and flew out at faster speeds. Even the golden shimmer on the swords faded. Soon, a boundless crimson fog swept directly from the Blood Emperor and surrounded Jian Wushuang. Within the crimson fog, streaks of red flowing light came from nowhere and flew straight towards Jian Wushuang like spikes. The dense red flowing light was amazingly fast. Jian Wushuang waved his Blood Mountain sword and performed his mixed elements spirit swordsmanship in a desperate attempt to resist. But he could only block some of it. Others struck his divine body directly. His body had the 5 gem armor and immemorial celestial body protecting him. Normal attacks, even from a 3rd stage Great Emperor, would not create much damage. But the streaks of red, blood-like flowing light, each streak of light containing the power of a peak 3rd stage Great Emperor, was too much for Jian Wushuang. At least 100 streaks of light hit him directly. Even Jian Wushuang could not resist. Instantly, Jian Wushuang's divine body started to collapse. The crimson fog covering Jian Wushuang dissipated as well. The many eternal chaotic world experts all stared at the void in horror. The void was empty, no one was there anymore. Only some divine power aura remained. Sword Emperor, is he dead? How is that possible? All the eternal chaotic world experts could not believe their eyes. The Sword Emperor was second to Emperor by the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang was a legend to them. His growth and rise were astonishing. The previous clashes with the three emperors' world had all been blocked by Jian Wushuang. Their respect and fear for Jian Wushuang were no less than Emperor Bai. Such an existence was instantly wiped out by the Blood Emperor. That level of strength was simply suffocating. But was Jian Wushuang really dead? Something's not right. An exclamation was made by someone. They immediately looked towards the void. The originally empty void now had a large concentration of divine power within it. In a moment, that figure appeared again in front of everyone. It was Jian Wushuang. His body reformed once again, his aura still intact. Xiao, once he had finished reforming, he immediately retreated, getting some distance from the Blood Emperor. This Blood Emperor is so strong. Even Jian Wushuang had a trace of a tremor in his heart at that moment. He was indeed too strong, simply suffocating. Even with his divine body, he had been obliterated in an instant without any room for struggle. Even though he had managed to recover with the help of his perfect chaotic holy body, he had already consumed 30% of his divine power. Reaching the second part of his 7th step inverse cultivation had allowed his divine powers to be stronger than ever before. Even if his body collapsed in an attack, his divine power would sustain him for about 7 or 8 recoveries. But being struck by the Blood Emperor had cost him 30% of his divine power, meaning to say, his divine body could only last 2 more hits. Of course, he still had the 7-treasured divine elixir Emperor bypassed to him. He had not found any use of it till now. The 7-treasured divine elixir would allow his divine body to recover a few more times. Chapter 2180 Emperor Bai and the Blood Emperor Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang stood side by side in the middle of the battlefield. The Blood Emperor stood not far away, arms crossed. There was a trace of surprise on his ferocious face. I had completely destroyed his holy body, but he recovered all the same. Interesting, this inverse cultivation of yours. Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang had their serious faces on. It was no understatement to call them immortal after having obtained the perfect chaotic holy body via the 7th inverse cultivation step. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai would never have exposed their powers, but now their hands had been forced. Jian Wushuang, this is not a battle you can win. Step to one side, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang flinched, but he could do nothing. It was true. Blood Emperor was too strong for him. If not for his perfect chaotic holy body, he would have died. Emperor Bai, can you face him alone? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know, but I have to try, Emperor Bai replied solemnly. Jian Wushuang frowned, but said no more, and retreated to the nearby void. So, you intend to fight me alone? You? Are you even worthy of fighting against me? Blood Emperor laughed. Emperor Bai said nothing, but the golden armor on him shined more brilliantly than normal. At the same time, a unique power swept out of his body, covering him. The power was star power. Emperor Bai had practiced secret skills of Star Palace as well. The secret skills of Star Palace is one of his strongest trump cards, and he intended to use it directly. HNGH. A sneer was made, and Emperor Bai made his move once again with the help of star power. The gigantic golden shadow behind him started glowing. A large fist was raised, instantly becoming a golden sun. The golden sun was dazzling, glaring. Everyone's gaze could not help but be attracted by it. Blood Emperor looked up as well and squinted slightly. 7-star Black Sect? Secret skill of 7-star? Haha, it is a good secret skill, but you lack the ability. You will only multiply your powers by reading the first script. What would that do to me?" Blood Emperor had a hint of contempt in his words. He gave a direct slam. The slam was followed by an ancient bell resonating around. A gigantic crimson, divine, demon appeared out of thin air, different to his consciousness embodiment. The divine demon had completely formed, and destructive aura way beyond chaotic realm levels could be easily felt. The huge palm smacked. It smacked against the golden sun. Pum! With a loud bang, everything fell quiet. Endless power stirred the heavens and earth, forming a storm of divine power like never seen before. The storm swept everything around it. Jian Wushuang and the other eternal chaotic world experts had retreated far from the battlefield. Yet the storm was so strong that they could barely open their eyes. At the core of the storm of divine power, Emperor Bei's face was awfully white. Once again, he held on to brutal power in his hands. Instantly, another giant golden sun was formed. Punch after punch formed golden suns, bombarding the enemy like mad, each punch enough to destroy a great emperor. Yet, Blood Emperor was still not taking it seriously. Now he used both palms. Each of his palms, like enormous crimson mountains, blocked the golden suns entirely. Within a breath, Emperor Bai and Blood Emperor collided about 10 times. Xiu! Xiu! Emperor Bai burst back into retreat, whereas Blood Emperor took a step back as well. "You made me move." Blood Emperor looked at Emperor Bai once again and smiled coldly. "Guess I need to take you a bit more seriously." Saying that, he flipped his palm, and a demonic crimson spear appeared in his hands. The spear exhaled terror itself. The density of its aura was stronger than any divine weapon Jian Wushuang had ever come across. Without a doubt, the spear meant death. The Blood Emperor had never used a divine weapon, even as his consciousness embodiment. Now he took out his crimson spear. "Come, Emperor Bai, let's try this again." Blood Emperor smiled faintly and threw out his spear at lightning speeds towards Emperor Bai. It looked normal, the spear, but the moment he thrust out, a large crimson vortex appeared out of nowhere, swallowing everything in its path. Even a good great emperor would be devoured in an instant against such a vortex. Emperor Bai used both of his hands. Wong! Another large golden sun appeared out of thin air once again. Regardless of size or presence, the golden sun was much stronger than ever before. The collision between the golden sun and the crimson blade was not as dramatic as expected, only the sounds of dense forces being pushed around. Emperor Bei's face suddenly darkened. A terrifying force passed through his arm, causing him to retreat. Haha! The Blood Emperor was not affected at all and went straight for Emperor Bai. His crimson spear did not stop. Each thrust was fast beyond imagination. No one around could catch up with that speed. The crimson spears kept coming. It was hard for Emperor Bai to defend while retreating, a complete mess. Not long after, his body was stabbed several times. Though the holes were soon repaired, Emperor Bai was indeed being suppressed. After the secret skills of Star Palace, increasing his powers tenfold, Emperor Bai is still being suppressed? Jian Wushuang and the other eternal chaotic world experts were in dismay. Chapter 2181, Unstoppable. Emperor Bai used his 9-star armor and reached the fighting power of a stage for Great Emperor. A stage 4 Great Emperor was equivalent to chaotic divine demon realm. Emperor Bai cast secret skills of Star Palace and allowed his overall power level to increase tenfold. This meant that he was one of the stronger ones among the chaotic divine demon realm. This was the strongest that Emperor Bai could ever get. The results: Emperor Bai was still suppressed in every way possible. The battle powers of the two were not of the same level. The secret skills of Star Palace could only last for 10 seconds. Emperor Bai could barely stop Blood Emperor within the then seconds. What would happen after 10 seconds? Many of the experts from the eternal chaotic world looked desperate and had no hope left. Under the crazy suppression by Blood Emperor, the 10 seconds were up. Whoosh! Once the time was up, the star power dissipated as his fighting power dropped significantly. The Blood Emperor used his spear and thrusted towards Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai could not stop the spear and was penetrated by it. A wave of divine power burst forth from the spear and strangled the divine body of Emperor Bai. Within seconds, the divine body of Emperor Bai reformed almost instantly. I see. Both of you have the same techniques. Blood Emperor laughed coldly, unsurprised. Emperor Bai pulled away from Blood Emperor as he fell silent. Jian Wushuang and the experts from the eternal chaotic world all fell silent. Even after using the secret skills of Star Palace, Emperor Bai could not stop Blood Emperor. Who else from the eternal chaotic world could stop him? Will the eternal chaotic world really be destroyed in the hands of the Blood Emperor? Ancestor Tianchen was shaking uncontrollably as he stared at Blood Emperor. Is there no other way? Abysmal Saint Master laughed bitterly. We tried our best. Even the Sword Emperor and Emperor Bai used all they have. It is too bad that the Blood Emperor is far too strong. The underworld god shook his head. All the experts were overcome with grief and desperation. Jian Wushuang turned around and took a deep breath before he sighed. Everyone, let us use everything we have before we die. Everything we have? Ancestor Tianchen and everyone else turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said firmly, soul ignition, self-explosion, everything we have. Ancestor Tianchen and the remaining experts were stunned. Soul ignition? Self-explosion? They would be sacrificing life for life. It does not matter if we die. At least the eternal chaotic world is still around and can continue to exist. If Blood Emperor does not die, then the eternal chaotic world will turn into the next 3 emperors' world, where everyone will die. Jian Wushuang continued word by word. For the living things on the eternal chaotic world, for our home, we must kill Blood Emperor, no matter what it takes. Jian Wushuang turned crazy. The experts from the eternal chaotic world clenched their fists upon hearing what Jian Wushuang said. They were ready to give everything they had. They had no choice, and they could not back off. Once they backed off, the eternal chaotic world would be destroyed, and they would still eventually die. What? Are all of you going to sacrifice everything you have and try to kill me? Blood Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang and his friends with interest and smirked. He could see what Jian Wushuang and his army planned on doing. They would cast soul ignition and self-explosion to try and kill him as well. The question was, would he care? He was in the chaotic divine demon realm, and experts at this realm were not as simple as Jian Wushuang thought. No matter how many ordinary chaotic realms there were, it was almost impossible for them to threaten him. Ha! Come, let me see all of you struggle, even though there is no hope left. The Blood Emperor smiled. He held his blood-red spear and took a step. He walked forward slowly. Each of his steps placed pressure on the experts from the eternal chaotic world. He liked to see the look of desperation on the faces of his enemies. Blood Emperor got closer to Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang with each step. Under the huge pressure, the look on the experts from the eternal chaotic world turned even crazier. Be prepared, Jian Wushuang said coldly as his voice reverberated in the ears of every expert from the eternal chaotic world. The experts from the eternal chaotic world were prepared to die. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves by casting self-explosion and causing the most damage to Blood Emperor. Right before the Blood Emperor was about to attack, he stopped in his tracks. He halted and turned his head in other directions. Looks like an interesting guy is here. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes as a glimpse or seriousness replaced the playfulness in his eyes. Jian Wushuang and the others realized as they too looked in that direction. A figure in the distance. He was the size of an ordinary human. He wore a clean, snow-white cloak. He had a cold and arrogant vibe as his tall figure stood tall in space. He radiated no aura, just like a cloud of air. It did not feel like he belonged to this place at all. However, this man had eyes that showed he could disregard everything to stand up to even heaven and earth. He stood there motionless and quiet. However, it was like he was the focus of the universe. Even after reaching the chaotic divine demon realm, Blood Emperor could not cover this man's presence. He is... The experts from the eternal chaotic world all stared at this figure who had just appeared. "It's him!" Abysmal Saint Master exclaimed as his eyes widened. It was as though he was looking at the scariest man in the world. Abysmal Saint Master felt fear like never before. He could never forget this man, his eyes and his sword. That man was his nightmare. When Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang saw the man, they were excited. This man who had just appeared was Emperor 13. Chapter 2182 Arrival of Emperor 13. Emperor 13, an expert from the ancient past. He was a mysterious man, and no one knew for sure how powerful he was. Back then, during the battle during the lineage of Star, the darkness from Abysmal Saint Master had disappeared with just a simple stare. One simple slash had destroyed Abysmal Saint Master's body armor and almost killed him. After fighting head-on with Emperor Bai, he had forced Emperor Bai back with a simple sword. And that was simply a consciousness embodiment. But now, this was the original body of Emperor 13. The original body had come personally. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were excited. Even though they were clueless about the true identity of Emperor 13, they deduced he was on their side from his previous actions. Emperor 13 reached the center of the battlefield in front of Blood Emperor. He looked at Blood Emperor coldly and indifferently. Even the Blood Emperor shook when he met the gaze. It was cold and arrogant, disregarding everything and everyone around. It was as though to Emperor 13, Blood Emperor was nothing more than air. Blood Emperor was angry but helpless when he saw that gaze. Emperor 13 had been one of the most powerful men back in the ancient past. He was top 5 in terms of power level during the battle on the ancient battlefield. On the other hand, Blood Emperor was, even though he was an emperor from the Blood Clan, there were 6 emperors from the Blood Clan. He was the weakest out of the 7. He was incomparable to the great Emperor 13. Back in the ancient past, he would have run without hesitation when he saw Emperor 13. But now it was different. Emperor 13, I have heard from Demon King Chinyu that you are in the same state as me. Your original body fell into a deep sleep and only your consciousness embodiment is around. It does not seem like the case. Now your original body is awake? Blood Emperor squinted his eyes and stared at Emperor 13. The great battle of the ancient past was too horrific. Many of the experts from the ancient past were severely injured and had fallen into a deep sleep. Furthermore, the stronger one was, the longer they would sleep and the harder it was for them to wake up. If not for the opposing blood formation, who knew how long Blood Emperor would take to wake up. However, Emperor 13, back then, during the battle, your injuries were much lighter than the others. It is normal for you to wake up after such a short period of time. The Blood Emperor continued. Emperor 13 stood there coldly, not saying a word. It was like he did not hear Blood Emperor at all. Seeing this, Blood Emperor's face twitched. Just like in the myths, you really are quiet. Back in the ancient past, Blood Emperor did not meet Emperor 13 before, but he had heard of his quiet nature. He rarely spoke. Even if he did, he would not speak rubbish. Even if he spoke, he went straight to the point. Emperor 13, what do you want to achieve in coming here? Blood Emperor stared at Emperor 13 nervously. Emperor 13 looked up as a glint of killing intent flashed across his emotionless eyes. Killing you. 2 simple words came out of his mouth as it radiated out in the battlefield. Immediately after he said that, he attacked. A sword appeared in his hands. Back at the lineage of Star, Emperor 13 used his fingers as swords and managed to defeat Emperor 13 with just his consciousness embodiment. Now, Emperor 13 took out a sword. This sword looked simple, yet sharp. It only radiated death. It seemed like an ordinary sword. Once this sword was drawn, the Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hands trembled. Jian Wushuang could feel a different emotion coming from the sword. There was some terror in it, but more of unyielding. It was the first time Jian Wushuang had felt this kind of unique emotion coming from the Blood Mountain sword. Emperor 13 swung the sword towards the space where Blood Emperor was in casually. The swing was so casual it looked like it contained no power at all. Similarly, there was no divine power nor sword essence felt. However, the moment the sword started swinging, boom! Heaven and earth was shocked as the heaven and earth at the center of the battlefield exploded. A large crack appeared as it enlarged at an unbelievable pace to an astonishing size. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. It ended up being 1 trillion feet long. The moment the crack appeared, everything including space-time, air, and every element there was disappeared. In this space, there were no elements. There was only a sword light. It was dim and inconspicuous. On a normal day, this sword light would not attract any attention at all. However, this sword light was the only remaining substance left in this space. It turned into the one and only for all eternity. This is that sword skill. Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang stared at this sword light in disbelief. Both recognized this as the sword skill that had defeated Emperor 13 back then. The only difference was that this sword light was even stronger and more breathtaking. Everyone was breathless. Everyone was staring at that sword move. As for Blood Emperor, his attitude was completely different. Before, he had been almighty, proud, and treated Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang as though they were his playthings. This was the same even after Emperor Bai casted secret skills of Star Palace. But now he was deadly serious when he was dealing with the sword skill that Emperor 13 had cast. When the dim sword light appeared in front of him, the blood-red spear in his hands moved. Boom! A ray of crimson light pierced the sky as the space behind the Blood Emperor turned into 18 azure hell. The endless sea of red was out of place in this world. Blood Emperor became the absolute emperor in this sea of crimson red. His thrust his blood-red spear out. The moment the blood-red spear moved, deafening roars could be heard from within the sea of crimson red. It was as though the souls and remains within the sea of crimson red were angry and expressing their unwillingness to resign themselves to their fates. Chapter 2183 Leader of the Seven Stars. Under the horrified looks of everyone around, the weak but eternal sword light collided head-on with the blood-red spear. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. The entire three emperors' world trembled and threatened to collapse under the pressure. At the edge of the sky, the sea of blood red dimmed as the souls in the sea of crimson red fell silent. Sword light started to disperse in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! A figure appeared far in the distance as he steadied himself. This red figure was Blood Emperor. As for Emperor 13, he stood there coldly with an ordinary and dim sword in his hands. Emperor 13 has the upper hand. Emperor Bai raised his eyebrows in relief. That is right. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist and replied. The experts from the eternal chaotic world were elated. After the short exchange of blows, the sword light from Emperor 13 dispersed the sea of crimson red and forced Blood Emperor back. Everyone knew that Emperor 13 had the absolute advantage. Back then, Emperor 13 only used his consciousness embodiment to fight me, and I felt he was strong beyond belief. He was the reason why I believed that stage for great emperors existed. Now, it looks like he is much stronger than even I had imagined. Emperor Bai said seriously, even though this is the case, it is still too early to be happy. Jian Wushuang said, it was true that during the short exchange just now, Emperor 13 had had the upper hand. One exchange was not sufficient to conclude the power level of Emperor 13 and Blood Emperor. Most importantly, even though Blood Emperor had been suppressed during that fight. He was smiling in an elated manner. His smile got wider and wider. At the end, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated in the battlefield. Experts from the eternal chaotic world could not understand why he was laughing, as he was obviously at a disadvantage during the battle just now. Only Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai had a bad feeling of what was about to happen. After Blood Emperor stopped laughing, the way he looked at Emperor 13 was completely different. He had had a serious and fearful expression before. After all, Emperor 13 had been far too terrifying back in the ancient past. He had no confidence in going up against Emperor 13 after all those years of living fearfully about Emperor 13. After that short exchange of blows, he had gained the confidence to fight Emperor 13 head-on. Emperor 13, I thought that you were still that leader of the 7 stars back in the ancient past, the man who could force experts to submit to you and have the power to stand up to even the master of the Holy Land. If it was back then, I would have retreated without hesitation if I ever ran into you. But now, under the restriction by the heaven and earth, you are only in the chaotic realm. Even if you have incredible techniques, you can't use them. Under these circumstances, what are you going to beat me with? At this point, the fear that Blood Emperor had was gone. In its place was desire, the desire to kill Emperor 13. Emperor 13 was a high and almighty man. To Blood Emperor, what else could be more exciting than to kill Emperor 13 with his own hands? Hearing what Blood Emperor had said, Emperor 13 was still emotionless and had no changes at all. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were stunned. From what Blood Emperor had said, they picked out a lot of information. First and foremost, Emperor 13 was one of the peak superpowers back in the ancient past. Second, Emperor 13 was a member of the 7-star Black Sect. 7-star Black Sect, leader of the 7 stars. A man who can make everyone else submit and even challenge the master of Holy Land. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He did not understand what it meant to be the leader of the 7 stars, nor did he understand how powerful Master of Holy Land was. But he could deduce that Emperor 13 had been one of the superpowers back in the ancient past. At least in front of the Emperor 13, the Blood Emperor was nothing. Even the Blood Emperor admitted that he had no courage to stand up against Emperor 13 and would retreat whenever he saw him. Ha! Die, Emperor 13! Blood Emperor roared with laughter and excitement. Blood Emperor attacked. He took a casual step out, but that step was so fast that no one from the eternal chaotic world could see it that clearly. An endless sea of crimson red spread out once again. Before this, the sea of crimson red had only appeared behind the Blood Emperor. Now it covered the entire heaven and earth. Everyone could feel the strong killing intent coming from the sea of crimson red. Emperor 13 stood at the center of the sea of crimson red, indifferent as ever. He slashed out with his sword once more. The same casual movement, but this time it was a sweeping action. The sword light created had no aura at all. However, the sword light created a large hole in the sea of crimson red. This hole started to enlarge as it tore the entire sea of crimson red, revealing the endless dark void. Emperor 13 then flicked his wrist. He thrust his sword forward again. A sword light burst forth. This sword light was not dim and weak. On the contrary, it shone brightly. It was so bright that most people could not even open their eyes. In the move before, the move had been extremely dim. Now it was extremely bright. They were on the opposite ends of the spectrum. Far in the distance, the experts were shocked and curious at the bright sword light. There was no one in the direction that Emperor 13 had slashed his swords towards. Who was he targeting with this slash? Right when this question popped up in the heads of the experts, a blood-red figure appeared under the illumination of the bright sword light. This figure became the target for the bright sword light. Everyone around took a cold breath as they were all amazed by the incredible techniques Emperor 13 had. Chapter 2184 Half-Step Divine. Demon, the blood-red figure, was Blood Demon. Blood Emperor was not surprised when he saw the bright sword light turn brighter. He used the blood-red spear in his hands like a stick as he used it to smash the sword light. A bloody shadow of a blood-red dragon collided onto the sword light. That bright sword light was smashed into pieces. Blood Emperor took a step forward and appeared in front Emperor 13. His irises were filled with excitement as his body was boiling in blood chi. Boundless sea of blood. Splash. Large amounts of blood chi liquefied and turned into clouds of bloody mist. This mist was endless as it covered the entire heaven and earth, including Emperor 13. The entire sea of blood crashed towards Emperor 13. The sea water formed little blood snakes which contained incredible power. Each had the power to fight against peak stage 2 great emperors. At least 100 of these snakes were formed from the sea of crimson red. The hundreds of blood snakes slithered towards Emperor 13. On the other side of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and the other experts from the eternal chaotic world were dumbfounded when they saw the sea of blood. The Blood Emperor was not using his full power to begin with. He did not even use half of his fighting power. Emperor Bai clenched his fist tightly as he looked at Blood Emperor defeated. He cast secret skills of Star Palace, which enabled him to have 10 times his usual fighting power. Even so, he was at a disadvantage when he fought Blood Emperor. After 10 breaths, he could not even hold his ground against Blood Emperor when his secret skills of Star Palace duration was over. At that point in time, he threatened Blood Emperor, who was in the chaotic, divine demon realm. He only understood that Blood Emperor had not used his full strength when he saw this battle against Emperor 13. Back then, Blood Emperor had not used any secret skills. He had fought casually. With his fighting power, can Emperor 13 stand up against the Blood Emperor? Emperor 13 muttered to himself. Jian Wushuang, too, looked on coldly, but he had the same worry deep in his heart. If back Emperor 13 had been back in his prime, he could have defeated Blood Emperor easily. However, this heaven and earth had big restrictions. Emperor 13 could only use power up to the realm of chaotic realm. Many of his secret skills, techniques, and understanding of rules of order had been suppressed to a very low level. On the other hand, even though Blood Emperor had also been placed under the same restrictions, he had his opposing blood formation, which had allowed him to break the rules and restrictions temporarily. This gave him the power of an expert in the chaotic divine demon realm and utilized rules of order and other higher forms of techniques. Under this circumstance, was Emperor 13 still a worthy opponent? Within the boundless sea of blood, many of the blood snakes were on their way to bite Emperor 13. Emperor 13 stood there coldly and indifferently, one man holding on to one sword. He swung his sword out. Every swing was extremely smooth and casual. However, this kind of sword skill killed tens of the blood snakes. After several of these swings, more than half of the blood snakes were dead. Large numbers of snakes were formed continuously from the sea of flood as they charged towards him endlessly. Haha, there is no use. This is one of the secret skills that the Blood Clan have. You should have fought against it back in the ancient past. Unless you can destroy the boundless sea of blood, you will be drained to death. It is a pity that I can only use power up to the level of the chaotic divine demon realm. Hence, only the weakest type of snakes are formed. If not, even so, it is more than enough to kill you. Emperor 13, there is no way you can destroy the boundless sea of blood while you are a mere chaotic realm expert. Prepare to die. Never have I thought that a man that could stand up to even the master of Holy Land would die in my hands. Ha ha ha. Blood Emperor roared with laughter, looking as though the death of Emperor 13 was inevitable within his sea of blood. Blood Emperor would tremble with excitement whenever he had the thought that the almighty Emperor 13 would die in his hands. That was Emperor 13. During his prime, the strongest leader of the Blood Clan could barely go up against him. There were not many such superpowers back in the ancient past, and now one was going to die by his hand. Once Emperor 13 died, all the treasures he had would fall into the hands of the Blood Emperor. He was elated. Emperor 13 remained cold and emotionless after he heard the Blood Emperor's laughter. He took a glimpse at the boundless sea of blood that was creating blood snakes. Suddenly, a sword essence erupted. At that moment, it was as though he was a sharp blade, a blade that had existed since the dawn of time and undergone eons of polishing, and finally became the unmatched legendary sword. This sword hovered there as a limitless amount of sword essence pierced the sky. Even the earth trembled under the influence of the sword essence. Far from the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai and the other experts were dumbfounded by the limitless sword essence. This is especially the case for Jian Wushuang, as he was a sword user. He could clearly sense how deep and complex the sword essence was. He meditated to the sword doctrine and had an incredible understanding of the sword principle. However, his understanding was like a drop of water in a vast ocean compared to Emperor 13. At the same time, the sword essence pierced the sky and shook the ground. The aura on Emperor 13 started to grow at a fast pace. This is... Blood Emperor widened his eyes in surprise. He could clearly feel the aura of Emperor 13 skyrocket. It had original Libyanet, the chaotic realm. Now, it was climbing to a new level above the chaotic realm. Chaotic divine demon realm? No, this aura is more powerful than a chaotic realm expert's. But I have yet to fully enter the chaotic divine demon realm. He is in the half-step divine demon realm. Blood Emperor muttered to himself as shock was written all over his face. Half-step divine demon. This was the realm between the chaotic divine demon realm and the chaotic realm. This man... Blood Emperor stared at Emperor 13 in disbelief. Chapter 2185 Blood Essence. Unbelievable. Yes, Blood Emperor could not believe his own eyes. He clearly knew how powerful the restriction this heaven and earth had. Under normal circumstances, anyone in this heaven and earth could only use power up to peak chaotic realm. Under these circumstances, he only reached the chaotic divine demon realm after years of planning to create this opposing blood formation via his consciousness embodiment, sacrificing countless lives of living things within the three emperors' world. To reach where he was, he had sacrificed far too much. He had never expected that Emperor 13 could reach the half-step divine demon realm. Even though half-step divine demon realm was still different from chaotic divine demon realm, this meant that Emperor 13 had the power to influence this heaven and earth. However, Emperor 13 did not have the help of any formation, nor had he sacrificed anything. He had only used his fighting power to influence this heaven and earth to reach half-step divine demon realm. On one side was a man who sacrificed greatly, took a long time to create a formation to influence heaven and earth. On the other side was a man who was not prepared at all but used his raw power alone to influence heaven and earth. The difference between the two was clear. Emperor 13, who used his sword essence alone to influence the heaven and earth, stood there coldly before he swung his sword again. The same move, but its power was many times greater than it had been before. The sword light sliced the boundless sea of blood apart into pieces. The entire boundless sea of blood collapsed. The secret skill that Blood Emperor cast with all his might crumbled. Looks like your power is not much stronger at the half-step divine demon realm. However, now you can use rules of order. Your battle power is much greater than before. Blood Emperor's face turned dark. The fighting power that Emperor 13 had displayed was far beyond Blood Emperor's expectations. He could only dream of killing Emperor 13 now. At that point in time, Emperor 13 attacked again. This time around, Emperor 13 moved instead of simply swinging his sword. He swiped it casually before flicking it upward. A clean yet complex move. The speed was so fast that none of the experts near the battlefield saw the move. Blood Emperor was not afraid of that move. His blood chi boiled as he thrust out his blood-red spear viciously. On the battlefield, Emperor 13 and Blood Emperor were brawling it out at close range. Both of these two were much more powerful than the peak experts within this era and had incredible techniques. This battle amazed the experts from the eternal chaotic world. They are far too powerful. King Chen Xing took a deep breath and said, looking at the battle, there, billions of feet of space were turned into a battlefield. They could barely see two auras colliding in the center of the battlefield. Blood Emperor and Emperor 13 were so fast no one could actually see them. The most they could see were sword lights or spear lights. Every sword light looked simple, but they were extremely complex. Jian Wushuang excelled in the sword principle and had the highest understanding of the sword doctrine among the experts of the eternal chaotic world. Even he could not dissect the complicated sword lights within the battlefield, as each sword light was extremely deep and complicated. This was after Emperor's sword principle receiving great restrictions from heaven and earth. He could use the bare minimum of his sword skills, swordsmanship, and rules of order. How powerful would Emperor 13 be if he was at his prime? This swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang was engrossed. Jian Wushuang felt that a new door had appeared in front of him, which could bring him to greater heights in terms of swordsmanship. The swordsmanship he had honed up till today was nothing. The other experts, too, were stunned. Even Emperor Bai stood there dumbfounded. Emperor Bai was the strongest man in this era. He clearly knew he had no right to enter this battle. Emperor 13 could influence the restrictions the heaven and earth had on him to reach the half-step divine demon realm. With this new power, he could even go with Blood Emperor, who was in the chaotic divine demon realm. However, this does not change anything. Emperor Bai frowned. Jian Wushuang's face turned dark. What Emperor Bai had said was indeed true. Blood Emperor had to die in order for this war to be over and for eternal chaotic world to be safe. The Blood Emperor had to die so that the opposing blood formation would stop running and the eternal chaotic world would then successfully survive this ordeal. If the Blood Emperor did not die, he could control the formation to cover the eternal chaotic world and kill the countless living things within the eternal chaotic world to gain more blood chi. With more blood chi, he would be so strong that he would be unstoppable. If that were the case, even Emperor 13 would not be able to handle him. What should we do? Jian Wushuang frowned. At the same time, in the middle of the battlefield. Haha. Emperor 13, looks like you aren't called the leader of the 7 stars for nothing. You can go even with me, even though you are in the half-step divine demon realm, and I am in the divine demon realm. It is a pity that the restrictions of this heaven and earth have such a strong effect on you. If I had more time to guide this opposing blood formation towards eternal chaotic world, I could collect even more blood chi. At that point in time, you, Emperor 13, will die. Blood Emperor laughed hysterically. Emperor 13 frowned. This was the first time he had showed expression ever since he had started his battle against Blood Emperor. It was obvious that Blood Emperor was a difficult person to deal with. It was just difficult to deal with. Emperor 13 continued to cast sword skills in his battle against Blood Emperor as he scanned the battlefield. He looked at Jian Wushuang. Emperor 13 raised his eyebrows as a special blood essence appeared in his palm. He flicked his palm as this blood essence flew towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had not communicated with Emperor 13, and yet he immediately knew what Emperor 13 wanted him to do. He stretched out his arms to catch the blood essence. Once he had caught it, the blood essence seeped into his body. Instantly, a seemingly unlimited amount of special power filled Jian Wushuang. This special power was star power. Within the blood essence, there was star power that was many times purer than the star power he accumulated when he used secret skills of Star Palace. His stored star power could only allow him to cast the 3rd scroll of the secret skills of Star Palace for one attack. Now, The star power was sufficient for him to cast the third scroll of Secret Skills of Star Palace for 30 minutes. Secret Skills of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang cast the third scroll to Secret Skills of Star Palace immediately. Chapter 2186,000 times the fighting power. Secret Skills of Star Palace, also known as Secret Skill of 7-Star, originated from 7-Star Black Sect. Back in the ancient past, there had been numerous experts from the 7-Star Black Sect. Their understanding and usage of the secret skill of 7-Star had reached incredible levels. These powerful experts formed the 7-Star Black Sect, had managed to infuse star power into their blood essence. Emperor 13 was the leader of the 7 stars and cultivated the secret skill of 7-Star. However, the restriction by this heaven and earth was far too large for him. He could not use most of his fighting power and most of his secret skills. It was not only difficult to cast secret skill of 7-Star. Emperor 13 would not be able to cast 9-star armor like how Emperor Bai did. If Emperor 13 could use these techniques, he could kill Blood Emperor easily, even though he was a mere half-step divine demon expert. Sadly, he could not. However, even though he could not cast secret skill of 7-Star, his blood essence, which was concentrated in star power, was very useful for Jian Wushuang. Just like the creator of Lineage of Star, the late Star Palace Master, he could make use of the blood essence of an expert from 7-Star Black Sect to his secret skill of 7-Star to last for a long time. This was why the Star Palace Master had managed to wreak havoc on the battlefield. However, as the amount of the blood essence started to decrease, Lineage of Star was exposed to greater danger. Jian Wushuang received the same type of blood essence. Half an hour. The secret skill would last for half an hour. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. His aura erupted and became even stronger as he absorbed the star power. The experts from the eternal chaotic world saw Emperor 13 throw something towards Jian Wushuang, but did not see what exactly it was. They did not know what Emperor 13 was trying to do. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded on the battlefield. The experts from the eternal chaotic world all looked over towards Jian Wushuang. This is Sword Emperor. This aura belongs to Sword Emperor. What a terrifying aura. Why has the Sword Emperor's aura grown so much? Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang, surprised. It was no surprise that they were surprised. After Jian Wushuang had cast the third scroll of Secret Skills of Star Palace, his fighting power had become 1,000 times more powerful than before. Jian Wushuang was already very powerful and was considered one of the stronger Stage 3 great emperors. Now his fighting power had grown by 1,000 times again. How powerful would that be? Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai stared at Jian Wushuang closely. He could clearly sense that the aura that was radiating from Jian Wushuang was stronger than him even after he cast secret skills of Star Palace, 9-star armor, and his other trump cards. It was on a different level. This feeling, Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as he sensed his newfound powers. He was excited. Back at the Imperial City, Jian Wushuang had cast the third scroll of the secret skills of Star Palace once to destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone. He was not as powerful then, and the duration of that one sword skill was so short he could not experience his new powers. As Emperor 13 gave him his blood essence, the saturated star power could allow that secret skill to last at least 30 minutes. Hence, he had a chance to sense his newfound powers. My current power should be at the level of peak chaotic divine demon realm, or even stronger. Jian Wushuang exclaimed to himself. There was no way great emperors could do anything in the face of this absolute power. It was no wonder that an expert in the chaotic divine demon realm was so much more powerful than one in the chaotic realm. After familiarizing himself with his new powers, Jian Wushuang raised his head and locked his vision onto Blood Emperor. This man must die. Jian Wushuang swore silently as he gripped his blood mountain sword tightly. He turned into a shooting star as he flew towards his target. Even Emperor Bai could not intervene in the battle between Emperor 13 and Blood Emperor. But now Jian Wushuang attacked. Hum! Hum! The sea of crimson red filled the entire space as the countless souls within held in agony. Blood Emperor was the master of the sea of crimson red. He held his crimson red spear as it thrust out as blood-red lightning. He grew in size. Air that radiated gloom spread out in all directions. On the other hand, Emperor 13 was like an ice mountain. He continued to swing the sword in his hands. The sword lights created were either extremely dim or extremely bright. Some of them were overpowering, while others felt like there was no energy in them. His sword principle captured the hearts and minds of many of the spectators. The two were in the middle of a heated battle. Suddenly, a figure ventured onto the battlefield. This man was Jian Wushuang. He ignored the divine power storm and ventured into the heart of the battlefield. The blood mountain sword in his hands had a terrifying aura. Hua! A sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light looked so simple, so amateur as compared to that of Emperor 13's. However, the power it contained was at least equal to, if not stronger than, the sword light Emperor 13 had created. Once the sword light appeared, the space in front of it was torn into half. A gigantic crack appeared in heaven and earth. At the center of the crack, there was a storm of powerful sword lights that was flying towards Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor looked over as he felt something was different about the space around him. When he saw it was Jian Wushuang who had cast the sword skill, he looked at him in disdain and said, "How dare a mere mortal like you stand up to an almighty like me?" Scram! Blood Emperor yelled as the crimson red spear swept out towards Jian Wushuang. This brought along layers of crimson shadow. It was like a dragon as it smashed towards Jian Wushuang. After sweeping his spear at Jian Wushuang, the Blood Emperor turned his head and continued to look at Emperor 13 coldly. He only took Emperor 13 seriously. As for Jian Wushuang, he was a mere ant that he could have killed easily. If not for his unique constitution, the Blood Emperor would have killed Jian Wushuang already, right when the Crimson Dragon collided with the sword light head-on. Chapter 2187, Unworthy Opponent. Blood Emperor could sense the terrifying power as the surrounding crimson red power concentrated on his crimson red spear. His spear was made of special materials and was almost indestructible. Under the impact, it bent into an arc. He himself backed off from the strong impact. Blood Emperor was surprised, while Emperor 13 was shocked. Whoosh! Emperor 13 appeared in front of Blood Emperor, like a ghost, as a strange sword light appeared. It went straight for his throat. The speed was incredibly fast as it threatened to penetrate the throat. Right then, the crimson red light on Blood Emperor turned dark. Uft! The strange sword light penetrated Blood Emperor's throat and completely destroyed his body. However, there was no blood at all. The body turned into a bloody mist and dissipated. In a space not too far away, Blood Emperor dematerialized. He looked mean and scary. He looked up at Jian Wushuang and exclaimed, "This aura, it is a secret skill of 7-star. Even though the secret skill of 7-star is powerful, it does not make sense that it is so much more powerful, especially in his power." Blood Emperor was dumbfounded. The power of the sword of Jian Wushuang gave him a shock. In terms of power, he felt that Jian Wushuang could overpower him. But Blood Emperor had already reached the chaotic divine demon realm. Jian Wushuang stared at Blood Emperor. What a weird technique. The sword light by Emperor 13 was about to kill him, and yet he could escape unharmed? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself in pity. That was a good chance to kill Blood Emperor, but he had dodged the bullet to his head. As for Emperor 13, he was still indifferent and calm. It was as though he had foreseen that Blood Emperor would do that. Even if I failed once, there is always a second try. With my current fighting power, I believe that I can kill him with the help of Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang's aura boiled as the 7 Hong Jun golden swords burst forth instantly. It was the same 7 Hong Jun golden swords and the same understanding of the space-time sword principle, but his power level had increased. As of his current power level, each of the 7 Hong Jun golden swords had reached the power level of the chaotic divine demon realm. Any of these swords could suppress Emperor by easily, and there were a total of 7. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 7 beams of golden light appeared around Blood Emperor at the same time. They attacked him from 7 different angles. Jian Wushuang's size grew. We could clearly see the 9 heads and 18 arms coming out of his well-built body. He took a step, clearly indicating that he wanted to engage in close-range combat. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes as he moved his body slightly. The 7 Hong Jun golden swords passed by him without even touching his clothes. Blood Emperor was not afraid when he saw Jian Wushuang charging at him with a well-built body. He held his spear in one hand as crimson red mist spread out once more. Following that, spear lights filled the entire space. Each spear was like a venomous snake coming out of its nest, silent and stealthily. Each was incredibly fast. Most importantly, each spear radiated a thick aura of rules of order. Blood Emperor only had 2 arms and could only wield 1 spear. Jian Wushuang had 18 arms and swords. Furthermore, he made use of the special fighting technique unique to the ancient god clan. Even so, a scene that made Jian Wushuang widen his eyes in shock happened. Blood Emperor suppressed Jian Wushuang with a single spear. It was completely one-sided. At first, Blood Emperor had been very serious. As time passed, he had become more casual. Using his spear, he thrusted, flicked, sweeped, and even smashed at Jian Wushuang. Even though it looked casual, every attack was almost perfect. Jian Wushuang felt that his swordsmanship was useless in the face of these spears. Not only swordsmanship, he could not even fully utilize his power. How can this be the case? Jian Wushuang frowned. Even though I am more powerful than him, I am being suppressed? I have already utilized my ancient god body, cast ancient god secret skills, and maximized my close combat abilities. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He knew that the attacks from Emperor 13 and Blood Emperor were extremely complex and powerful. However, no matter how powerful it was, Jian Wushuang should have been able to hold his ground using 18 arms and the fighting techniques of the ancient god clan. The results? Unbelievable. He possesses incredible spear skills. Furthermore, his fighting techniques, consciousness, and ability to make decisions are far superior than mine. So this is a superpower from the ancient past. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. In the space nearby, Emperor 13 stood there coldly. He witnessed the battle between Jian Wushuang and Blood Emperor, but did not interfere at all. However, Blood Emperor was getting impatient. At the end of a day, an ant is still an ant. Even if the ant possesses incredible power, it does not know how to use it at all. Blood Emperor mocked. He started to swing his crimson spear even faster. It became 30% faster. However, Jian Wushuang was not able to handle this increase in speed. Uft! The crimson spear collided with the holy body of Jian Wushuang. Even with the 5-gem armor, a hole was pierced in his holy body. He backed off immediately. While he was backing off, the divine power within Jian Wushuang swept out and healed his injury. Jian Wushuang stood there once again, studying Blood Emperor with shock in his eyes. You cannot beat him with fighting technique alone. Emperor 13 finally spoke casually. Jian Wushuang sighed and agreed. Jian Wushuang's power was stronger than Blood Emperor's after casting secret skills of Star Palace to increase his fighting power by 1,000 times. Based on the power advantage alone, it was impossible to defeat the Blood Emperor and kill him head-on. Blood Emperor's experience, spear skills, and understanding of rules of order were far superior to his. If I cannot win by fighting techniques, I shall use brute force, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Chapter 2188 Mountain River Map. Out. It was silent on the battlefield. Blood Emperor stood there holding his spear as though he was the ruler of the sea of crimson red. Jian Wushuang and Emperor 13 stood a distance away, staring intently at Blood Emperor. Haha, what a pity. Blood Emperor laughed and broke the silence. Blood Emperor stared at Emperor 13 and smiled coldly. Emperor 13, what a pity. You could have killed me if the power this brat has now is in your control. It looks like fate is on my side today. With the power you mastered at half-step divine demon realm, all you can do is go even with me. You cannot kill me. As for Jian Wushuang, he only has power. His own fighting is far too weak to pose a threat to me. Blood Emperor mocked. The effect of two different people using the exact same power could be vastly different. For example, for the same amount of power of the weakest real god, an almighty or great emperor could use that power but have the fighting power of a peak real god. If a weak universe god had the power of a peak real god, the battle power he could use would only be around that of an ordinary real god. This was the difference. Jian Wushuang and Emperor 13 was an obvious example. Emperor 13 was simply in the half-step divine demon realm, yet his battle power was on par with Blood Emperor, who was in the chaotic divine demon realm. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang was too weak for the top-tier experts from the ancient past. Even if he had extraordinary power from casting secret skills of Star Palace, the fighting power he had was still weaker than that of Blood Emperor. Emperor 13, I respect your fighting power. It is a pity that there is no way that both of you can kill me. Hence, all you can do is to stay there and watch me destroy this world. Blood Emperor laughed delightfully. He felt it was a pity that he was not able to kill Emperor 13. However, he felt elated that a superpower like Emperor 13 had suffered. Hearing this, Emperor 13 had no reaction. Jian Wushuang looked up and said, Blood Emperor, it might be too early for you to be happy. Oh. Blood Emperor looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stopped talking as he whipped out a scroll. This scroll looked ordinary. However, it radiated an ancient and unique aura. After the scroll appeared, Jian Wushuang channeled his divine power and tossed this scroll high up into the sky. The scroll merged with heaven and earth instantly. Hum, hum. A special light was seen high up in the sky as something occurred. This is... Everyone looked up at the sky. The sky was blood red, had been empty. Now, the space was filled. It was filled by a gigantic and beautiful picture scroll world. This picture scroll world occupied the entire sky as it turned into life. An ancient and majestic aura came from within the picture scroll world. One could even hear soft chimes. Every chime calmed people's minds and made them forget the negative thoughts. The experts standing below stared at this picture scroll world, and they saw an endlessly large world. This world had mountains and streams. The scenery was awesome as well. Within this world, what attracted the most attention were the 9 continents that were spread out at the different ends of the world. Each of the 9 continents had countless cities and humans. Every human on the continent was very realistic and radiated aura that belonged to cultivators. It was as though the picture scroll had come to life. The picture scroll world was alive. If people did not see Jian Wushuang taking out this treasure with their own eyes, they would think the picture scroll was a real world. My power grew. The mountain river map seems even more realistic when I use it with full force. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Mountain river map was one of his many trump cards. It was also the strongest treasure he had. This treasure came from his master, Xian Yi. He had used the mountain river map many times before. During those times, this mountain river map had not felt so realistic. The aura was also much stronger now. This is the mountain river map belonging to the 7-star Black Sect? Blood Emperor Irises constricted in shock when he saw the mountain river map. This is the mountain river map. No matter the aura or the way to activate it, it is exactly the same as back then. The strongest treasure that the 7-star Black Sect has is in the hands of this brat. Blood Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang, indecisive of what he should do next. The mountain river map had been very famous back in the ancient past. Now, in the second era, a brat in the chaotic realm could wield it? Was this possible? Jian Wushuang ignored the Blood Emperor. With my current fighting power, how many seals can I cast? How powerful could they be? Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he anticipated the results. Let's try. Jian Wushuang attacked without hesitation. A continuous stream of divine power surged up towards the picture scroll world. There was star power mincing with the divine power. Immediately, an overbearing aura radiated from the picture scroll world. The picture scroll world had 9 continents. One of the continents looked like it had come alive as it moved within the picture scroll world. 9 province seal, the 4th seal. Seal of clouds. The 4th seal, seal of clouds, descended under the control of Jian Wushuang. The large province came down slowly. The sky turned dark immediately. Everyone looked up and stared at the majestic continent that was descending towards them. No one spoke as everyone was tense. There was silence. The only sound that could be heard was of heavy breathing. No one from the eternal chaotic world could stop this seal. Chapter 2189 9 Province Seal. Boom! The majestic continent descended. The majestic continent covered too big an area, and the suppressing power was incredible. Blood Emperor was located at the center of this majestic continent and had nowhere to run. He could only fight it head-on. Humph! Blood Emperor grunted as he turned gloomy. The mountain river map is an incredible treasure. However, its true power can only be used by a real expert. As for you, you can only cast the weakest skill for this mountain river map, the 9 province seal. Furthermore, you can't even cast the complete 9 province seal. You can never kill me with just this power. Blood Emperor pointed his spear towards the incoming continent. A crimson-red light appeared the moment he pointed his spear. This crimson light looked like it could destroy everything in this world as it charged into the incoming continent. The bottom of the continent was penetrated instantly as it crumbled into pieces and dispersed in all directions. Seeing this, the experts from the eternal chaotic world were shocked. How is this possible? He stopped such a powerful attack so easily. The Blood Emperor is far too strong. The experts exclaimed in surprise. At the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang remained indifferent. Compared to before, this 4th seal is much, much stronger now. However, it is impossible for this to kill the Blood Emperor, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He knew that the 4th seal, seal of clouds, could not harm the Blood Emperor. He had cast it to test how powerful his 9 province seal was. What followed was the real deal. Boom! Limitless amounts of divine power boiled. Jian Wushuang started to make various hand signs. Another majestic province descended from the picture scroll world. The aura was even stronger and terrifying. This was the 5th seal of the 9 province seal. What a joke! The Blood Emperor roared, not afraid. A limitless amount of blood chi started to boil as the boundless sea of blood appeared again. The sea of blood was endless. Blood Emperor was at the center of the sea of blood. Large amounts of blood gathered to form a gigantic exotic beast. This exotic beast looked like it was invincible. The moment the beast was formed, a deafening roar was heard from the sea of blood and reverberated throughout the battlefield. The sound waves swept out in all directions. Many of the experts from the eternal chaotic world covered their ears even though they were far away from the battlefield. Those who reacted slower experienced bleeding from their eardrums. Those experts who were on this battlefield were at least in the chaotic realm. After the roar, the exotic beast raised its hands up high. The majestic province was held up and could not descend further. The fifth seal dissipated after the power was used up. Even the fifth seal cannot hurt him. Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he squinted his eyes. He could not cast the fifth seal with his own power. Now he had the secret skills of Star Palace active, which enabled him to cast the seal. He never thought that the Blood Emperor could stop this attack so easily. Next up, Jian Wushuang made more unique hand signs. His divine power and star power were absorbed by the picture scroll world at an insane rate. Within moments, the sixth seal of the 9-province seal descended. The sixth seal. Blood Emperor was taken aback. The mountain river map was infamous for its several powerful skills. Even though the 9-province seal was the most ordinary skill in the mountain river map, it was definitely powerful when it was used against experts in the chaotic divine demon realm. The Blood Emperor took this attack seriously. Come, come! The Blood Emperor roared madly. The sea of blood started to turn violent as dark crimson armor appeared. The same armor appeared on the gigantic exotic beast as well. The exotic beast roared in anger. This exotic beast raised its hands once again in an attempt to stop the sixth seal. However, the sixth seal in the 9-province seal was at least 5 times as powerful as the fifth. The exotic beast could stop the fifth seal, but the sixth seal, boom! The crimson armor of the exotic beast turned dark, and the blood chi started to escape from the body once the seal collided with the exotic beast. Within moments, a loud boom was heard. The gigantic ancient blood beast crumbled under the pressure of the sixth seal. The remaining power was headed straight for Blood Emperor. Boom! The earth was split apart, and the entire Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds was destroyed. What was left was a humongous crater so deep that one could not see the bottom. At the center of the crater, a figure stood, battered. This figure was the Blood Emperor. At this moment, his clothes were ripped and wounds could be seen on his crimson skin. There were bloodstains around his mouth as well. Even so, he was not angry. He smiled wantonly. Haha, not bad. The sixth seal. Is that it? Blood Emperor sounded like he was crazy. The surrounding experts fell silent when they saw this. The sixth seal that Jian Wushuang had cast could only cause light injuries to Blood Emperor. To kill him, the power of the sixth seal is not enough. Unless he has the seventh seal. Emperor 13 looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was slightly depressed. He had to admit he had underestimated the fighting power of Blood Emperor and the techniques the experts from the ancient past had had. Even though the Blood Emperor was not in prime condition and was only in the chaotic divine demon realm, it would not be easy to kill him. The sixth seal did not manage to kill him. As for the seventh seal, the mountain river map had 9 seals representing 9 states. Every 3 seals was a bottleneck, as the next seal would be much more powerful and require much more divine power to cast. Jian Wushuang could barely cast the 6th seal. As for the 7th seal, not enough. With the amount of divine power I have now, I cannot cast the 7th seal. Jian Wushuang roared. All 9 ancient god stars crumbled in the next moment. Boom! 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 They crumbled one after another. Chapter 2190. Goodbye. Out of the 9 ancient god stars, he had destroyed 4 of them. The 4 stars turned into bloodline power that Jian Wushuang could use. Not enough. This is far from enough. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Then boom, 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 boom. The remaining 5 stars crumbled together. Every single one of the 9 stars crumbled. He was betting everything he had. Instantly, ancient god's bloodline power erupted within his body as this power multiplied. Even so, Jian Wushuang realized he could not cast the 7th seal. Even after all 9 stars crumbled, I can't cast the 7th seal? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The difference between the 6th and the 7th seal was far too great. The amount of power needed to cast the seventh seal was much more than that needed for the sixth. Not enough. I need more power. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists as determination started to burn in his eyes. He had already used most of his trump cards. He had even used Star Destruction skill to its fullest and destroyed all 9 stars. However, he still required more power. At this moment, there was only one way left for him to cast the seventh seal. Jian Wushuang stood there determined. He looked up slowly. He was not looking at Blood Emperor or Emperor 13. He focused his vision on a beautiful figure some distance away. That figure was Lung Rushue. Looking at that figure, his heart burned. Sorry, Lung Rushuang, Jian Wushuang said silently to himself. However, it was like this sentence had been transmitted into the sleeping consciousness of the beautiful figure far away. Lung Rushue stood there quietly. However, when she saw Jian Wushuang's eyes, she shuddered. Emperor Bai, please take care of Green Fire World for me, Jian Wushuang said as his voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. Jian Wushuang, what are you saying? Emperor Bai asked, knitting his eyebrows. Jian Wushuang did not elaborate. He continued to scan the experts from the eternal chaotic world. Goodbye, everyone. Instantly, a vast amount of soul power erupted. The limitless amount of soul power was like oil meeting fire. It was set ablaze. This is... Emperor Bai turned pale. Soul ignition. The experts from the eternal chaotic world were shocked as exclamations could be heard everywhere. Soul ignition, a technique that would only be used in a situation where one would definitely die to do the most amount of damage to their opponents. Before Emperor 13 reached them, the experts from the eternal chaotic world were prepared to cast soul ignition to sacrifice everything to defend their home. They did not do so as Emperor 13 had arrived and seen hope. However, under the clear view of everyone, Jian Wushuang had used this technique. Jian Wushuang was trying to drag Blood Emperor down with him. 9 province seal, the 7th seal! After casting soul ignition, Jian Wushuang's power multiplied again. The limitless amount of divine power and bloodline power were fully utilized. Jian Wushuang's flushed face was twisted fiercely. With that expression, Jian Wushuang made seals using his hands. Jian Wushuang then forcefully used 3 of his own blood essences to further increase his power. He barely met the minimum requirement to cast the 7th seal. Jian Wushuang used everything he had and every single drop of energy as all of this power gushed into the seal up in the sky. A limitless amount of energy poured in. Finally, an even more gigantic province appeared from the picture scroll world and descended. Dong! 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 Ancient chimes could be heard as they reverberated throughout heaven and earth. These chimes contained a special magic to it as it calmed everyone's mind. These chimes originated from the large province. At that instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, dead silent. Every expert there looked up and stared at the gigantic and majestic province. Everyone held their breath. No one said a word. It was not because they did not want to speak. The pressure from the province was so great that no one could open their mouth. Furthermore, the majestic province did not target them, yet they were still under such incredible pressure. It would be hard to imagine how much pressure the Blood Emperor would be facing when the province targeted him. The 7th seal! Emperor 13 looked up and stared at the slowly descending province, coldly. A flash of surprise could be seen from his emotionless eyes. Let me help you, Emperor 13 said. The sword in his hands started to glow bright. It was so bright it looked like a huge sun that was concentrated in energy. Emperor 13 swung his sword. He did not move at all. He pointed his sword at Blood Emperor. Instantly, the large sun, which was made up of sword essence, burst forth and appeared in the space where Blood Emperor was before it exploded. Hum, 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 hum. The entire space turned into a sea of sword essence. This sword essence spread out and crashed towards Blood Emperor from all directions. Blood Emperor received suppression from both the seventh seal and the sea of sword essence. Is this what we can do? Emperor 13 squinted his eyes. Blood Emperor looked at Emperor 13 coldly. Emperor 13, if I am not wrong, this should be one of your 3 strongest sword skills. World of Swords. It is a pity that you are in the realm of half-step divine demon realm, and the power of this sword is so limited. Chapter 2191, Last High Back in the Ancient Past. Blood Emperor was one of the top-tier experts. Even though he could not be compared to a man like Emperor 13, he had still heard of the techniques Emperor 13 had. Emperor 13 had created 3 strongest sword skills. World of Swords was the weakest among them. Even this weakest sword skill could have severely injured or even killed him back in the ancient past. The legendary World of Sword had everything inside: mountains, seas, and forests made up of swords. However, the World of Swords that Emperor 13 had cast only barely formed an incomplete sea of swords. Ha ha! Blood Emperor laughed crazily. Mountain River Map, the 7th seal of the 9 province sealed together with the World of Sword. Ha! Come! Why would I be afraid? Blood Emperor looked like he had turned crazy under the suppression of the 7th seal and the surrounding sea of swords. Blood Emperor felt that his life was in danger when targeted by the 7th seal. It was as though in the next moment he was about to be crushed into nothing by the 7th seal. However, the Blood Emperor was not afraid at all. He was the emperor of the Blood Clan and had been one of the top-tier experts back in the ancient past. He had been through the great battle of the ancient past and survived. What could be more dangerous and terrifying than that battle itself? Taboo's secret skill, Blood Slash. First slash. Blood Emperor's voice boomed as the divine power around him boiled and roared. Blood Emperor shuddered as his face turned pale. Second slash. His voice could be heard again as the surrounding sea of crimson, red, split apart. The spirits and skeletons under the sea of crimson, red crumbled. Blood Emperor felt something get stuck in his throat before he spouted out blood. Third slash. Boom. Heaven and earth froze for a second. Blood Emperor was covered in blood. One of his army exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Blood Clan Taboo's secret skill? Emperor 13's irises constricted with shock. Even though Blood Emperor looked like he was severely injured, Emperor 13 clearly knew he was not. Blood Emperor was in that state due to the price he had to pay to cast the Taboo's secret skill. Even though the cost was huge, Blood Emperor had turned even stronger. Opposing blood formation. Form. Under the influence of the Taboo secret skill, Blood Emperor, who was in the divine demon realm, had turned even stronger. His terrifying aura had become twice as powerful. The opposing blood formation that encompassed the entire 3 Emperors world started to run. A limitless amount of blood chi gathered in front of the Blood Emperor and formed a crimson shield. This shield looked as though it could not be destroyed. Haha, come. Blood Emperor laughed crazily. He stood behind the large shield as a gigantic crimson exotic beast rose and roared. High up in the air, the province formed from the 7th seal came down with incredible might. It collided with the crimson red shield. Boom! Large amounts of momentum gushed out in all directions. The 7th seal, Jian Wushuang, gave all he had, crumbling 9 ancient god stars and even casting soul ignition to bet on this one attack. This was Jian Wushuang's last attack. After this attack, he would definitely die. Blood Emperor had paid a heavy price by casting the Taboo secret skill just to defend against the 7th seal. He knew that this was the last attack by Jian Wushuang. This was the last chance for Jian Wushuang to kill him. As long as Blood Emperor survived the attack, he could return back to his prime with the help of the opposing blood formation. The plan he had carefully planned for a long time could continue. No one could stop him. He must die. Jian Wushuang had gone crazy long ago. As soul ignition continued, his consciousness slowly started to fade as he turned into a mad demon. He would die eventually, as all living energy would be sucked out of him. He told himself he had a mission, and he had to complete it before he died. That was to kill Blood Emperor. The eternal chaotic world would only be safe if he died. That was his hometown. His friends and families were there. He could not afford to fail. I carefully schemed for so many years and finally got to where I am today. How can I lose to a mere chaotic realm scum? No, that will not happen. That cannot happen. I will not die. Blood Emperor was equally crazy. Jian Wushuang had his reason to kill the Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor also had his reasons to live. Both of them fought head-on. Who would live? Who would die? Or would both of them die? The experts from the eternal chaotic world held their breath as they saw this scene unfold before their eyes. They saw the majestic province crashing into the Crimson Shield. These two terrifying and devastating forces were fighting against each other. At that moment, everyone clenched their fists. Kill him. He must die. Sword Emperor, our fate lies in your hands. The Sword Emperor has never disappointed us. This time, he too will not disappoint us. These were thoughts that were screaming in the minds of the experts. They knew that Jian Wushuang was their last hope. This attack was Jian Wushuang's last attempt. If Blood Emperor survived this attack, the eternal chaotic world would be done for. At the center of the battlefield, the two terrifying forces were still battling it out. During the collision, the power of both forces got weaker. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This collision lasted for 5 seconds. Finally, crack, a soft sound was heard. The eyes of the experts from the eternal chaotic world lit up with elation. They saw cracks forming on the seemingly indestructible crimson-red shield. Finally, the crimson-red shield shattered with a boom. The crimson-red shield that Blood Emperor formed using the opposing blood formation was gone. Chapter 2192, A Figure Broke. The crimson shield broke. Sword Emperor managed to break the opponent's strongest defense skill. Is he going to succeed? The experts from the eternal chaotic world were excited. No, it is not so simple. Even though this attack is extremely powerful, more than 70% of the power was used to break the Crimson Shield. Blood Emperor may be able to defend against the remaining power. He could be severely injured, but not killed. Emperor said, "What?" The experts around turned pale. Even after destroying the Crimson Shield, Blood Emperor could survive this attack? Oh no, it still lacks some power. Emperor 13-2 frowned. At the center of the battlefield, the seventh seal continued to descend on Blood Emperor. Blood, Qi, continued to erupt from Blood Emperor as the ancient blood beast roared in anger. The Blood Emperor laughed. Come, let's see if the remaining power from the seventh seal can kill me today. If I survive, all of you will die. Ha ha ha. His crazy laughter reverberated throughout the battlefield. The huge ancient blood beast held up its hands and held on tightly to the descending province. The majestic province descended extremely slowly under the resistance from the ancient blood beast. During the entire process, its power was continuously weakened. If this continued, the seal would not be able to kill the Blood Emperor after it destroyed the ancient blood beast. Sword Emperor gave his all and even cast soul ignition, yet he still failed to kill Blood Emperor? Is the eternal chaotic world done for? Looks like fate decided that the eternal chaotic world should perish today. Howls of bitterness could be heard from the experts from the eternal chaotic world. These experts had no hope left. Even Emperor looked devastated. Jian Wushuang was their last hope. However, this last attack of his did not seem like it could kill Blood Emperor. As for Emperor 13, he could not kill Blood Emperor even though he had incredible fighting power. If Blood Emperor survived, that meant that they were dead meat. The eternal chaotic world was done for. Many different emotions surfaced. At the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang turned even more crazy as he lost his consciousness. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared straight at Blood Emperor. Right then, in the majestic province in front of him, a human figure appeared slowly. This figure appeared out of nowhere with no warning at all. The power of the seventh seal was about to run out, yet a figure had appeared from within at this point in time. Once it appeared, everyone looked over at it. That is, the experts from the eternal chaotic world were stunned as they looked at the figure. It was a well-built man in white clothes. He was smiling brightly and warmly. It felt peaceful. He appeared out of nowhere and had no aura. It was like he was nothing but air. Once people looked at him, they could no longer look away. When he saw the figure who appeared out of nowhere, Blood Emperor frowned. He started to feel uncertain as the bad feeling turned even stronger. Emperor 13-2 was looking at this human figure. This old man, he has got a backup plan. Emperor 13 muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. As for Jian Wushuang, he was using all his strength to keep himself conscious. At the same time, he recognized this figure who had appeared. Master. Jian Wushuang spoke with great difficulty. Master. Jian Wushuang had only had one master since the day he had started cultivating. This man was Xian Yi. Hi, little one. Xian Yi smiled and greeted Jian Wushuang. The warm smile caused Jian Wushuang to feel relaxed. Xian Yi then looked down at everyone. When he saw Emperor 13, a glint of surprise flashed over his eyes as he quickly moved his vision. Finally, he fixed his vision on Blood Emperor, a member of the Blood clan. Haha, this formation is interesting. It is a pity that this is too malicious. Xian Yi muttered to himself. At the same time, he noticed the seventh seal of the 9-province seal. There was only about 20% of power left in the seal. With this power, it could severely injure Blood Emperor. However, there was no way it could kill Blood Emperor. My disciple, your master shall help you today. Xian Yi said as he raised one of his arms slowly. On his right index finger, a special energy gathered as it flew towards Blood Emperor. It felt like the energy did not exist at all. He pointed his finger very casually. The experts around the battlefield were curious as to why Xian Yi had done that. They did not understand what the figure was trying to do. He pointed his finger at Blood Emperor. What was next? Why was there no power or momentum felt? The seventh seal of the 9-province seal did not get more powerful. It seemed like nothing had changed. While everyone was curious about why Xian Yi had done that, boom! The space shuddered. The heaven and earth that the experts were in started to crumble at an incredible speed. Yes, it crumbled. Large amounts of space started to collapse in on themselves. Even the earth started to sink. As for the opposing blood formation that covered the entire 3 Emperors world, it started to quickly dissipate and shrink as though it was being suppressed by a terrifying power. Within moments, the opposing blood formation, which covered the entire 3 Emperors world, shrank to the mere size of the Blood Emperor's sanctuary grounds. And the shrinking had yet to stop. At the same time, a suppressive power far greater than what anyone had experienced before was felt. This non-specific suppressive power did not belong to any expert. It came from the heavens. It came from the earth. This suppressive power came from heaven and earth. It was the restrictions of heaven and earth. Chapter 2193 Finally Killed. Impossible. This is not possible. The Blood Emperor yelled hysterically. At that moment, Blood Emperor went mad. As the restrictions of heaven and earth came, his opposing blood formation dissipated straight away. The reason why he could be in the chaotic divine demon realm was due to the opposing blood formation. If the formation dissipated, his power would too. He was originally in the chaotic divine demon realm, before dropping to half-step divine demon realm instantly. He was now in the realm as Emperor 13. As his realm dropped, his overall power and the power of his techniques dropped. Impossible. My opposing blood formation has already shaken this world. Everything was originally peaceful, and I was in the chaotic, divine demon realm. Why did the restrictions of heaven and earth increase so suddenly? Blood Emperor widened his eyes in shock as his face twisted in anger. Soon, he locked his vision onto the figure that had just appeared. You. This is all because of you. The Blood Emperor stared at Xian Yi, who stood there smiling. Blood Emperor's irises constricted when he recalled what Xian Yi had just done to influence the restriction of heaven and earth. He could guess his true identity. It's you. It is you. You were that man back then. That is you. The restrictions of heaven and earth exist because of you. Blood Emperor roared in anger as he was in disbelief. While the Blood Emperor was in disbelief, the majestic province descended and crushed the ancient Blood Beast. The ancient Blood Beast had been created by the ancient Blood Beast, and its power was determined by that of the Blood Emperors. Blood Emperor had been in the chaotic divine demon realm before. Hence the ancient Blood Beast was powerful. Now that the Blood Emperor was in the half-step divine demon, his power dropped and he could no longer cast many techniques. Under these circumstances, even Emperor 13 could kill him. This was the same for Jian Wushuang, who cast soul ignition and gave his all. As for the 7th seal of the 9-province seal, only about 10% of the total power remained after it crushed the ancient Blood Beast. However, this power was more than enough to kill the Blood Emperor, who was in the half-step divine demon realm. No, I will not resign myself to my fate. I will not. His yells reverberated throughout the battlefield. The majestic province descended onto the Blood Emperor and completely crushed him. Boom! The terrifying momentum continued to push the province downwards onto the earth. Once the two collided, abundant amounts of divine power swept out in all directions. After a long while, the battlefield turned peaceful once again. As for Blood Emperor, he lay there motionless. A top-tier expert from the ancient past died. He is finally dead. The experts from the eternal chaotic world widened their eyes as they looked at this scene. They had yet to fully comprehend what had just happened. They could not believe their own eyes. Their defeat seemed inevitable. However, the tides of the battle had turned right when Blood Emperor was about to win. After a brief delay, everyone looked up at the two figures floating high up in the air. The two figures were Jian Wushuang and Xian Yi. After the 7th seal of the 9-province seal dissipated, they realized that Xian Yi was simply a blurred mirage. Whoosh! Xian Yi moved forwards towards Jian Wushuang. Little one. Xian Yi smiled warmly. Jian Wushuang could barely keep his eyes open. His consciousness was fading. Xian Yi frowned slightly. He stretched out his palm and pointed to Jian Wushuang's forehead. A unique energy gushed into Jian Wushuang's brain. Instantly, what remaining soul power that Jian Wushuang had stopped burning under the influence of this unique energy. His soul fire was extinguished, and a very small portion of his soul power remained. Seeing this, Xian Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Little one, you are too tired. Sleep well. Xian Yi said softly. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, as though he had heard his master's words. It was a peaceful and relieved smile. Jian Wushuang fell backwards. Xian Yi waved his hand as an unknown force guided Jian Wushuang towards Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai caught Jian Wushuang and stared at Xian Yi with a meaningful look. Xian Yi smiled at Emperor Bai and muttered to himself, "The time is not yet right. It has yet to reach the decisive moment. Luckily, the amount of power I used is small. If not," he shook his head as his body turned transparent. It eventually disappeared from sight. Seeing this, the experts around were confused. They did not know who Xian Yi was, how he had appeared, and why he had disappeared so suddenly. His appearance and disappearance were both without warning. In the eyes of the experts from the eternal chaotic world, Xian Yi was a complete mystery. Emperor 13 would probably be the only man who had the answer to this mystery. Whoosh! In the sky high up above, the beautiful picture scroll world disappeared as it turned into a scroll and fell towards the earth. A figure appeared and caught the mountain river map. This man was Emperor 13. Emperor 13 then appeared in front of Emperor Bai. How is he? Emperor 13 looked at Jian Wushuang's motionless body and asked, "He is in a terrible state. Even though his divine body is unharmed, he has used too much of his soul power and only a small amount remains. He should fall into a deep slumber," Emperor Bai said in a serious tone. This phenomenon should only have appeared in the ancient past. Some experts from the ancient past had control and usage of powerful soul attacks, which could severely wound the soul. If the soul was wounded to a certain extent, it would fall into a deep slumber. It was extremely difficult to wake up from this slumber. Even though he fell into deep slumber, at least his life was preserved. This is all thanks to that man just now who helped to stop soul ignition. If not, Emperor Bai exclaimed. Chapter 2194 Victory. The surrounding experts from the eternal chaotic world took a sharp breath when they heard what Emperor Bai had said. To them, once you cast soul ignition, you were destined for doom. There was no way to stop it. However, that man just now had managed to stop Jian Wushuang's soul ignition and protect a part of his soul. How incredible was that? Emperor 13 looked at Jian Wushuang before tossing the mountain river map and a transmission token over. This is his transmission token. Additionally, that is my transmission token. After he awakens from his deep slumber, ask him to message me, Emperor 13 said coldly. Emperor Bai received the two items. Since Jian Wushuang was in a deep slumber, he would safely keep these items first. Additionally, this is what I promised. Emperor 13 tossed him a jade bamboo strip. Emperor Bai caught it and took a glance. His eyes lit up in surprise. There was a secret skill carved into the jade bamboo strip. It was the complete version of one of the secret skills he was currently cultivating. Back at the lineage of Star, Emperor 13 had seen that Emperor Bai was cultivating an incomplete secret skill. He had told Emperor Bai that he would give him the complete version of the secret skill if Emperor Bai could take care of Jian Wushuang for a period of time. Thank you. Emperor Bai thanked Emperor 13. Emperor 13 looked at Emperor Bai indifferently before leaving. After Emperor 13 left, the experts from the eternal chaotic world surrounded Emperor Bai. Everyone was looking at Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor. What happened to the ancient god Emperor? People like King Qinxing, Abysmal Saint Master, and Black Dragon Emperor were extremely worried. This was especially the case for Black Dragon Emperor, as her feelings for Jian Wushuang had never changed. Everyone calmed down. Jian Wushuang's soul was wounded and he went into a deep slumber. As long as there are enough treasures, he can recover. It's just a matter of time. Emperor Bai said. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Bai, the master of the Holocaust sect, escaped, Ancestor Tianqin said. Emperor Bai raised his eyebrows and looked at the space that she was in. The beautiful figure which was standing there disappeared. Let her go. She should be from the first era. Now that the three emperors' world's factions are destroyed, I doubt she can cause any trouble for us, Emperor Bai said. Tianqin, what are the losses we suffered during this battle? More than half were either severely injured or dead. 7 of our great emperors died in the battle. They are Purple Moon Emperor Master Wu, Yenzun, King Zhansong. Ancestor Tianqin read out 7 names. These were the 7 emperors who had died in this battle. On top of that, many Sir Gods and Emperor Gods had died as well. The total number of lives lost was over 2,000. Hearing this, the experts present fell silent. Emperor Bai took a deep breath and said, They're the heroes of the eternal chaotic world. Yes, heroes. They sacrificed their lives for the eternal chaotic world. Without their sacrifice, the eternal chaotic world would not be around now. The experts around nodded their heads in agreement. Even though we suffered heavy losses during this battle, we won. The eternal chaotic world laughed. Hearing this, the experts who were down were stunned for a moment before they started to smile. Victory! They were victorious. All of the experts from the three emperors' world were dead. The three emperors' world had crumbled and would no longer pose a threat to the eternal chaotic world. The Holocaust sect and the Akron Palace had been two threats that lurked in the dark. Now these two threats were gone. Let's go. Let us go home. Everyone discussed for a moment before they cleaned up the battlefield and left for home. Eternal chaotic world. After the final phase of the war erupted, the eternal chaotic world was at the edge of destruction. The countless cultivators and humans that remained within the eternal chaotic world were unsteady and worried. After the army returned, news of the victory spread like wildfire. Victory! This war had cost the eternal chaotic world dearly, but they had eventually achieved the final victory. After the news spread, the entire eternal chaotic world was celebrating in ecstasy. Many people who had been worried, sick finally, heaved a sigh or relief. Green fire world within Wushuang City. Wushuang! Brother! Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and many others looked at the weak Jian Wushuang and were worried sick. The experts who had participated in this war were mainly from the eternal chaotic world, as Green Fire World only had one almighty, Jian Nantian. He was far too important to the Green Fire World and did not participate in this war. Emperor Bai, how is Jian Wushuang? Wang Yuan asked anxiously. His soul fell into deep slumber. He is in a terrible state, but his life is not in danger, Emperor Bai said. His soul fell into a deep slumber? Wang Yuan frowned. He was the most powerful alchemist in the Green Fire World. His standard was also considered top tier within the eternal chaotic world. He was well versed in this area. However, only when one's soul was severely wounded would they fall into a deep slumber. Even though his life is not at risk, Jian Wushuang could possibly slumber for the rest of his life if he is not awakened quickly, Wang Yuan said. This was the same for many of the experts from the ancient past. Some of the experts' souls had been severely wounded back in the ancient past. Many of them had fallen into deep slumber and could not wake. No worries. I ordered my men to prepare the necessary materials. I have also called some of the Master's information from the Sanctuary Alliance to prepare the Tying Soul Resurrection Formation. Green Fire World is abundant in spiritual influence of heaven and earth. It is most suitable to place the Tying Soul Resurrection Formation here. As long as Jian Wushuang stays within the formation, his recovery should be speedy, Emperor Bai said. Chapter 2195, Deep Slumber Emperor Bai made it sound very simple. In reality, even though the Tying Soul Resurrection Formation and Spiritual Pool were both extremely helpful in the recovery of one's soul power, it was not easy to set up. Tying Soul Resurrection Formation originated from the ancient past. At least 10 Masters of Formation were needed to form this formation. Furthermore, large amounts of resources were needed to keep this formation running. These resources could come in the forms of special power stones. However, unless the power stone was like that of the Supreme Emperor Stone, a large amount of these special power stones would be needed to keep the formation running. The Sanctuary Alliance could not bear such a cost. Hence, Emperor Bai commanded around 200 Almighty to stay there at the Wushuang City. They would provide divine power to keep the Tying Soul Resurrection Formation running. As for the spiritual pool, it sounds ordinary. However, for the spiritual pool to be of use to Jian Wushuang, large amounts of treasures and resources were needed, though the amount was much less than that required to open the Heaven Repairing Palace. As of the current ability of the Sanctuary Alliance, time is needed to prepare these resources. The cost was huge, and the process was extremely complicated. No matter as Emperor Bai nor any other almighties, were unwilling to put in the effort. The person who needed this was Jian Wushuang, the man who they owed the most to in this war. Jian Wushuang had risked it all, even his life, to kill the Blood Emperor. They would give it their all as long as there was even the slightest of hope for him to recover. Besides the tying soul resurrection formation and spiritual pool, we should prepare some elixir which helps in the recovery of soul power. However, such elixirs are rare and extremely difficult to make. We need to prepare, Emperor Bai said. I have elixirs which help in the recovery in soul power, Wang Yuan said. Huh? What type of elixir? Emperor Bai looked at Wang Yuan in surprise. Ice soul elixir, Wang Yuan said. Emperor Bai raised his eyebrows. Ice soul elixir was one of the more powerful elixirs that there was. This elixir was basically extinct in the eternal chaotic world. No one could create it. This ordinary-looking fat man could create the ice soul elixir? How many of the ice soul elixir do you have now? Emperor Bai asked. As of now, I only have 3. Wang Yuan whipped out a small bottle which contained 3 crystal-clear elixir. After looking at the elixir and smelling its fragrance, Emperor Bai was sure that it was an extremely pure ice soul elixir. 3 is too little, Emperor Bai frowned and said. Too little. It is all right. As long as I have sufficient materials, I can make more of these, Wang Yuan said. You can make ice soul elixir. Emperor Bai was in disbelief. No alchemist master in the eternal chaotic world could create the ice soul elixir, but this fat man here could? Emperor Bai might not know about this. Wang Yuan is Wu Shuang's brother. He has the unique constitution of being the celestial elixir. He received an opportunity in the ancient battlefield around the Green Fire World and mastered many techniques to create elixirs that existed in the ancient past. He indeed possesses incredible skills as an alchemist, Jian Nantian said. Celestial elixir was a unique constitution that every alchemist master dreamed of having. Furthermore, he had received an opportunity from the ancient past. Emperor Bai looked at Wang Yuan in a different light. He knew that even though this little fat man was a mere chaotic real god, every major faction in the eternal chaotic world would have died to have him join their factions. This was the same for the Sanctuary Alliance. I will ask my men to prepare the necessary materials to create the ice soul elixir. I will leave the making of the elixir to you. I hope you can make at least one every decade, Emperor Bai said. One every 10 years. Wang Yuan was stunned. The ice soul elixir was a high-grade elixir from the ancient past. It was not easy even for him. If he needed to make one every 10 years. Is there a problem? Emperor Bai asked. No problem. For my brother, I will make it happen, even if he needs one every year. At most, starting from today, I will not eat nor drink. Just spend all my time making the elixir until Wu Shuang wakes up, Wang Yuan said as he shook his head. Hearing this, Emperor Bai nodded his head slowly. Soon, the entire Sanctuary Alliance started to work. They neglected everything else and managed to form the basic structure of the tying soul resurrection formation and spiritual pool. Wang Yuan started to make elixir. This time he would be spending the most time on one job ever since he was born. Sanctuary Alliance, Green Fire World, and everyone of Jian Wushuang's family and friends gave it their all to ensure that the formation and the spiritual pool were running smoothly. Everyone was giving their all for Jian Wushuang. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang lay peacefully in the middle of the spiritual pool, in a deep slumber. While Jian Wushuang was in a deep slumber, somewhere in the eternal chaotic world, in an endless and dark void, whoosh! A beautiful figure was rushing somewhere. She had a perfect figure. She wore a veil and looked like she was a fairy. She made her way forward. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. What? Lang Rushiwa raised her head and looked forward to her beautiful iris. There stood a man in a white cloak. The cloak looked like it was made of snow. He was handsome and cold, yet arrogant. He stood there in the air, radiating no aura. It was like he was made of air. Emperor 13. Lung Rushue saw the man as she clenched her jaws. During the battle in the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds, she had not attacked at all. When she had realized that Blood Emperor was about to die, she had turned and escaped immediately. She was far away from the experts from the eternal chaotic world. She had left promptly and no one could catch up to her. However, not long after she had left the Three Emperors' world, Emperor 13 had appeared in front of her. Chapter 2196. You are too controlling. After a deep breath, Lung Rushue gave a modest look. Greetings, Emperor 13. I am Lung Rushue. Emperor 13 looked at Lung Rushue coldly without saying a word. Lung Rushue was nervous. She was fearful of Emperor 13. He had managed to shake the restrictions of heaven and earth and reach the half-step divine demon realm with his own power. Back in the ancient past, he had been even more powerful. He could solo the master of Holy Land and could go even against the being that supported Lung Rushue. If Emperor 13 wanted to kill her, there was nothing she could do. From the myths, Emperor 13 would never kill a weakling. To him, I am just someone insignificant who was born at this age. He would not kill me. Furthermore, he was on Jian Wushuang's side and helped Jian Wushuang during his time of need. Within my body, I suppressed that woman's consciousness. If he really tried anything funny, I could simply commit suicide with her. If that happened, he would not be able to face Jian Wushuang. Lung Rushue thought to herself as she calmed down. She believed that Emperor 13 would not kill her. Suddenly, Emperor 13, who stood there peacefully, raised his right hand and pointed at her. This action looked very casual. However, heaven and earth shook as the space was ripped apart. An enormous fault in heaven and earth appeared. This fault continued to expand at terrifying speed. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. This crack sped towards her. Oh no! Lung Rushue turned pale. Right when she thought Emperor 13 would not have done anything funny to try and kill her, he attacked. Instantly, Lung Rushue was radiating a unique aura. This aura was at the power level of a stage 3 great emperor. Her jet black hair turned white and her irises turned gray. When Lung Rushue was about to deflect the sword from Emperor 13, the humongous crack disappeared. The terrifying sword essence dissipated. The entire space was peaceful, except for the destructive aura that she was radiating. Emperor 13 stood there, surprised. Lung Rushue looked at Emperor 13, confused. Emperor 13 was not trying to kill her. That sword was to test Lung Rushue. As for why, white hair, gray irises, destiny, constitution. No wonder. The only reason you can reach such a stage within such a short time is because of that person helping you. Lung Rushue frowned. She knew who Emperor 13 was referring to. Her unique constitution was only linked to that being. Seeing that Lung Rushue did not say anything in defense, Emperor 13 said once again, "Tell this to the person behind you. She is too controlling of the things she should not be. If she does not stop in time, I will stop her one way or another." Emperor 13 turned around and left. Lung Rushue stared at Emperor 13's back coldly. A few days later, Lung Rushue reached a unique mystery land. Sanctuary Alliance had no idea that the Holocaust sect had complete control over this mystery land. At the depth of the mystery land, there was a majestic altar. Lung Rushue squeezed a blood essence from her index finger as it dripped onto the secret restrictions on the altar. The entire altar started to run. Within moments, a blurry figure appeared on this altar. This blurry figure was over 2 meters tall, and her facial expressions could not be seen clearly. From the looks of it, the figure belonged to a beautiful female. "Master," Lung Rushue said as she saluted the figure. "Blood Emperor failed." A soft and graceful voice was heard. "Yes." Lung Rushue nodded her head lightly. "Ha, this is within my predictions. That dumbass. Does he really think a formation can shake the restrictions of heaven and earth here? What a joke. Has he ever thought about who made the restrictions of heaven and earth? Even the other two masters of Holy Land cannot do so with all their might. Who is he to try? The blurry figure mocked. The blurry figure looked down on Blood Emperor. It was not just because of the Blood Emperor's weak fighting power. More importantly, it was because he was arrogant. He did not know the true power of the restrictions. Master, during the battle, Emperor 13 was there, Lung Rushua continued. Emperor 13? The blurry figure said with a deeper voice as she treated this more seriously. She did not care about a mere Blood Emperor. However, it was a different case when it came to Emperor 13. Has Emperor 13 awakened? Looks like those experts who are in slumber in that heaven and earth are all about to wake up, the blurry figure sighed. Master, Emperor 13 came over and found me alone. He knows about your existence. He asked me to pass you a message, Lung Rushua said. Speak, the blurry figure said. He wants me to tell you that you are too controlling of some things that you shouldn't be. If you do not stop, he will one way or another, Lung Rushua said. How dare he? The blurry figure was instantly enraged. Even the old owner of the 7-star Black sect would not dare to say that to me. Emperor 13, you got courage. Who is he to say that? Lung Rushua stood there, quietly listening. Even though the blurry figure was enraged, there was nothing she could do. The blurry figure looked down at her right arm. If her original body had been there, and she lifted up her sleeve, a clear sword scar would have been seen. Even though the scar was not large, it represented the greatest disgrace in her life. That was exactly the reason why she had kept the sword scar on her arm and refused to let it heal. Emperor 13 was the one who had left the sword scar there. Emperor 13, you should feel lucky that the restrictions of heaven and earth are far too powerful there. I cannot go there personally. If not, I would personally tear you to bits. The blurry figure yelled before she looked over at Lung Rushua. Disciple, tell this to those who are about to awaken. 30,000 years later, heaven's horizon. That is their only chance. Chapter 2197 Old Monsters in Deep Slumber. 30,000 years later, heaven's horizon. That is their only chance. Once the blurry figure said these words, the figure disappeared from the altar. Lung Rushua stood there excited. After hearing what the blurry figure said, she thought to herself, 30,000 years. Is the time finally coming? Ha! These old monsters have waited for this for all eternity. She smiled creepily before she left. Within the eternal chaotic world, there were many dangerous places. The most dangerous was undoubtedly the 8 layers. Even though the 8 layers were extremely dangerous, there were many opportunities within. The 8 layers was one of the best places for experts to venture into. After the battlefield from the ancient past was revealed, many of the experts from the eternal chaotic world went to venture into the ancient mystery land or the battlefield around Green Fire World. The 8 layers were neglected. Only some of the real gods who could not venture into the ancient battlefield would choose to venture into the 8 layers. Within the 8 layers, the 6th layer. The 6th layer was one of the most infamous places. Many of the experts higher than the realm of Sir God dared not venture in. The Buddhist demon sea was one of the most notorious places. Back when Jian Wushuang had been set up by the Acheron Palace, he had entered Buddhist demon sea in order to save Lei Chao. He was lucky as he had received help from experts and managed to survive. After what happened, Jian Wushuang knew that there were 2 experts from the ancient past residing there in slumber. One of the 2 experts was 1-star man. The other man had an ancient flood dragon and had tried to kill Jian Wushuang. These 2 experts resided in the Buddhist demon sea. On this day, a beautiful figure stepped foot into the Buddhist demon sea. This beautiful figure was Lung Rushua, Buddhist demon sea. Is that man still in slumber here? Lung Rushua looked at the endless sea and thought to herself, those experts who had survived from the ancient battlefield usually slumbered in the ancient battlefields. For example, the ancient Mystery Land. Many experts from the ancient past chose those places for their slumbers. There were exceptions, of course. The battle back then had been so fierce that the entire ancient battlefield had been spread throughout this world. The Buddhist demon, sea, was one of them. Lung Rushua did not hesitate and continued to head deep into the Buddhist demon sea. The Buddhist demon sea was very dangerous. However, Lung Rushua was a stage 3 great emperor. Soon, she reached the depth of the sea. Here it was covered in black mist. The black mist contained unimaginable corrosive power. At the deepest part of the Buddhist demon sea, even a great emperor would find it difficult to stop the corrosive power. Lung Rushua floated there, motionless. Right then, in the sea below, a large wave erupted as a black figure rose and appeared behind Lung Rushua. This black figure was an ancient flood dragon. His whole body was covered in black scales which radiated death. Its mouth opened as it bit Lung Rushua with its 2 sharp teeth. Lung Rushua stood there. She noticed that the ancient flood dragon was attacking her, but she did not bother dodging or defending herself from the attack. Right when Lung Rushua was about to be bitten by the ancient flood dragon, she yelled, "Old monster dragon, do you wish to be trapped here in the Buddhist demon sea forever?" Her voice filled the entire Buddhist demon sea. The ancient flood dragon stopped in its tracks. The teeth of the dragon were about to touch Lung Rushua. However, it stopped and dared not move another inch forward. Lung Rushua turned around slowly as she looked at the ancient flood dragon coldly. There was no fear in her eyes. The ancient flood dragon was very fierce and savage. However, under the stare of Lung Rushua, it backed off and closed its mouth. On the back of the ancient flood dragon, a blurry figure formed. He had black armor and an extremely violent aura. His eyes were like those of a venomous snake as he looked at Lung Rushua. "Little brat, who are you?" The blurry figure, who was Old Monster Dragon, said with a deep voice. Lung Rushua did not reply. Her hair turned white and her irises turned gray instantly. A terrifying aura of destruction swept out in all directions. White-haired and gray irises. "You are that person's—" Old Monster Dragon was shocked. His attitude instantly turned for the battle. "I am sorry that I scared you, little girl," he said as he stomped on the ancient flood dragon, as though he was punishing it. Lung Rushua stood there coldly, not saying a thing. "Little girl, you came today under that person's orders?" Old Monster Dragon asked nervously. "Humph. My master wants me to tell you this. 30,000 years later, heaven's horizon. That is one and only chance. If you miss it," Lung Rushua grunted. She turned around and left, completely ignoring Old Monster Dragon. On the vast ocean, the ancient flood dragons float there. Old Monster Dragon stood on his dragon, stunned. He was completely stunned. Soon he regained his composure. "Ha ha ha. Finally. How long has it been? I can finally leave this terrible place. 30,000 years, the last 30,000 years." His crazy laughter was like letting go of his helplessness over these years. It contained some sadness as his laughter reverberated throughout the vast ocean. However, in the Buddhist demon sea, there was more than one person who was in a slumber. One Star Man was there too. When Lung Rushua appeared there, One Star Man realized her presence. When Old Monster Dragon laughed, One Star Man had a complicated look. 30,000 years. Those old men in a slumber must be excited. Looks like it is time for me to get out of this place and see some sunlight. Chapter 2198 Days of Slumber after the war was over. Peace quickly returned to the eternal, chaotic world. The various forces settled down as well. They continued their normal daily activities. The experts from the Special Tribes Alliance returned to the Special Tribes territory and back into their own tribes. King Luoyu was the only one who stayed back and awaited Jian Wushuang's awakening. As for the Black Dragon Emperor, she was the leader of her clan. Even though she had feelings for Jian Wushang, she could not stay and had to return to settle important matters within her own clan. She could only come and visit him occasionally. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang remained asleep and did not awaken. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 7,000 years passed. The eternal chaotic world returned to normal. The cultivators here continued their failed lives. They continued to venture out for opportunities, sparring with others as the competition continued. Within Wushuang City in the Green Fire World, the fat Wang Yuan sat in the middle of an open patch of ground and drank his wine happily. Whoosh! A beautiful girl in black clothes suddenly appeared beside Wang Yuan. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Su Ro. You are the 6th Almighty the Green Fire World has had. What is there to congratulate about being the 6th Almighty? Su Ro said. Green Fire World was a sanctuary filled with geniuses. The cultivating conditions here were far superior. Hence the rate of growth of numbers of experts was incredibly fast as well. Before the battle against the 3 Emperors' world, the Green Fire World had only had one Almighty, Jian Nantian. The other experts were only in the realm of Sir God. After merely 7,000 years after the Great War, 5 Almighties had been born, and Su Ro was one of them. 2 of the few who broke through earlier than me have cultivated for less than 20,000 years. How can I compare myself to them? Su Ro smiled. They are different from us. They were only born after the cultivating conditions of the Green Fire World changed for the better. They have had a much bigger advantage since birth. How can you compare yourself to them? Wang Yuan added. What about Jian Wushuang? He came from the same era as us, Su Ro continued. Are you all right, Su Ro? Did you just try to compare yourself to him? Wang Yuan choked on his alcohol when he heard what Su Ro said. That is true, Su Ro said as she shrugged her shoulders. Jian Wushuang indeed came from the same era as them and was like a brother to them. His talent and potential was on another level. How can you be so free to be drinking here? Shouldn't you be making the ice soul elixir? Or has Jian Wushuang awakened from his slumber? Su Ro asked. Jian Wushuang. He is still in deep slumber. I have no idea when he can awaken from his slumber. There is no hurry in making the ice soul elixir, as I have already made so much that there is some in reserve. It should suffice for a period of time, Wang Yuan continued. After Jian Wushuang fell into a deep slumber, Wang Yuan started to make ice soul elixir at a crazy rate. He did not rest and gave it his all in making them. Wang Yuan was talented in the area of alchemy. During the process of making the ice soul elixir, his alchemy skills were constantly improving. It became increasingly easy for him to make the ice soul elixir as he was constantly making them at a crazy rate. Now he could make several ice soul elixir every year. Given the incredible amount of time he had taken to make the elixir, there were sufficient reserves for Jian Wushuang for a period of time. When the elixir was about to be used up, he would then continue to make the elixir. Wang Yuan and Su Ro chatted casually. Right then, Jian Nantian transmitted a message to them. Wait, Emperor Bai is here? Come, let's head to the spiritual pool. Wang Quan raised his eyebrows and said. There were numerous guards constantly protecting the spiritual pool. They were led by Jian Wushuang's servant, Jian Yi. This was to ensure that no one would get in the way of Jian Wushuang's recovery. Emperor Bai, Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Ro, and Hall Master Yuan stood in front of the spiritual pool. Emperor Bai was looking at Jian Wushuang, who lay motionless and peaceful in the spiritual pool. A small amount of spiritual power swept towards Jian Wushuang as it was used to scan his consciousness sea. This spiritual power was not destructive nor invasive. It simply scanned Jian Wushuang's consciousness sea before dissipating. Emperor Bai, how is he? Jian Nantian asked, If I'm not wrong, his soul has completely recovered, Emperor Bai said. Recovered? Jian Nantian was elated. Awesome! Wang Yuan and Su Rou were all excited. Since his soul has completely recovered, why is he still asleep? Su Rou asked. His soul will only fall into a deep slumber once it has been injured, like never before. This state is extremely dangerous, as any small accidents could cause him to remain in slumber for all eternity. Even though his soul has completely recovered, we never know when he will regain consciousness. It might take a year or two. However, it might even take 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000. Is that the case? Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, and the rest turned pale. They had underestimated how dangerous it was for one soul to fall into deep slumber. The experts who were in deep slumber from the ancient past would have awakened long ago if all it took for an expert in slumber to awaken was for their soul to recover completely. Let us wait a little more. Continue to feed him the ice soul elixir and let him remain within the spiritual pool. Even though we do not know for sure when he will awaken, his soul power will definitely become much more powerful once he awakens. These things will only benefit him, Emperor Bai said before he left. Jian Nantian and the rest were disappointed. All they could do now was wait. As time passed, the quality and quantity of the resources within the green fire world increased and became better. The cultivating atmosphere was also optimal, and hence numerous experts were born. There were originally 6 Almighties. Soon after, the 7th and 8th Almighty came about. In the 10,000th year, Jian Wushuang was in slumber. There were a total of 12 Almighties within the green fire world. In the next 1,000 years, there was another leap in numbers. Within this 1,000 years, there were a total of 5 new Almighties. Among the 5 were 2 who had unique constitutions. They were very talented, and it seemed likely that they could reach the Emperor God realm, or even the Great Emperor realm. During the same 1,000 years, one man managed to break through to the realm of Emperor God. This man was Jian Nantian. He was the second man to reach the Emperor God realm, the first being Jian Wushuang. Everyone thought that it would take longer for him to break through into this realm. No one expected him to break through again within 20,000 years. Chapter 2199 Awaken the birth of the first Emperor God had brought about a leap in overall power of the green fire world. Jian Nantian's breakthrough had also reaffirmed that the green fire world had great potential, as the experts from the various factions within the eternal chaotic world took great note of this place. At the rate of growth it was having, the green fire world would become an incredible place. The experts were extremely envious and had even greater desire to enter this place. However, due to the agreement that the factions and Jian Wushuang had, no one dared to enter the cities. After all, the green fire world was the birthplace of the Sword Emperor, and the Sword Emperor was a legend. He was one of the most powerful men within the eternal chaotic world. During the great battle, 10,000 years ago, he had single-handedly turned the tides of the battle and won it for the eternal chaotic world. Even the great emperors within the Sanctuary Alliance feared and respected him and followed the agreement to never step foot into the green fire world. It was impossible for the ordinary experts within the eternal chaotic world to try anything funny. Green fire world continued to grow progressively. Time continued to pass. Within the Wushuang city, Jian Wushuang lay in the spiritual pool motionlessly. Right then, Jian Wushuang's finger and eyelids trembled slightly before he finally opened his eyes. Awakened, Jian Wushuang finally awakened from his deep slumber. Where am I? Jian Wushuang looked around, confused. He saw that he was submerged within a pool of water with unique properties. He had no idea how this spiritual pool had come about. His last memory was of the battlefield years ago. I remember that I cast soul ignition and tried to use the 7th seal of the 9-province seal in an attempt to kill the Blood Emperor. It was a pity that it failed. Then Master appeared. Jian Wushuang recalled seeing Xian Yi. Xian Yi appeared suddenly during that battle. He merely recalled that Qian had appeared. He had no idea what had happened after, as his consciousness had started to fade from the after effects from soul ignition. He also had no idea what had happened during the time he had been asleep. He only knew he had slept. He had slept peacefully and soundly. He had no worries and no distractions. He simply went into a deep slumber. It was the best sleep he had ever had. I wondered what happened after I went into the deep slumber. The Blood Emperor should have been killed back then, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself as he surveyed the area. He knew that he had slept for a considerable amount of time. Since he was alive, the eternal chaotic world should have won that war, and Blood Emperor should be dead by now. If the Blood Emperor was still around, the eternal chaotic world would have been destroyed and he would be dead. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows in surprise. What happened? My soul power, the power it contains. Jian Wushuang could clearly sense that his soul was completely different. It was so much more powerful and had much more tenacity. His soul power had previously barely reached the level of a stage 2 Great Emperor. It was rare to find someone with soul power at that level in the eternal chaotic world. However, it was nothing compared to people like Blood Emperor and other experts at that level. However, Jian Wushuang's current soul power was at least 10 times more powerful. Yes, 10 times. It had barely reached the level of a stage 2 Great Emperor previously. Now his soul power was at the level of a peak stage 3 Great Emperor. How can this be? My soul was almost burned up. How can it be that my soul recovered and got so much stronger? Jian Wushuang was in disbelief. However, he would not be surprised if he knew how magical the formation and spiritual pool surrounding him was, and how many ice soul elixir he had taken. Both the Taiying soul resurrection formation and the spiritual pool were made at a huge cost. This cost was far greater than Jian Wushuang could have imagined. With both of these working together to help Jian Wushuang repair his soul, it would have been weird if he did not recover and come back stronger. Most important was the ice soul elixir. This elixir was used by experts back in the ancient past to make their soul stronger. Even back in the ancient past, the ice soul elixir was rare. In this era, this elixir was almost extinct. It had a great effect in making one's soul much more powerful than before. One ice soul elixir was already very helpful for any great emperor. On a normal day, the Almighty within the eternal chaotic world had to pay a huge price just to get an elixir similar to that of the ice soul elixir. However, Jian Wushuang had a good brother, Wang Yuan, who had helped to make ice soul elixir as easily as making beans. Jian Wushuang had been fed one every now and then. How many ice soul elixir had he taken over all these years of slumber? The number would be terrifying. It would have been weird if his soul power had not grown so much. Back then during the battle, my soul power was only at the level of a stage 2 Great Emperor. However, I could threaten a stage 3 Great Emperor like Demon King Chinyu when I cast soul attack with the help of the soul swallowing pearl and the 3 divine lights secret skill. Now that my soul power is so much stronger, how strong will my soul attack be? I think no one in the realm of the Great Emperor can stop it. Even Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang looked confused. Emperor Bai was a very powerful man that could reach the battle power of a chaotic divine demon. However, his soul might not be that powerful. I want to try if I have the chance, Jian Wushuang smiled. He stood up from the spiritual pool and walked out of the formation. Wushuang City was located on a vast, empty land. Wang Yuan sat lazily on a bench and leaned on the tree behind him. In front of Wang Yuan, Hall Master Yuan was stood casually. Beside him was another blurry figure. That blurry figure was a consciousness incarnation, and the owner was a powerful emperor god. This emperor god stood in front of Wang Yuan modestly. Chapter 2200 Master Wang. Master Wang, I have prepared all the materials needed to make the fiery purple dragon howl elixir, including the blood essence. You see, the elder man with brown hair said, fiery purple dragon howl elixir is a high-level elixir. Even though I can make it, it will not be easy, Wang Yuan said lazily. The elder with brown hair was an emperor god and understood what Wang Yuan meant and smiled. Don't worry, Master Wang. I have prepared millions of doctrine gems and other special materials as thanks for your service. Hall Master Yuan waved his hand as a Qian Kuan ring appeared. This ring had been prepared by the elder man in brown hair, and he passed it to Hall Master Yuan and asked him to bring it into Wushuang City. This place was part of the Green Fire world, and the elder man could not enter personally. He could only send a consciousness embodiment in. A consciousness embodiment could not bring a Qian Kuan ring in. Doctrine gems were packed densely within this ring and stacked as high as a mountain. There were also many other treasures. These were high-level treasures which were required to make many high-level elixirs. Wang Yuan scanned the Qian Kuan ring casually before he continued. It is not easy to make the fiery purple dragon howl elixir. I will try my best to make one for you, since you are so sincere. However, I cannot be sure I can make it in one try. If I fail, the set of materials will go to waste. Hence, you will need to prepare a few more sets of raw materials. Master Wang, you are right. I have thought of this. Hence, I prepared 3 sets of raw materials, the elder man replied. 3 sets? That is too little. I need at least 5 sets of materials, and I can guarantee you 1 fiery purple dragon howl elixir, Wang Yuan said. 5. The elder man's face twitched. The fiery purple dragon howl elixir was of a very high level, on par with the ice soul elixir. The materials of these elixirs were not cheap. He did not have the ability to throw in tremendous resources to search for the raw materials, unlike Sanctuary Alliance in order to help Jian Wushuang to awaken from his slumber. Even so, there were insufficient raw materials. Wang Yuan could make around 10 of such elixirs with 1 set of raw materials thanks to his ever-improving and professional alchemy skills. This elder man was a mere emperor god. It took him tremendous effort to search for these 3 sets of raw materials. 2 more sets. The elder man looked at Wang Yuan with his fists clenched. He knew clearly that the fiery purple dragon howl elixir was of a similar difficulty level to the ice soul elixir. With Wang Yuan's alchemist skills, he could definitely make at least 1 elixir with 3 sets of materials. Him wanting 3 sets meant that he wanted to reap more benefits. Even so, there was nothing he could do. He desperately needed the fiery purple dragon howl elixir. Even though within the eternal chaotic world, there were ways passed down from the ancient past to make this elixir, few alchemists could make it. He tried to ask another alchemist to make this elixir for him. The other alchemist too asked for great amounts of resources and treasures. Furthermore, the other alchemist asked for 10 sets of raw materials to guarantee the return of 1 elixir. Wang Yuan's request seemed decent given that other alchemists had asked for even more benefits to make the same elixir. The elder man looked at Hall Master Yuan pleadingly. Hall Master Yuan smiled subtly before he said, Mr. Wang Yuan, Emperor God Jin Luo took tens of thousands of years to gather 3 sets of raw materials. It would be difficult for him to find another 2 more sets. Hence, understood, give me 4 sets of raw materials. I should be able to make 1 fiery purple dragon howl elixir if I give it my all. Hearing this, Hall Master Yuan nodded his head and said no more. The elder man knitted his eyebrows. It would not be easy for him to gather even 1 more set of raw materials. If you cannot prepare 4 sets of raw materials, I am sorry to say that I cannot help you, Wang Yuan said. No, I just need some time. I will go prepare now, the elder man said. Once you are done with the preparations, pass the materials to Hall Master Yuan. I will inform you once I am free and successfully make your elixir. Nowadays, I am busy making the ice soul elixir for my brother. The faster you prepare, the faster I can plan my schedule, Wang Yuan said. Yes. The elder man nodded his head in a hurry, afraid that Wang Yuan would regret his decision. Oh yes, leave the Qian Kuan ring behind, Wang Yuan said. The brown-haired elder man left the ring behind and left, distressed. After the elder man left, Mr. Wang Yuan, you have just made an excellent deal. With your alchemist skills, one set of raw materials is more than enough to make one fiery, purple dragon howl elixir. Now you will get 4 sets, with an additional 1,000,000 doctrine gems and numerous treasures. I am afraid no one within the eternal chaotic world can match your speed in obtaining resources and treasures. Hall Master Yuan smiled. Ha! Back in the ancient worlds with my brothers, my family ran a trading corporation. I know how to maximize the benefits for myself in a trade. Wang Yuan laughed. He was not afraid that the elder man would not meet his conditions. In the eternal chaotic world, no one would dare to call themselves the best alchemist if they declared themselves second. It was because he received a big opportunity in the ancient battlefield. He had managed to get the legacy from the ancient past, and he knew how to make many elixirs from the ancient past. After this news spread, his life had been very smooth sailing. There would be almighties, even great emperors, who would find him and ask him to make some elixirs for them, though it came with a great price. Wang Yuan and Hall Master Yuan chatted casually, unaware that there was a man behind them listening to whatever they said. Wang Yuan, you are leading quite the good life. A gentle voice appeared as Jian Wushuang walked out, smiling. Of course. My life is... Wang Yuan replied instinctively before he stopped. His eyes widened in surprise. This voice sounded very familiar. Chapter 2201 Jian Wushuang's Awakening. Brother! Wang Yuan turned around and stared at Jian Wushuang. Palace Master. Hall Master Yuan was pleasantly surprised. It is me. Took both of you some time to recognize me. Jian Wushuang smiled. Oh God, yes. You finally awakened. Wang Yuan charged at Jian Wushuang and gave him a bear hug. From what I have heard, it looks like I have been in slumber for a long time. Furthermore, your alchemist skills have improved greatly, am I right? Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course. I am now the best alchemist in the eternal chaotic world. Wang Yuan said triumphantly. The best in the eternal chaotic world? Are you really that good? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Palace Master, Mr. Wang Yuan indeed possesses incredible alchemist skills. The reason why your soul could recover so quickly was because he made numerous ice soul elixir for you, Hall Master Yuan said. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked at Wang Yuan. Let's not talk about this. It is wonderful that you finally awakened from your slumber. They'll gather everyone else. Wang Yuan started transmitting messages. Jian Wushuang did not stop Wang Yuan. Soon, the message got through to Jian Nantian, Ji Wuming, Su Rou, Lin Lan, Hixiu, Shui Lingtian, and many other people who were close to Jian Wushuang. Wushuang. Jian Nantian and his wife looked at their son elated. Dad, Mom, I'm not a good child. I made both of you worry. Jian Wushuang apologized. It is okay. You have awakened. Jian Nantian did not blame him and heaved a sigh of relief. He took the most pride in his son. Jian Wushuang was not only the backbone of the green fire world, but also of the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang then greeted Su Rou and the remaining people. He was surprised that many of his close friends had become much stronger. Wang Yuan had already been an extremely skilled alchemist before the great battle, though he was still far from being the best alchemist. Even though not everyone agreed that Wang Yuan was the best alchemist, he was confident that he was. His alchemist skills had improved greatly, seeing the attitude of the brown-haired elder man when he was requesting for Wang Yuan's service. His father, Jian Nantian, had previously been in the realm of Sir God. Now he was in the realm of Emperor God. Su Rou and Shui Lingtian had both reached the realm of Sir God. Even though Green Fire World had an extremely conducive, cultivating environment, these people would not have improved so greatly without time. How long have I been in slumber? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Soon, everyone within the palace were being served with good food and wine. They sat down and started chatting. Jian Wushuang finally knew how long he had been in a slumber. 24,000 years. Yes, after the great battle, he had fallen into a deep slumber. It had been 24,000 years since that great battle. To Jian Wushuang, this was a great amount of time. He had cultivated for less than 10,000 years since birth, unlike many almighty experts within the eternal chaotic who were at hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years old. Emperor Bai was an example of such an expert. He had been born in the first era, and his age was beyond Jian Wushuang's wildest imagination. At the same time, Jian Wushuang got to know what everyone had done for him when he was in deep slumber. He knew the cost of building the Taiying soul resurrection formation and the spiritual pool. On top of this, the cost of making ice soul elixirs. Big boss Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang looked at Wang Yuan gratefully and with excitement. Wang Yuan had had to make one ice soul elixir every 10 years for him for 24,000 years. Ice soul elixir was an extremely high-grade elixir. If it had been any other alchemist in the eternal chaotic world, they might only have been able to make one, even if they had sufficient resources, after hundreds of years. However, Wang Yuan had made 2,400 elixirs within this short amount of time. This was an enormous amount. Thank you. Jian Wushuang finally said these two words. Haha, you do not need to be so formal with me, brother, Wang Yuan answered casually. Their relationship went beyond life and death. They were brothers who went through thick and thin together. To Wang Yuan, it was nothing to spend some time on making some elixirs for Jian Wushuang. After a deep breath, Jian Wushuang started asking about what had changed in the green fire world. 24,000 years was a very long time. A lot had changed in the green fire world. There were now 26 almighties, including Jian Nantian, who was an emperor god. There were numerous real gods and other geniuses. The green fire world really did grow. This is just the beginning. Given time, the number of experts within the green fire world will only increase, and it will be confirmed as one of the best places within the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang felt that his hard work was worth it given how much the green fire world had grown and prospered. Wushuang, you should inform Emperor Bai and the rest of the great emperors that you have awakened. During the time that you were in slumber, they put in great effort to help you build the Taiying resurrection formation and the spiritual pool. Furthermore, it cost a fortune to keep these running, Jian Nantian said. Yes, I have already transmitted a message. Jian Wushuang smiled. He transmitted the message when he awakened. Emperor Bai and the rest would be on their way. Not just Emperor Bai, you should tell the experts from the special tribes. Furthermore, what is with the Black Dragon Emperor? Wang Yuan asked out of nowhere. Black Dragon Emperor? What's wrong? Jian Wushuang was curious. Don't act dumb. It is obvious that she is interested in you. When you were in your slumber, she would visit you once every now and then. She is the leader of her clan and has a lot of urgent matters to attend to. Yet, she visited you more than Emperor Bai and the other experts? Wang Yuan asked playfully. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was stunned but helpless. He knew that Black Dragon Emperor was interested in him. However, he was already married. In this life, he would only love his wife and his wife alone. He would not accept anyone else. Looks like I have to speak to Black Dragon Emperor about this, Jian Wushuang muttered. Chapter 2202 Time for a Change Emperor by Abysmal Saint Master, Ancestor Tianqin, and many other experts from the Sanctuary Alliance reached after a while. King Chen Xian, King Luoyu, and the Black Dragon Emperor from the Special Tribes Alliance came along too. When everyone saw that Jian Wushuang had awakened, they were all surprised and elated. This was especially the case for the experts from the Special Tribes Alliance. Black Dragon Emperor was the happiest person of them all. When he saw that large number of visitors, Jian Wushuang held a banquet. At the banquet, some of the most powerful experts in the eternal chaotic world gathered to celebrate and have fun. Some of them toasted Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang toasted back in response. At the banquet, Jian Wushuang, you slept for 24,000 years. During this time, the eternal chaotic world changed. Emperor Bai smiled. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked over at Emperor Bai. The star of this banquet was Jian Wushuang, while Emperor Bai was second to only him. He sat together beside Emperor Bai while the remaining people sat in front of them. During the previous battle, we suffered great casualties, many of which were pillars of support of their respective clans. The situation in the eternal chaotic world changed, though the changes are not of importance to you. Aside from the Sanctuary Alliance, the Green Fire World is the strongest power in the eternal chaotic world. And the second is the lineage of stars, Emperor Bai smiled. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Green Fire World was the strongest power? Lineage of stars was second? He was the leader for both clans. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose as he looked at Emperor Bai. He understood what Emperor Bai had implied. The more elite you are, the more likely it is that you will become a target in the eyes of others. It was good that the Green Fire World and the lineage of stars expanded and grew over time. However, there would be certain hidden risks. Now that the eternal chaotic world was not in the face of any threat, there would be internal fighting for resources. Within the Sanctuary Alliance, the great emperors would fight for their own power and standing. If Green Fire World and Lineage of Stars continuously remained so powerful, the other forces would fear them. This was especially the case for Green Fire World, as its potential was limitless. Jian Wushuang thought to himself for a moment before he came to a decision. Hi everyone. Jian Wushuang stood up as his majestic voice was heard at every corner of the banquet. Everyone at the banquet turned and looked at him. Jian Wushuang continued. During the time I was in a deep sleep, there were many changes to the eternal chaotic world. Hence, the agreement between the Green Fire World and the rest of the eternal chaotic world should be amended as well. When the experts heard what Jian Wushuang had said, their faces turned pale. The agreement between Green Fire World and the rest of the eternal chaotic world. It was that no Almighty shall step foot onto the Green Fire World without permission. Clans could only send certain youngsters into the allocated area within the Green Fire World to cultivate. Once they reach the realm of Real God, they have to leave. Many of the clans and tribes found it difficult to accept this agreement. Back then, Jian Wushuang had not been so powerful. However, he had in hand the strongest trump card that controlled the existence of Green Fire World and forced the other clans to sign the agreement. Now, with Jian Wushuang's power, he could force all of the youngsters who were cultivating in the Green Fire World to leave, and there was nothing they would be able to do. Jian Wushuang looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone calm down. I will not ask your youngsters to leave the Green Fire World. On the contrary, I will allow all experts, including Sir Gods, Emperor Gods, and Great Emperors, to freely enter the Green Fire World. You can even stay there for as long as you like. What? Everyone was stunned. Then they broke out in excitement. They were allowed into the Green Fire World. That was indisputably the best place for any cultivators to cultivate. The cultivation environment was many times better than the 10 sanctuaries. It was even better than Thunderbolt Island. Many of them had great desire to go there and cultivate. However, due to the agreement, they could only look at the sanctuary but not do anything. Now, Jian Wushuang had given them permission. Now that he had absolute power, he would not demand more, but even give concessions. Many of the experts were elated as they looked at Jian Wushuang gratefully. Jian Wushuang saw the reactions of these experts and smiled. If he wanted to, he could demand more from the eternal chaotic world by driving all other experts away. However, this would create resentment from the rest of the clans and cause them to have greater desire for the Green Fire World. They would not dare to do anything outrageous simply because he was around. However, if he were to leave one day, he would not be able to protect the Green Fire World anymore. The Green Fire World might be under assault. This could result in them losing their land or worse, getting killed. Now that he had taken the initiative and taken a step back to give the rest of the eternal chaotic world something they always wanted, it would allow the rest of the experts to feel grateful and not be so extreme in their actions if they really invaded the green fire world. Second, this would allow green fire world to integrate with the eternal chaotic world and become the ultimate dream place for all cultivators. The best case would be that the people of green fire world and the rest of the eternal chaotic world would mix to produce offspring within the green fire world. If this was the case, people would treat the green fire world as though it was their own hometown. If the green fire world faced any danger or threats, there would be experts to step out voluntarily to face them. However, even though I allow the top tier's experts into the green fire world, I hope all of you will abide by the law of the green fire world. If there is anyone who does evil or even goes on a massacre, then I am sorry. I will take care of you personally. Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly turned cold, and he said, Chapter 22. Oh, 3 The Emperor by in the paw. Don't worry, Sword Emperor. We will definitely abide by the laws of the green fire world. If anyone dares to be funny, I will take care of them myself. Abysmal Saint Master stood up and said, Yes. Don't worry, Sword Emperor. Whoever dares to play a fool within the eternal chaotic world will be our common enemy. The remaining experts and great emperors said. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang nodded his head in approval. Not bad. Emperor Bai looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He wanted to do this for a very long time. Green Fire World was originally part of the eternal chaotic world, but it had been completely isolated for a period of time. Jian Wushuang really hoped that Green Fire World could completely integrate with the eternal chaotic world. However, it was a pity that the Green Fire World had had too much potential and he had not been powerful enough back then. If he had allowed the experts from the other clans to enter the Green Fire World back then, he would have completely lost control of the Green Fire World. Now it was different. He was powerful enough to control the Green Fire World, and no one from the eternal chaotic world would try to do anything funny there. Even the great emperors within the Sanctuary Alliance had no choice but to listen to him, all except Emperor Bai. This was when he could give concessions to the rest. The banquet lasted 3 days and nights. The experts left after their hearts were full. Within Wushuang City, in a large garden, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai sat together at a table. Thank you, Emperor Bai, for all the things you did when I was in slumber, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. It is a small thing. You fell into slumber because you fought Blood Emperor for us. Since you gave your all for the eternal chaotic world, we too gave our all to take care of you. Furthermore, you don't have to talk to me so respectfully. We are about the same power level right now, Emperor Bai smiled. In terms of fighting power, Jian Wushuang would still lose to Emperor Bai. However, Jian Wushuang had a lot of trump cards, such as secret skills of Star Palace, which allowed him to have fighting power 1,000 times more than normal, which would be far above that of Emperor Bai. Hence, Emperor Bai would not ask Jian Wushuang to treat him as though he was superior. All right, I will still call you Emperor Bai and neglect unnecessary etiquette. Jian Wushuang thought for a while before replying. Emperor Bai smiled as he whipped out a scroll. This scroll was the mountain river map. This belongs to you. After you fell into slumber, I kept this treasure. Now that you awakened, I shall return it to its rightful owner, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up with happiness. He took the treasure and put it in his Qian Kun ring. During that battle, Jian Wushuang casted the 7th seal of the 9-province seal and killed the Blood Emperor before he fell into deep slumber. He did not have enough time to keep the mountain river map. Jian Wushuang, did you receive this treasure from Xian Yi? Emperor Bai asked out of nowhere. Huh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows as he looked at Emperor Bai in surprise. Xian Yi was his master. He had appeared during the final battle. However, Jian Wushuang had never spoken his name, and Xian Yi had not introduced himself at all. How did Emperor Bai know of this name? Emperor Bai, you know my master personally? Jian Wushuang asked. Your master? Of course I know him. Come, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, back in the first era, there was a little brat. He was the core disciple of his family. His family was very powerful and was the ruler of a territory. This little brat had a very high status within the family. Hence, he was a spoiled child. This little brat did everything he wanted to without giving it much thought. He would stir up trouble everywhere, but no one dared to stand up against him given how powerful his family was. This lasted until one day, this little brat provoked a clan that was much, much more powerful than his own family. Out of anger, that clan destroyed his entire family within 1 year and killed all of his loved ones. He was the only one that escaped. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang saw that Emperor Bai's eyes had started to tear up. Jian Wushuang understood immediately that that little brat was most likely emperor by himself. I never thought that the most powerful man from the first era was once a rich brat. Furthermore, his actions led to the annihilation of his entire family. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. There were many rich brats in this world. However, they were not born this way to be evil. They were like this because of their upbringing, which caused them to do things without giving much thought. Once these kind of rich brats experienced great setbacks, they would either remain affected by the setback for the rest of their lives, or they would evolve into a better person. Emperor Bai was the latter. Even though the little brat managed to escape, he was extremely weak and powerless to do anything. There were assassins who were constantly after him. When he was desperate and was about to jump off a cliff, he met a mysterious man. This mysterious man managed to convince the little one not to jump. He was unwilling to resign himself to this fate. He felt anger, as this anger manifested into hatred. Under the effect of the words of the mysterious man, he wanted to take revenge. This mysterious man then gave him a cultivating technique called the heavenly creation skill. This teenage boy started to cultivate the technique and became very different from the remaining cultivators. His rate of growth was incredible and was unbeatable for the people in the same realm as him. He took one step at a time, from being a weakling to becoming the most powerful man in the first era. He eventually destroyed his enemies and took revenge. Jian Wushuang's irises constricted, heavenly creation skill, an inverse cultivation skill. This technique was given to him by a mysterious man. That mysterious man, Jian Wushuang, stared at Emperor Bai. Like you should have guessed, that little brat was me when I was young. The mysterious man who gave me the cultivating technique was your master, Xian Yi. Emperor Bai said, Chapter 22. Oh, for the secret to inverse cultivation. It's true. Jian Wushuang was right. That mysterious man was his master, Xian Yi. He had never thought that the inverse cultivating skill Emperor Bai had been given to him by Xian Yi. There were no inverse cultivators back in the ancient past. Emperor Bai is the first ever inverse cultivator in this world. That technique was given by my master. If that is the case, my master is the one who created the inverse cultivating skill? Jian Wushuang was in disbelief. Inverse cultivation. It was a brand new and unbelievable cultivating technique. Jian Wushuang was where he was due to this technique. As he got stronger, he slowly understood how powerful and terrifying this technique was. He had always wondered who had created such a powerful and magical cultivating technique. He knew that no matter who it was, it had to be someone incredible. Now, all the clues pointed to his master, Xian Yi. I have no idea whether this inverse cultivating technique was indeed created by your master. It might have been created by someone else and given to us through him. It does not matter. Your master is one of the most mysterious men I have ever met since the first era, Emperor Bai continued. People like Emperor 13 are incredibly powerful. He can partially ignore the restrictions of heaven and earth with his own power to reach the half-step divine demon realm. However, he is far less mysterious than your master, Xian Yi. Back in the first era, when I reached the 7th step of inverse cultivation, your master came to look for me. I asked him if he gave me the inverse cultivation technique, or if he wanted me to do anything for him. It was a pity that he did not give me a clear answer. He said that I did not meet his requirements, and he did not have any special requests. All he asked of me was to pass any future inverse cultivators the technique for the 7th step if I ever were to meet one. That's all. Jian Wushuang frowned. Emperor Bai was the first inverse cultivator to reach the 7th step. However, he never knew what Xian had wanted to do, or what he was really after. What were the requirements Xian was talking about? After that, I have not seen your master at all. The first era collapsed, and the second era started to prosper. Inverse cultivation started to gain popularity within the eternal chaotic world. However, only the first 5 steps were available to the general masses. Hence, these inverse cultivators could only reach the realm of universe God. Furthermore, there is the terrifying inverse cultivation test, which every inverse cultivator had to go through. Many of them died, and the only one who passed was Wu Bei. Even though he passed the inverse cultivation test and got the cultivation technique for the 6th step, he reached the peak of real God. That was where he was stuck, Emperor Bai said coldly. Jian Wushuang nodded his head to show he understood what Emperor Bai had just said. Emperor Bai had just said that Xian had told him to pass the 7th step of inverse cultivation to anyone who had great talent. Real God Wu Bei. Jian Wushuang knew him. He had passed the inverse cultivation test and managed to enter the 6th step. However, he was not very talented. Emperor Bai would not pass the 7th step to such an ordinary cultivator. The next inverse cultivator who had managed to rise up was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had passed the inverse cultivator test and proven himself to be one of the most talented cultivators in the eternal chaotic world. Here, Emperor Bai was not stingy and gave him the technique for the 7th step inverse cultivation. Jian Wushuang recalled the first time he had met Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai had been very intimate and peaceful. He did not act all high and mighty. Back then, Jian Wushuang had suspected this was because of Emperor 13. Now he thought about it, it might have been because of Emperor 13, but he was not the main reason. The real reason was because both of them were inverse cultivators. Understood? Jian Wushuang exclaimed to himself. Many of the doubts he had had were answered. However, he still had 2 burning questions. The first, whether inverse cultivation was created by his master Xian Yi, and what was his purpose of doing so if he did so. The second, Xian Yi's true identity. Jian Wushuang knew from past experience that Xian Yi came from the ancient past and had been a very influential and powerful man back then. He might be the reason why 7-star Black Sect was in danger, and the reason why many experts from the ancient past had fallen into deep slumber. What kind of identity and power did he have to create all this? Furthermore, Emperor 13 was from the 7-star Black Sect and was the leader of the 7 stars. If Xian Yi was the reason why the 7-star Black Sect had been annihilated, why was Emperor 13 helping him? To be honest, I envy you, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai said. Huh. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor Bai, astonished. Mr. Xian, he only passed me the inverse cultivating technique. He does not interact with me much. He took you in as a lineal disciple and gave you numerous treasures. He treats you differently to the way you treat him, Emperor Bai muttered, envious. Emperor Bai thought that Jian Wushuang was someone who met the requirements and was the one who Xian Yi really needed. On the other hand, he did not meet the requirements, and hence did not qualify for such treasures. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had to admit that Xian Yi really did treat him very well, just how a master should. Emperor Bai, thank you for all this info. Jian Wushuang thanked him gratefully. After Emperor Bai said all those things, many of the doubts that Jian Wushuang had disappeared. Now he knew more about his master. Ha! You're welcome. I am looking forward to seeing what Xian Yi has in mind. Oh yes, this transmission token is for you, Emperor Bai laughed. Emperor Bai whipped out a token. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the transmission token, confused. Emperor 13 asked me to pass this to you. He wants you to message him once you awaken, Emperor Bai said. Is that the case? Jian Wushuang said as he fell into deep thought. Chapter 2205. There can only be one Emperor Bai left soon after. Within the garden, Jian Wushuang held the transmission token in his hands. Emperor 13. It is time we have a good talk. Let's not rush into this. Let me handle my other things first, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Jian Wushuang left the garden. On an empty ground within the Wushuang city, many figures were waiting. Some were standing while others sat cross-legged. Most of them came from the ancient god clan. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared in front of these people. Ancient God Emperor. Greetings, Ancient God Emperor. The experts from the Special Tribes Alliance greeted Jian Wushuang with fanaticism. Many people were not convinced that Jian Wushuang was a competent leader initially. It could be because of his human bloodline. However, after the Great Battle, everyone within the Special Tribes Alliance and Sanctuary Alliance trusted him fully. This was especially the case for the Special Tribes Alliance. They only listened to someone very powerful. Jian Wushuang was definitely an incredibly powerful expert. Jian Wushuang looked at everyone and said, I want to speak to Black Dragon Emperor personally. Can all of you please give us some space? King Chun Xian, King Luoyu, and the rest were stunned. They looked at Jian Wushuang oddly before they walked off. Jian Wushuang and Black Dragon Emperor were left alone on the empty ground. Ancient God Emperor, Black Dragon Emperor smiled at Jian Wushuang. She was in black clothes and was stunning. Her crystal clear skin was showing under her black clothes, which attracted the attention of many males. She also had an extremely cold aura. Without a doubt, she was extremely beautiful and attractive. Attractive to the point where even great emperors would fall for her. Black Dragon Emperor, I have heard that you visited me frequently during the time I was in slumber. I know of your feelings, and I thank you for that. Jian Wushuang looked at Black Dragon Emperor and said. Black Dragon Emperor trembled slightly when she heard of this. Most people could have deduced that she had feelings for Jian Wushuang, given how she had acted over the years. Black Dragon Emperor admired Jian Wushuang greatly. She believed that Jian Wushuang knew about it. However, Jian Wushuang did not speak about it at all. Now he was talking about it. Black Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and looked at Jian Wushuang fondly and in anticipation. Her admiration for him was very clear. She was waiting for his reply. Black Dragon Emperor, you should know that I already have a wife, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, but from what I heard, she left a long time ago, Black Dragon Emperor said. During the time Jian Wushuang had been in slumber, she had gone and inquired about everything related to Jian Wushuang, including the fact that Jian Wushuang had a wife. She only left but is not dead. I will find her sooner or later and bring her back, Jian Wushuang said firmly. I don't mind, Black Dragon Emperor smiled. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows. He did not expect Black Dragon Emperor to be so persistent. He looked at Black Dragon Emperor in the eye and said, I will not love a second person in my life. Hence, sorry. When the word sorry came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth, Black Dragon Emperor trembled and she turned pale. After a while, she looked up at Jian Wushuang. Her expression was not of pain or disappointment. She smiled at Jian Wushuang and said, I understand. Sorry for all the trouble, Ancient God Emperor. I will not trouble you any more after today. She bowed slightly to Jian Wushuang before leaving. She left very quickly, as though she was running away from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stood there, looking at the back view of the Black Dragon Emperor. Even though he did not want to do this, all he could do was to shake his head. There was no way a forced relationship would work. Jian Wushuang already had someone in his heart. It was his wife. Lung Rushuang, even if his wife died, she would forever be his wife. Furthermore, his wife was still alive and there was still a chance he could reunite with her. There was no way Jian Wushuang could see himself having two wives at the same time. After the Black Dragon Emperor left, the other experts from the Special Tribes Alliance walked up to him. They could figure out what had happened after they saw Black Dragon Emperor leaving the place. They could only sigh at the bottom of their hearts. Ancient God Emperor, isn't it a little too cruel to reject her so directly? King Qin Xian asked. Kuril? It might be cruel, but it's for the best. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said. Hearing this, the experts all nodded their heads. All right, everyone, go back to your own tribes. As for the Green Fire World, the experts from the Special Tribes Alliance too can come here as long as they obey the rules, Jian Wushuang said. King Qin Xian, I will not return to the ancient god clan for the time being. Please handle the internal matters together with King Luo Yu. If anything serious happens, you always can transmit a message to me. Yes. King Qin Xian and the other experts nodded their heads and left. Jian Wushuang was alone on the empty ground. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and sighed. Things will get messy if I drag it out. It is better if it is settled now. After shaking his head, Jian Wushuang whipped out the transmission Token Emperor had passed to him. Lord Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang transmitted a message over. You awakened? Emperor 13 asked calmly, or rather coldly. Yes, Jian Wushuang replied as he nodded his head. Come to the place where we first met. I will wait for you there, Emperor 13 said and stopped the transmission. The place where we first met? Chilly Wind Valley? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows as he smiled. He explained his plans to Wang Yuan and Jian Nantian before he left. Chilly Wind Valley, one of the special places on the ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang was the first person to discover this place. He had come to explore this place several times, but he could never figure this place out. When he had explored the place after he had attained the battle power of an almighty, he had met Emperor 13. He had gotten a shock back then when Emperor 13 had appeared out of nowhere. Soon, Jian Wushuang reached the OU Thankserts of Chilly Wind Valley. Chapter 2206 Inside the Head, Inside Chilly Wind Valley, in the endless large dark hole. Chill wind was blowing everywhere. Jian Wushuang recalled that when he was here for the first time, he had almost died to the chill winds. Now, the chill wind posed no threat to him. In the air above Chilly Wind Valley stood a man in a white cloak. Lord Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang greeted as he bowed lightly. Emperor 13 looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Follow me. Emperor 13 dashed into the Chilly Wind Valley. Even though Jian Wushuang had many unanswered questions, he dashed in without hesitation. Jian Wushuang followed behind Emperor 13 as they traveled at terrifying speed. A while later, Jian Wushuang saw these gigantic white jades. Have we reached the bottom of the Chilly Wind Valley? Jian Wushuang asked. This was where he met Emperor 13 for the first time. He had been surprised by Emperor 13 when they first met. Jian Wushuang was surprised when he saw Emperor 13 maintain his speed even as they approached these jades. Boom! The jades opened up and created a pathway for Emperor 13 to pass through. What? This is not the bottom of the valley? Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had initially thought that they had reached the bottom of the valley. This was not the case. He followed Emperor 13 deeper into the valley. The further they went, the more surprised Jian Wushuang became. Chilly Wind Valley is far too deep. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. From the entrance of Chilly Wind Valley to where he was then, they had at least traveled tens of millions of kilometers. Yet they were still not at the bottom of the valley? They were not close to the bottom either, as the way forward was still pitch black. Even though Jian Wushuang was surprised, he maintained his speed. Another 7 minutes or so passed. Finally, they reached the bottom of the valley. Is this where the bottom of the valley truly lies? Jian Wushuang scanned his surroundings. The ground was scarlet red, just like a human's flesh. There were clouds of bloody mist around him. The most obvious structure was another passageway at one side. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes when he saw this passageway. The Chilly Wind Valley was not too far away from Greenfire World, and Greenfire World was located at the center of the forehead of a humongous head. The head was the most unbelievable thing Jian Wushuang had ever seen. Chilly Wind Valley was located right below the head. He followed Emperor 13 all the way down to the point that Jian Wushuang forgot how far he had traveled before he got here. He knew that he was inside the head, no matter if it was Green Fire World or the other unique sites of opportunity. They were located at the surface of the head. Now, Jian Wushuang entered the inside of that head. What would he find inside the head? Jian Wushuang's mind was racing. The head was the most valuable and mysterious place compared to the rest of the ancient battlefield. When Jian Wushuang looked through the formation on this head, the cultivators from the Green Fire World did try to enter this head and explore the interior, but to no avail. The furthest they could go was about a few million kilometers, as the skin of this head was extremely tough. Today he had reached the interior of the head. "Let's go," Emperor 13 said coldly as he walked into the passageway. Jian Wushuang thought to himself silently for a moment before following Emperor 13. The passageway was very big. The first noticeable things were the crimson walls at both sides. Jian Wushuang knew that he was inside a real head. He could not help and muttered to himself, "Are these walls really made out of flesh and blood?" He walked along the passageway for a short while. An open space appeared in Jian Wushuang's vision. On this open ground stood many crimson statues. When these statues saw Emperor 13 and Jian Wushuang walking over towards them, they turned alive as their crimson eyes opened. They were filled with killing intent as these eyes turned towards Jian Wushuang and Emperor 13. An extremely strong sense of danger rose in Jian Wushuang's heart when he saw these crimson eyes. He was startled. These statues, Jian Wushuang was sure that every single one of these statues was extremely powerful. Luckily, these statues did not attack and only looked at them once before closing their eyes. This could have been because of Emperor 13. Emperor 13 led the way forward as he walked past all of these statues. These statues should be the guardians of this passageway, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In the ancient past, experts would have left special measures in their caves or sites of opportunities. Just like the expert from the ancient past, Wuhan, he had left behind many Dao soldiers around him to stop the weaker cultivators from entering to startle him. In this passageway that Emperor 13 had brought Jian Wushuang through, they were within the humongous head. All the valuable secrets should be hidden here. Hence, there should contain several measures along the way. Apart from the crimson statues, Jian Wushuang saw numerous special measures. There were many sophisticated formations, traps, and even more guards. When the guards deeper in the passageway opened its eyes, Jian Wushuang's head went blank. These guards must have unimaginable power. With these measures, it would be impossible for even great emperors to enter. They would most probably die. Even if the emperor entered, he might be able to survive due to his unique constitution, but he would never reach the deepest part of the passageway. The only reason Jian Wushuang could reach so far in was because of Emperor 13. At the end of the passageway was the core of the humongous head. Here was a vast dark space. This dark space was limitless and endless. At the center of this dark space, a province floated peacefully. Chapter 2207 Ancient Display Whoosh. Whoosh! Emperor 13 and Jian Wushuang appeared on this floating land. Once he set foot on the land, Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a platform. This platform was extremely big. There were 99,999 steps leading up to the platform. At the end of the steps, at the top of the platform, stood a throne. There was a figure sitting on this throne. It was a bold man with sharp eyebrows. His eyes looked as though they were the sun and moon. He sat there, looking down at everything with dignity. It was as though everything in this world submitted to him, and he was the sole ruler of this world. He, Jian Wushuang stared the bold man on top of the platform. That man looked familiar as his facial features were the same as the gigantic head. Without a doubt, this was the owner of that gigantic head. Suddenly, the man who sat on the throne looked down at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were moving slowly as though they were a galaxy. Under that stare, Jian Wushuang felt that the world lost its colors. The surrounding scene started to change quickly. He was looking at the highest point in this world. Here, it was as though he was standing beside heaven. Here, he saw the same bold man. This man was unimaginably large. Is this how big he really is? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The size of the head was already gigantic. Green fire world was at the center of the forehead, but its size was negligible compared to the rest of the head. If the head was already this big, then how big was his whole body? Jian Wushuang looked at the complete, divine body of this bold man. He was amazed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang noticed that this place was surrounded by thunderous clouds as a unique aura gathered and started to suppress him. It tried to tear him apart and annihilate him. This aura was heaven's will. This bold man was making an enemy with heaven's will. Suddenly, the bold man looked up and his eyes burned with determination. I will fight the heavens, I will fight the earth. I will fight this world just to attain the ultimate doctrine. If the heavens were to stop me, I would tear them apart. If the earth were to stop me, I would split it apart. If everyone in this world were to stop me, I would kill everyone. His majestic words forced the surrounding heavens back a great distance. You could hear the angry roars and shoutings, but none dared to continue their suppression. This, Jian Wushuang was stunned. His head was dizzy at this unbelievable scene. The man's words were ringing in his ears. If the heavens were to stop me, I would tear them apart. If the earth were to stop me, I would split it apart. If everyone in this world were to stop me, I would kill everyone. How domineering was that? How much confidence did that man have? A single look forced back the heavens will. In front of him, even heavens had to give way. Boom! Jian Wushuang was still in shock as the scene changed. This time, it was the scene of a vast battlefield. The battle had long started on this battlefield. The entire sky was tinted crimson red. The heavens at the highest point of the battlefield had many cracks as water was leaking out from it. It was evident that there was a hole in the heavens. On the ground below, worlds started to crumble as infinite amounts of living things were annihilated and died instantly. Many super powerful experts died in this battle. Many of their bodies turned into mountains or seas of blood. This was the ancient battlefield, and this was the ultimate battle that had caused the end of the ancient past era. The battle was nearing the end. Many of the experts who were battling it out crazily stopped. At the center of the battlefield stood a humongous, bold man. A spear pierced through his chest and heart. This spear contained an incredible corrosive power which continuously corroded his divine body. This injury should have been fatal. However, he stood tall even though there was a spear through his body. The heavens continually suppressed him from above. He scanned his surroundings. Everything within his vision subsided. Aside from the suppression from heaven's will, trillions of experts in the divine demon realm and countless experts stood there, staring at him with great killing intent. There were 3 people at the front. The first man was a bald man in white cloak. He was constantly smiling and was barefooted. He stood there in the sunlight as white light flashed off his skin. He gave off a peaceful and holy vibe. The second person was a woman in a crimson cloak. She had an extremely cold vibe and felt like no one could compare to her. She was just standing there, but many of the experts in the divine demon realm wanted to bow down to her. The last man was a demon king of his era. He wore purple armor and had a very big body. He held a crimson spear and was standing on top of his crimson dragon. He radiated a demonic aura. These three experts fixed their gazes on the bold man with great killing intent. They were ready to deliver the killing blow. Right then, the bold man said majestically, "I lived my life proudly. How can I die at the hands of mere mortals like you? Die, along with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his incredibly gigantic divine body started to crumble, starting from his limbs. Only his head was left. Then, a terrifying power swept forth in all directions. The entire ancient battlefield threatened to crumble. Heavens will dissipated and heaven cracked into pieces. The entire earth shattered. It was an apocalypse. Chapter 2208 Heaven Suppressing Monument. Jian Wushuang looked closely at whatever he was shown. The heavens cracked and countless divine demon experts died. Suddenly, everything flickered and turned dark. Jian Wushuang returned to the floating province with 99,999 steps. This is... Jian Wushuang turned pale. He just came out from the ancient display. However, he did not finish watching the second scroll of the ancient display. He only saw the bold man's divine body explode after casting certain techniques. This caused heaven and earth to crack and shatter. Jian Wushuang had no idea what happened next. What happened after this? After this bold man died, what happened to those who attacked him? And about the heavens will... Jian Wushuang's heart twitched when he thought about this. That was the first time he felt the real heaven's will. He could sense there were rules of order within the eternal chaotic world. But the heaven's will was of even higher level. Who could be at the level to understand and use heaven's will? Only the superpowers back in the ancient past who became so powerful that even heaven and earth disapproved of his existence. Then would the heavens will come and suppress that expert personally. Who was that bold man in the ancient display who could force heaven's will to dissipate with one look? How powerful must he be? Jian Wushuang took a cold breath when he thought of this. You should have seen those things. Emperor 13 looked over and said, "Yes." Jian Wushuang said. Right when he was about to ask more questions, Emperor 13 continued, "I know that you have a lot of questions right now. I cannot and will not answer any of them. When the time is right, you will know everything." Jian Wushuang was caught by surprise, but he did not proceed with raising his doubts. Emperor 13 looked up at the bold man and waved his hand. A unique energy radiated out towards that man. The energy fused with the dark space. Then, a streak of brilliant light was seen in the dark space. This streak of light began to enlarge before revealing its true colors. It was a gigantic gray monument. It was 10,000 feet high and was made up of gray crystals that was not ever seen before by Jian Wushuang. The gray monument floated in the dark space and soon moved in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang studied the monument but could not see anything. It was a blank monument as it had no inscriptions at all. It was an ordinary monument. However, Jian Wushuang knew that this monument was definitely extraordinary as it was hidden so well in the depth of the head. This is the Heaven Suppressing Monument. There are 9 of them in this world. One of such monuments is an extremely high-grade treasure. If you manage to gather all 9, you can suppress the heavens and earth. Emperor 13 said with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He just saw the ancient display and knew for sure that heaven's will was something that is real and present in this world. If Emperor 13 said that one could suppress the heavens and earth, did he mean it could suppress heaven's will? Jian Wushuang took a cold breath when he thought of this. The heaven-suppressing monument is very special and contains many extremely profound and complicated hidden secrets. It is extremely useful for you. I will activate the hidden secrets within the monument. You should stand here and try to understand them. Emperor 13 said, Understand them? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Given how powerful the heaven-suppressing monument was, how amazing were the secrets it contained. Emperor 13 activating the hidden secrets within the monument was like giving him an opportunity for him to become even stronger. Jian Wushuang had many burning questions, but he ignored them all and started to prepare to understand the hidden secrets. Remember, you only have one chance. How much you can understand depends on you. Emperor 13 said as he started to form seals with his hands and placing them onto the monument. Instantly, the monument, which was 10,000 feet tall, radiated a special aura. At the same time, a gray air current appeared. The gray air current seemed extremely mysterious. Anyone who recognized it would be in disbelief. This air current was rare even in the ancient past. It was the air of chaos. Air of chaos was one of the things that the experts from the ancient past sought after crazily. The air that gushed out of the monument was the air of chaos. Hum, hum, hum. The air of chaos started to drift towards Jian Wushuang as it completely surrounded him like a cocoon. This is... Jian Wushuang widened his eyes in surprise as he stared at the air that was surrounding him. Even though he could not recognize the air, he could feel how pure and concentrated the energy which was contained in the air was. Never had he seen any energy so pure. Without hesitation, he started channeling the heavenly creation skill. As this skill continued to be channeled, all the air of chaos was absorbed through his pores and was converted into his own divine power. My divine power is improving at such a fast rate. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist in excitement. He could feel that he was getting stronger at an extremely fast rate. This speed was not achievable with just self-meditation or any random treasure. The rate of improvement was not so great back when Jian Wushuang was meditating beside the Supreme Emperor Stone. However, this gray airflow was not the truly valuable opportunity. Jian Wushuang looked up and stared at the 10,000 feet tall heaven-suppressing monument. Originally, this monument had no inscriptions at all. Slowly, ancient inscriptions started to appear at the top of the monument. It was gold in color, in a language Jian Wushuang had never seen before. This was completely different from any language there was in the eternal, chaotic world. These words were not a unique language from the ancient past. There were many ancient past battlefields left behind in the eternal, chaotic world, many of which contained certain ancient languages. These ancient languages had some resemblance to the modern languages the people of the eternal chaotic world use. Jian Wushuang would recognize them if he saw it. However, Jian Wushuang could not recognize these words at all. Chapter 2209 Breakthrough. What are these words? Jian Wushuang was staring intently at the words that appeared at the top of the monument. These words appeared slowly as one stroke appeared at a time. Jian Wushuang was infatuated with these inscriptions. In his eyes, these were not words. They were a whole world. He saw a whole new world within these words. Within that world, there was chaos and no elements at all. However, evolution started to happen as the chaos slowly evolved into mountains, rivers, and the earth. These would eventually make a new world. They were the foundation of that world. Only after the world was made, then life would appear within this world. In the dark space, Jian Wushuang stood on the floating province. His divine body was surrounded by the air of chaos as it gushed into his body steadily. The 10,000-foot tall heaven-suppressing monument floated in front of him. On the heaven-suppressing monument, ancient words colored in gold appeared slowly and sequentially. The number of words started to increase slowly. Even though these were words inscribed into the monument, what Jian Wushuang saw was the evolution of a whole new world. He was infatuated with this process and was immersed in it. Emperor 13 sat cross-legged beside him before closing his eyes. Time started to pass. The number of inscriptions on the monument started to increase as time passed. Every hour or so, a new word would appear on the monument. This monument was 10,000 feet tall. Hence, tens of thousands of ancient words were nothing as compared to its huge size, much less one of these words. Millions of such inscriptions could fit onto the heaven-suppressing monument. Time passed quickly. After a very long time, the golden inscriptions finally covered every corner of the heaven-suppressing monument. The heaven-suppressing monument had no more room to fit any more inscriptions into. Soon, the last inscription was done. Jian Wushuang, who was immersed in the evolution of that world, heard a boom within his heart before the world he was immersed in finally crumbled as his consciousness returned to the real world. He looked at the heaven-suppressing monument once again and was in disbelief when he saw the countless number of golden inscriptions. Unbelievable. This heaven-suppressing monument is definitely made by an unbelievable technique, Jian Wushuang thought as he clenched his fists. Without a doubt, the heaven-suppressing monument was a precious treasure. Even the mountain river map could not compare. Within the heaven-suppressing monument, he saw the evolution of a whole new world. From the beginning of the world, when everything was complete chaos, to finally when life was born. Jian Wushuang had seen the entire process as he meditated at the heaven-suppressing monument. How incredible was that? It was a pity that Jian Wushuang had only seen up to the point the first life had come about and the scene had ended. This might have been because there is only one heaven-suppressing monument. He guessed that he needed to gather all 9 heaven-suppressing monuments before he could finally see the entire process. Sigh. He exhaled lightly before he looked around. He saw Emperor 13 opening his eyes, looking at him. "You are awake." Emperor 13 spoke, cold as ever. "Yes, Emperor 13. How long have I been here meditating?" 1,081 years, Emperor 13 said. "What?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. It was not because he felt that 1,081 years was long. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had been in slumber for 24,000 years. 1,000 years was nothing compared to that. The reason why he was shocked was because he felt that time had barely passed after he had started meditation to the evolution of the world. He thought he would take a very short while, maybe around half a day. However, 1,081 years had passed. So much time has passed, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He finally understood how the experts from the eternal chaotic world could meditate tens of thousands of years at one go. When an expert at that level used all his heart to meditate, he would not feel time had passed even though tens of thousands of years had gone. You should check out what changed within you. You should have benefited greatly during these 1,000 years, Emperor 13 said. Jian Wushuang was stunned before he checked his own body out. He first looked at his divine power. During the time he had been meditating, the gray airflow had been absorbed by him continuously and turned into divine power. His divine power should have improved greatly. Once he checked that out, he was pleasantly surprised. I broke through? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes in surprise as elation was written all over his face. With Jian Wushuang's fighting power and attitude, any normal improvement would not have resulted in such a big expression of emotion. But now, he could not help it. His improvement was too great. The divine power within his body was near to 10 times the original. His divine power was already almost limitless and could allow him to reform his body a couple of times. Now that amount of divine power had increased by 10 times. It was not just the amount of divine power, but also the quality of it. His divine power had just evolved. Jian Wushuang had been dreaming of this for a very long time. This evolution was not through any secret skills or techniques. He needed to acquire it through a breakthrough. The evolution would only occur when he broke through from the second phase of inverse cultivation to the third phase. Yes, Jian Wushuang had broken through. During the 1,081 years, He had continuously absorbed the air of chaos into his body to turn into divine power. His divine power had increased at an insane rate. Furthermore, one only needed more divine power to break through from the second phase to the third phase. While he was meditating, his divine power had met the required standard, and he had broken through. Now he was in the third phase of the seventh step inverse cultivation. This was the ultimate phase. Chapter 2210, Sword Doctrine Trial Tower. Ultimate phase of seventh step inverse cultivation. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist, excited. Even though it was a mere one-phase difference between the second phase and the ultimate phase, the difference in power was glaring. Based on the amount of divine power there was, it was as though there was an ocean of divine power within Jian Wushuang. With such a vast amount of divine power, it would be extremely difficult to kill him, as he too had the perfect chaotic holy body. His divine power and divine body were 10 times as powerful as before. His combat power erupted. With his current power, he could easily kill great emperors using strength alone. The ultimate phase of the seventh step inverse cultivation gave one power far greater than what a great emperor could possess. The power was equivalent to that of an expert in the realm of divine demon. Emperor Bai reached the ultimate phase of the seventh step inverse cultivation and was the strongest in this world. However, Emperor Bai was strong not only because of this, but because he managed to grasp a little of the rules of order. Rules of order! Jian Wushuang muttered to himself as he opened his palms slowly. Both palms were outstretched as he channeled 2 unique energies at the center of his palm. These 2 energies evolved from the power of space-time and the reincarnation power. However, a glint of excitement flashed across his eyes when Jian Wushuang looked at these 2 types of energies. Rules of order. This is the rules of order. Rules of order. Jian Wushuang roared with laughter. That's right. The 2 types of energies in his palm were the space-time rule of order and reincarnation rules of order. He now had control over both powers. During the 1081 days, he had been completely immersed in the evolution of heaven and earth. Before heaven and earth could evolve, the rules of order had to come about first. The rules of heaven and earth was the highest form of power in this world. The Supreme Four Doctrine and the Nine Heaven God Doctrine would evolve and eventually form rules of order. The rules of heaven and earth would branch off into these Supreme Four Doctrine and Nine Heaven God Doctrine to form everything there was in the world. Jian Wushuang had seen the evolution clearly during the 1081 years he had meditated. Not only did he see, but he also felt and understood the evolution process. After he understood the process, he tried it himself and managed to master the space-time rule of order and the reincarnation rules of order. Jian Wushuang had finally grasped the rules of order, and he grasped 2 different types of rules or order. Even though his understanding was minimal, he had still managed to grasp it, which had helped him evolve to become stronger. I am in the same realm as Emperor Bai. Both of us are in the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, and both of us have a grasp of the rules of order. However, I have grasped 2 rules of order and have the complete ancient God bloodline power. If I combine the power of them all, Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang had the lead based on raw power and understanding of rules of order. As for the secret skills, Emperor Bai cultivated the 9-star armor from the 7-star Black Sect and was at the Golden Armor Scripture. This secret skill was very powerful. Furthermore, he had cultivated another very powerful secret skill. It was a pity that he did not have the complete version of the secret skill. Hence, he could not use the skill to its fullest potential. After the Great War, Emperor 13 had handed him the complete version of the secret skill. Now he could maximize the power of the secret skill. It had been 24,000 years since the Great War was over, and Emperor 13 handed Emperor Bai the complete version of the secret skill. Emperor Bai should have successfully cultivated this skill to become even stronger. Hence, Emperor Bai had mastered several incredible secret skills and techniques. Jian Wushuang was not too shabby either. He had the top-tier secret skill from the ancient god clan, the immemorial celestial body. He had cultivated the second scripture, which would boost his fighting power greatly. As for the other secret skill, moon-picking skill, it too was extremely powerful. As for secret skills of Star Palace, that was one of the trump cards Jian Wushuang had, and that could enable him to destroy all foes. As for treasures, he had the Mountain River Map and the Soul-Swallowing Pearl, two high-grade treasures. The Mountain River Map could suppress everything. On the other hand, the Soul-Swallowing Pearl could be used with his soul attack to create an extremely powerful attack which could threaten even Emperor Bai. The overall battle power of Jian Wushuang would not be weaker than Emperor Bai's. To really differentiate who was more powerful, they needed to have a battle. If I have the chance in the future, I really want to spar with Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang smiled eerily. Jian Wushuang had benefited greatly from the 1,080 years he spent meditating. Right then, Emperor 13 stood up. He held out his right hand, which contained an ancient, black tower. Emperor 13 tossed this tower in front of him. This tower enlarged, and soon it turned into a large tower in front of Jian Wushuang. Emperor 13, this is... Jian Wushuang looked at the black tower, puzzled. This tower radiated an ancient and majestic aura. Without a doubt, this tower was an incredible treasure. This is the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower. I made this personally a long time ago. However, I am not gifted as a blacksmith, hence it was just an ordinary treasure back in the past. You should be able to benefit from it greatly now if you try to venture inside, Emperor 13 said. Sword Doctrine Trial Tower? Is it a trail tower targeting one's understanding of the sword doctrine? Jian Wushuang asked as he squinted his eyes. The restrictions in this world are far too powerful. I can only guarantee you 1,000 years inside. Treasure the time you have inside, Emperor 13 said, and explained no further. Jian Wushuang was tempted. He knew this black tower was extraordinary. Furthermore, this tower had been made by Emperor 13 personally to target the sword doctrine, which should benefit him greatly. Jian Wushuang stopped hesitating as he dashed inside the tower. After he entered the tower, he realized he was in the middle of a vast, dark space. It seemed like there was no end to the space. It was big enough for battles to occur in. My strength and bloodline power are restricted? I cannot use them freely? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself as he squinted his eyes. He realized that his divine power was being suppressed to the level of an ordinary expert in the divine demon realm. At the same time, he realized he could not use his bloodline power at all. Chapter 22:11 Amateur. Within the vast, dark space, figures started to form in front of Jian Wushuang. A young man who had a devilish look appeared. He held a long sword as he stared at Jian Wushuang with his emotionless eyes. Then, whoosh! This young man attacked. He appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and slashed with his long sword. This slash looked normal, and it contained no sword skill. However, this ordinary slash was extremely fast with the power of a divine demon and some rules of order. Is he my opponent? Jian Wushuang stared at the devilish young man and smiled lightly. I also managed to master rules or order, but am not familiar with it yet. I should take this chance to familiarize myself with this new power. Jian Wushuang attacked as he slashed his blood mountain sword. This slash contained the power of a divine demon and the space-time rules of order. Clang! Both long swords collided with equal power. The moment the swords collided, the devilish young man flicked his sword up in a weird manner as the sword was headed for his wrist. Jian Wushuang was caught by surprise as he quickly drew back his sword in response. Right then, the devilish young man used a little strength and the sword was headed for Jian Wushuang's throat at lightning speed. What? Jian Wushuang turned pale. At first, he knew that the devilish young man was not a simple opponent, as his sword skills were simple and smooth. However, After they started sparring, he realized all these simple moves flowed extremely smoothly. He was perfect. Jian Wushuang was suppressed by the simple sword skill. A slash, a flick, a stab, a jab. Jian Wushuang finally turned serious. A unique sword essence radiated out from him. It was as though he had turned into a large, dark vortex. Sword principle Xian Luo. Mixed elements spirit. Clang, 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 clang. Collisions between the metallic blades could be heard clearly. Jian Wushuang had already used the sword skill, mixed element spirit, to its full potential, while his opponent simply used ordinary attacks. Within the eternal chaotic world, any cultivators who cultivated the sword doctrine could cast these attacks easily. However, Jian Wushuang was completely suppressed by these simple attacks. The mixed elements spirit he was casting was wonderfully refined. However, even this sword skill could barely fend off those simple attacks. Jian Wushuang could only retreat slowly. His sword skills were completely suppressed, and he could not even use them to their full potential. Suddenly, clang! After a flurry of attacks, the sword that the devilish man held slashed across Jian Wushuang's wrist as the wrist was sliced off, together with the blood mountain sword. The devilish young man then stopped his attacks. Jian Wushuang stood there in the dark space in disbelief. He looked at the wound on his right hand before regenerating the hand immediately after channeling his divine power. He was overcome by waves of shock and disbelief. How can this be? How can such simple attacks suppress me? I was completely suppressed and not able to fight back at all. Are those really just simple attacks? Jian Wushuang was shaken to the core. His understanding of the sword doctrine was already extremely high. This was the case in the eternal chaotic world. He was the most powerful sword cultivator. The other almighties who excelled in sword doctrines were no match for him. Jian Wushuang too thought that his understanding of the sword doctrine was extremely deep. Back in the Blood Emperor sanctuary grounds, he had been unable to suppress the Blood Emperor even though he had the superior power advantage. He then realized his experience in battle was nothing compared to that of the experts from the ancient past. He had to admit that even though there were incredible sword skills in this era, it was nothing compared to those from the ancient past. He had never thought that he would lose to someone who had equal power to him and only used the basic attacks, and he was completely suppressed. His sword skills were like those of a kid compared to those of the devilish young man. It was laughable. Right then, Jian Wushuang, your sword skills and understanding of the sword doctrine might be top tier in the first era. However, back in the ancient past, your understanding of the sword doctrine would be far too weak. You were not even qualified to be called a sword doctrine cultivator. You are an amateur. Emperor 13's voice appeared in the dark space. Amateur. Jian Wushuang was stunned. If the experts from the eternal chaotic world heard that their sword emperor was being called an amateur, there would be a great commotion. One of the strongest men in the eternal chaotic world, the man who was famous for his sword skills, Jian Wushuang. But in the eyes of Emperor 13, he was just an amateur. Everyone would usually look down on the person who said that, but Emperor 13 was the one who said it. Those who saw the battle between Emperor 13 and Blood Emperor, including Jian Wushuang, could not refute this. You are an amateur. You don't even know what sword doctrine truly is. You do not need too much style, nor too much power. A person who does not know much about sword doctrine can only unleash 10% of an extremely powerful sword skill. But a person who understands what sword doctrine truly is can unleash incredible power with just a simple skill. In your case, you are the former, Emperor 13 said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang laughed bitterly. He never thought that my understanding of the sword doctrine was so laughable. This is not to blame you. In this era, the most powerful expert is only in the peak chaotic realm. Rules of order is far too high level for most of you, as all of you live under the restrictions in this world. It is far too difficult to experience what sword doctrine truly is, Emperor 13 continued. It was true. Jian Wushuang was the strongest sword user in this era. The experts in this era were far too weak. If they had been born in the ancient past, the sword doctrine Jian Wushuang would see or experience would be far more than in the eternal chaotic world. Chapter 2212 Sword Doctrine. The Sword Doctrine Trial Tower can allow you to experience the higher form of sword doctrine. Just like your first opponent, he is considered a beginner in sword doctrine. If you can defeat him with your sword skills alone, you will be considered a beginner as well. Emperor 13 said. He is considered a beginner. Jian Wushuang looked at the devilish young man fiercely. He waved his hand as the Blood Mountain sword flew back into his hand. Let's go. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang attacked once again. He battled the young man fiercely with all the sword skills he knew. Before long, he had lost again. Again. Jian Wushuang was not discouraged, and he attacked again. He was completely immersed in his battle against the young man with a devilish look. Even though there was a large gap between the understanding of sword doctrine between the two, Jian Wushuang realized he had begun to understand more about the sword doctrine after multiple sparring sessions. Sword skill can be cast in this manner. Coherent, smooth. A simple sword skill can be more powerful as compared to some top-tier ones. Sword, it can be used like this. Jian Wushuang was a fast learner. He lost countless times against the devilish young man. He would always learn something from each and every defeat, whether it was from his battle techniques or from his sword skills. Or he would figure out certain techniques the young man would use in his sword skills and learn from it. Even though he was being suppressed in every manner, he was constantly learning from his opponent and slowly becoming a stronger cultivator. After 3 years, Jian Wushuang still lost to the devilish young man, but was no longer suppressed. 5 years later, the devilish young man could only suppress Jian Wushuang in the form of sword skills. Even though Jian Wushuang's defeat was inevitable, it would take longer before he was actually defeated. 17 years later, Jian Wushuang could fight the devilish young man evenly head-on. 32 years later, clang! Sparks were created as the long swords collided against each other. Jian Wushuang charged forward as the long sword in his hand turned into lightning and stabbed towards his opponent. The speed was too fast to be described with words. Clang! The tip of the blade collided with the body of the devilish young man. The blade did not pierce his body, but the impact caused him to lose balance and stumble a few steps backwards. After he steadied himself, the devilish young man looked at Jian Wushuang. This time he did not attack. At the same time, his body started to evaporate. Looks like I finally defeated him. A hint of joy was seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he saw the body of the devilish young man start to evaporate. Up till today, he had been inside the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower for 32 years. During this time, he had been constantly battling the devilish young man. They had fought over tens of thousands of times. Initially, he had been completely suppressed. After all these years of hard work, Jian Wushuang had finally defeated the devilish young man. There had been great improvements in Jian Wushuang's sword skills, and his understanding of the sword doctrine was a level higher compared to before. The reason why I can defeat him is not just because I have a better understanding of the sword doctrine. I have with me sword principle Xianluo, which was one of the most powerful sword principles back in the ancient past. This helped me out greatly during our battles. If I were to use the most simple sword skills, I would need some more time before I could defeat him with the simple skills, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. However, he could still go even against the devilish young man if he only used the most simple sword skills. According to Emperor 13, he should be a beginner in sword doctrine. From an amateur to a beginner, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. In the space in front of him, another figure started to form slowly. This time his opponent was a graceful lady in white cloak. She had a cold gaze. This was his second opponent in the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower. Her sword skills were much stronger compared to the devilish young man's. Soon, the lady in white cloak attacked. Jian Wushuang fought back, but was defeated easily. On the floating piece of land, the ancient, black, sword doctrine trial tower stood tall. Emperor 13 sat down cross-legged again. He looked at the tower as his vision turned cloudy. Sword doctrine. There is no end to the sword doctrine. Even though I reached the peak of the sword doctrine, I still feel that my understanding is not complete. What exactly is the perfect sword doctrine? Emperor 13 muttered to himself before closing his eyes slowly. He had reached the peak of the sword doctrine. Even during the prime time during the ancient past, few could have reached the level he had. There was almost no one who was stronger than him in the aspect of sword doctrine. Even so, he was still trying to chase after a better or higher form of sword doctrine. There was no limit to the doctrine. This was also the case for sword doctrine. Jian Wushuang, who was in the sword doctrine trial tower, was immersed in the battles he had with countless number of opponents. He was learning from his imperfections during these battles. Time continued to pass. 1,000 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. The sword doctrine trial tower still stood tall in the vast, dark space. Two figures were engaged in a heated battle. Jian Wushuang held his sword single-handedly. He did not use the secret skill of the ancient god clan to have 9 heads and 18 arms. To him now, having 18 arms and swords had no difference compared to holding one single sword on one hand. Having too many hands became a burden. He moved his sword around casually. It could be a thrust or a slash or a flick. Each move was smooth and decisive. He moved around elegantly and gracefully as he cast his sword skills. His vision was sharp and focused. His opponent was an elder with red hair. The sword skills of this elder were extremely fast and violent. Jian Wushuang was extremely calm in this battle. During the heated exchange, he was trying his best to find his opponent's weakness. After a while, the red-haired man slashed his sword. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up when he saw this move. He swung the sword in his hands as it thrust out in an eerie manner. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Sanguis Extrema style. PFFTT. A bloody mist erupted from the elder man's chest as he backed off. This is the 16th one, Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 2213 Fighting Power skyrocketed. Jian Wushuang spent 1,000 years inside the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower, sparring against other experts. Jian Wushuang had lost count of how many battles he had fought. However, he knew his sword skills were improving at a tremendous rate. No other opportunities could help him improve at such a great rate. This was because he was fighting against an expert of a completely new level. It was as though these experts had opened a new door to sword doctrine. There had been a leap in his sword skills and his understanding of sword doctrine compared to before. Jian Wushuang felt that he could kill his old self with one simple slash. That was how much he had improved. In the dark space, a space tunnel appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Looks like I took exactly 1,000 years to defeat 16 opponents. Jian Wushuang smiled as he followed this space tunnel out of the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower. Emperor 13, Jian Wushuang greeted as he bowed slightly. With the great improvement in his understanding of the sword doctrine, Jian Wushuang felt completely different when he looked at Emperor 13 once again. Back then, he had not had a clue how powerful Emperor 13 was. He only knew he was extremely powerful. Now he felt that Emperor 13 himself was a unique divine sword. The sword essence that he radiated made Jian Wushuang's heart throb. Even though my understanding of the sword doctrine has improved greatly, I am nothing compared to Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He knew where he stood. He knew he still needed a lot of practice, as his sword skills now were still not good enough for him to go against the Blood Emperor. When Emperor 13 fought Blood Emperor, he was under the restrictions of heaven and earth. he could only use a small portion of his sword skills. However, this little portion of his sword skills was already far superior to what Jian Wushuang had right now. How incredible were his sword skills when Emperor 13 was in his prime! Jian Wushuang could not imagine that. How many opponents did you defeat during the 1,000 years you were inside? Emperor 13 asked. While Jian Wushuang had been sparring opponents within the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower, Emperor 13 had been meditating and did not take note of what happened within the tower. I defeated 16, Jian Wushuang said. 16. Emperor 13 nodded his head in approval. He expected that Jian Wushuang could defeat around 13 or 14 opponents. Jian Wushuang had gone beyond his expectations and defeated 16. The opponents within the trail tower would become increasingly stronger, and it would be increasingly more difficult to defeat them. From the moment you defeat the first opponent, you are considered an amateur in the sword doctrine. If you can defeat the opponents, you will have reached the initial success. When you defeat 20, you will have reached the profound realm. You still have a lot to work on before you reach profound realm, as you have only managed to defeat 16 opponents, Emperor 13 said. I have only reached initial success. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had thought that the improvement he had over the 1,000 years was incredible enough. He had not expected that he had only reached initial success in his understanding of the sword doctrine. You will only reach the profound realm after defeating 20 opponents. What if you defeat 30, 50, or even 100 opponents? Jian Wushuang asked. You are still in the profound realm after defeating 30 opponents. You will only reach complete satisfactory for the sword doctrine after defeating 50 opponents. As for 100 opponents, you have exceeded the complete satisfactory for the sword doctrine and finally reach the sword doctrine realm. You can then be called an expert in sword doctrine, Emperor 13 said. Sword doctrine realm? Jian Wushuang frowned. From what Emperor 13 had said, there were realms that differentiated people of different levels of mastery of the sword doctrine. Jian Wushuang still had a lot of room to improve before he could reach the profound realm. Even if someone surpassed being complete, satisfactory for sword doctrine and reached the sword doctrine realm, they would be considered an expert in sword doctrine, but not a top-tier one. Sword doctrine is really broad and profound. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Of course. As for you now, you need to continuously accumulate experience to elevate your mastery of sword doctrine. Even the sword doctrine realm is a far-fetched concept for you in this era. However, initial success in sword doctrine is already enough for you to completely dominate everyone in this era, Emperor 13 said. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up in excitement. Jian Wushuang's mastery of sword doctrine was much better than it had been before. Aside from the experts from the ancient past, there would be no one within the eternal chaotic world with a greater understanding of sword doctrine. With his sword skill, the amount of divine power he had from the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, and his understanding of rules of order, his fighting power was far greater than what it had been. He was so much more powerful that he himself had no idea how strong he actually was. However, he knew for sure that he could definitely beat Emperor Bayan-Abat. Lord Emperor 13, thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him gratefully. Both the Heaven-Suppressing Monument or the Sword Doctrine Trial Tower had helped him greatly as his fighting power had skyrocketed. Both of these treasures belonged to Emperor 13. Both of these opportunities were given to him by Emperor 13. Furthermore, Emperor 13 had helped him twice before, and hence Jian Wushuang was extremely grateful. I have already given you your opportunities. You can leave now, Emperor 13 said coldly and indifferently. Jian Wushuang felt odd. It was true that Emperor 13 had given him opportunities and treasures to help him improve. However, why had he done this? Why did he give such amazing opportunities? What was he trying to achieve? Emperor 13 did not mention this at all. Just like he had said, he would not tell Jian Wushuang anything at all. When the time was right, Jian Wushuang would know everything. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Before he had visited Emperor 13, he had many questions that he had wanted to ask and hoped for an answer from Emperor 13. Now, the number of questions he had only increased after what he had encountered within the head, seeing the bold man from the ancient display. However, he did not ask after seeing how cold Emperor 13 was towards him. Goodbye. Jian Wushuang bowed before leaving the way he came. Emperor 13 fell silent as he looked at Jian Wushuang as he slowly disappeared from his sight. He looked up at the bold man sitting there with a glint of uncertainty. There isn't much time left. I tried my best to help the little one. Now, it's up to him alone to reach your benchmark. Old man, I hope everything that you are trying to do is worth it. I hope this little man can achieve it. If not, my 7-star black sect, Emperor 13 clenched his fists tightly and said no more. Chapter 2214 The Changes in the Lineage of Stars. Jian Wushuang returned the way he came. The various defensive mechanisms were not activated. Soon, Jian Wushuang was out of Chill Wind Valley. Sigh. Jian Wushuang heaved a deep sigh after he was back on the surface. He looked back at Chill Wind Valley as he was still in shock after what he had seen. He knew that the owner of the head, the bold man, definitely had many incredible secrets. It was a pity that he was too weak to even have the right to know these secrets. During the 2,000 years that Jian Wushuang had been in the gigantic head, his overall fighting power had reached a completely new level, and he was very pleased with it. Time to return, Jian Wushuang muttered. He flipped out a transmission token. Hall Master Yuan just transmitted a message. Hall Master Yuan, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked. It's nothing major. However, if you are free, you should go back and visit the lineage of stars, Hall Master Yuan said. Roger. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He then returned to the green fire world. After Jian Wushuang moved the headquarters of the lineage of stars, it had been growing at an incredible rate given the excellent cultivating environment Green Fire World had. Lineage of Stars had become even stronger and more powerful, even after many top-tier experts had been dying during the battle against the Three Emperors world. 30% of the territory within the Green Fire World was occupied by the different clans from the Eternal Chaotic World. Because of Jian Wushuang, Lineage of Stars had managed to secure a bigger territory compared to the other clans. A brilliant galaxy hovered in the air. The galaxy had completely recovered due to the abundance in spiritual influence of heaven and earth. The galaxy was even more brilliant and vast than it had been before. The power of the formation was even more powerful as well. Using special techniques, it could help out the disciples of the lineage of stars greatly. Jian Wushuang appeared within the brilliant galaxy. It has been a long time since I was here at the lineage of stars. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He usually remained within Wushuang City. He left the matters within the lineage of stars to Hall Master Yuan. After the great battle, he had been in slumber for 24,000 years before he had gone to Chill Wind Valley. As Palace Master, Jian Wushuang had not come back to the lineage of stars for a very long time. The changes within the lineage of stars after all these years were huge. He could feel the difference when he stepped into the vast galaxy. The galaxy is completely different. The number of meta-beasts born from the galaxy is far more than before. They also have a much greater effect on cultivators. Jian Wushuang smiled as his soul power spread out and covered the entire galaxy. He could sense that there were many meta-beasts within the galaxy, and they were very beneficial for the disciples when they cultivated. As of now, there were several disciples trying to capture the meta-beasts. Jian Wushuang smiled as he walked towards the interior of the galaxy. Soon, he appeared within the headquarters of Lineage of Stars. After he had returned to the headquarters, he realized there were far more experts and disciples than there had been before. Both the numbers and quality of experts had increased greatly. Within the Lineage of Stars, the disciples were separated into 3 levels. Everyone started as a normal disciple before they were promoted to core disciple. Finally, they would be promoted to disciples of Star Palace. The number of disciples of Star Palace had increased as well. There were 10 disciples of Star Palace for each level in the realm of Universe God. Every one of them was a top-tier geniuses. 4 Phase, 3 Universe God. Every single disciple of Star Palace was enlightened to the power of Heaven Way. While Jian Wushuang was still a disciple of Star Palace, it would be difficult to find other disciples of Star Palace who were also enlightened to the power of Heaven Way. It seemed it's not as difficult for a Phase 3 Universe God to be enlightened to the power of Heaven Way now. This was due to the cultivating environment. After Jian Wushuang entered the headquarters of the Lineage of Stars, he roamed around within the Lineage of Stars instead of going to find Hall Master Yuan. Soon, a battle between disciples caught his attention. This battle occurred at one of the stars. The 2 people battling it out were both Phase 3 Universe Gods. One of them was a disciple of Star Palace, while the other was just a core disciple. This battle attracted the attention of many other disciples as they crowded around to watch. Jian Wushuang was within the crowd. Both senior brothers are very powerful. Senior brother Tian Yi and senior brother Qin Feng both are enlightened to the power of Heaven Way. However, senior brother Qin Feng was enlightened for a long period of time. Furthermore, he is a disciple of the Star Palace and should be stronger. Look, senior brother Tian Yi is already suppressed. Even though senior brother Tian Yi is a top-tier core disciple, he still has work to do before he can beat senior brother Qin Feng. Jian Wushuang heard the surrounding chatter. He shook his head slightly and said, Tian Yi's sword skill is not so simple. He might win this battle. Jian Wushuang commented casually. Jian Wushuang could see that Tian Yi had yet to use all his sword skills considering his battle experience and how much more powerful he was. Right after he commented, several disciples looked over at Jian Wushuang. You think senior brother Qin Feng will lose? Are you kidding? That's right. Senior brother Qin Feng is a disciple of the Star Palace. Hey, who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Furthermore, what do you mean when you say senior brother Qin Feng will lose to senior brother Tian Yi? A teenage girl in purple clothes stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Right then, Tian Yi finally used all his sword skills. It was swift and decisive as he immediately turned the battle around. Within moments, he had defeated Qin Feng. He really won. The teenage girl in purple clothes was shocked as they had all expected Qin Feng to win. In the arena, Qin Feng looked at Tian Yi enraged. Your sword skills, senior brother Qin Feng. Hall Master, Hishio mentored me personally. That is why I had a breakthrough in my sword skills. Otherwise, there would be no way I could beat you, Tian Yi said.